Chapter 2752. The divine sense restriction could only be broken after reaching the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful offensive restriction within the restriction. Just as Hanzhu had said, Xiaohua had to wait until he reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, preferably the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, before he could explore the reason for the small golden Buddha. If Xiaohua had rashly used his divine sense to check it back then, his divine sense would have been damaged first. As for the golden Buddha, after Xiaohua had comprehended it during this period of time, he found that it was actually an extremely simple Buddhist magical power. This magical power was similar to the Taoist sect's 1,000-mile sound transmission, but it used the unique mind power of the Buddhist sect. After Xiaohua comprehended this Buddhist magical power, he had more expectations for the mysterious Buddhist sect. After all, a cultivation path that could compete with the Taoist sect would have all kinds of strange and brilliant magical powers, right? After Xiaohua sent out this sound transmission, he returned to his normal appearance and waited in the distance. During this period, although many divine senses swept over and some patrolling disciples passed by, how could they find Xiaohua's trace when he was deliberately hiding? After half a day, seeing that it was already late and Hanzhu had not appeared, Xiaohua was a little surprised and thought, could it be that Hanzhu is not in Sky Patrol City? If he left Sky Patrol City temporarily it would be easy, but if he did not come to Sky Patrol City at all, then it would be terrible. I still have to go to Lian country. Damn it, could it be that Heavenly Demon Sect's information is wrong? Xiaohua was slightly impatient. If it was his own matter he might not be like this, but it involved Jianghu and Xiao Xinrui. In just half a day he had lost his sense of propriety. Fortunately, after waiting for another hour, the sky was already completely dark. Only then did a Buddhist consciousness sweep over from afar. Good, Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flew up from the ground to greet him. When Xiaohua saw Hanzhu flying over, his head full of white hair and the golden crown on his head could be seen clearly in the night, he was not only happy in his heart, but also smiled and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Martial Uncle Hanzhu. Brat, you almost ruined my plan. Who would have thought that Xiaohua's respect would be reprimanded by Hanzhu's cold face? Hanzhu's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and the coldness on his face was even colder than the ice lake in the Gale snowfield. Xiaohua was shocked and looked at Hanzhu in panic. Come with me. Hanzhu released his Buddhist awareness, looked around and flew in a certain direction. Xiaohua didn't dare to reveal his Buddhist consciousness in front of Hanzhu. He only followed closely behind Hanzhu, appearing very careful. Frost Bamboo had clearly used his Buddhist perception to search for gaps in the disciples on duty. He flew in an erratic direction, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After flying for more than an hour, he soared into the sky and flew towards the east. Seeing that Frost Bamboo didn't care about him, Xiaohua was somewhat astonished. When he saw that Frost Bamboo was actually flying extremely fast, far faster than a Foundation establishment cultivator could catch up to, Xiaohua knew that Frost Bamboo was angry. But when he thought about it, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. This is bad. Thinking of his mistake, Xiaohua suddenly understood. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he only used ordinary flying techniques to fly in the direction that Hanzhu disappeared. Here. Xiaohua flew for more than 100 miles when Hanzhu's cold voice sounded in his ears. Yes. Xiaohua knew that he was wrong, but he didn't dare to say more. He flew in the direction of the voice again. During this time, Hanzhu actually changed direction many times. After circling around for about an hour, he finally stopped at a depression in the mountain peak. Just as Xiaohua landed on the ground, Hanzhu stretched out his hand and waved the golden embroidered formation flag. A brilliance flashed from the left, blocking the two figures. Only the whistling cold wind blew from the depression in the mountain. Senior, Xiaohua very respectfully bowed in greeting. Shu. Unfortunately, Hanzhu's face was cold again, indicating for Xiaohua to be quiet. He sat down cross-legged, ignoring Xiaohua. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and also sat across from Hanzhu. After another hour, Hanzhu opened his eyes and coldly said, Xiaohua, you almost killed me. Do you know? Yes, this junior already communicated with you on the way here. Xiaohua hastily stood up and respectfully said. This matter was indeed his fault, he couldn't not admit it. Humph, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are a person of merit in the Great War of Dao Sword. Don't think that you are a famous cultivator in the cultivation world now that you can be so careless, so carefree and so careless. Hanzhu coldly said, in the eyes of us Golden Core cultivators, your merit is nothing but a joke. Although you killed Qin Jian, that was Li Zongbao's greatest merit. Although you already have a reputation, you are still behind Li Zongbao. Moreover, you have a Buddhist cultivation technique. If you are so ostentatious, it will be very easy for the Dao sect cultivators to discover you. Once you are discovered, you will definitely die. And if your cultivation is exposed, this old man will also be implicated by you. This junior was wrong. This junior won't dare to do it again. Xiaohua knew that Hanju was right. Hanju was also worried about his safety. If there was a problem with him, he would indeed implicate Hanju. This old man has already told you. Hanju lectured Xiaohua again. This Buddhist cultivation technique cannot be detected by those below the golden core stage. However, for nascent soul cultivators, their nascent souls are already able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and merge with it. As long as there are any strange movements nearby, they will be able to detect it. I have repeatedly warned you not to use Buddhist awareness in front of nascent soul cultivators. You're really good. Now there are no less than 20 nascent soul cultivators in Sky Patrol City. You actually used mind reading outside Sky Patrol City? Damn it, this old man was beside my Kunlun sect's Sha Kongzi at that time. Your Buddhist cultivation technique immediately attracted his attention. Do you know? Sha Kongzi is a nascent soul cultivator who kills people like flies. If he discovered that this old man is a Buddhist cultivator, would this old man still be alive? Yes, this junior, my thoughts were not good. I was really muddle-headed at that time. What else could Xiaohua say? He could only reply apologetically. Now that you are already a meritorious figure in the Great Tao Cultivator War, it is not impossible for you to openly come to my Kunlun sect to visit I. Hanju said somewhat resentfully, even if you sent a communication talisman, it is still good. There is no reason for you to mysteriously hide outside Sky Patrol City and send this old man some mind reading. This junior was wrong. Xiaohua could not explain anything and could only lower his head to listen to Hanju's reprimand. Hanju scolded for a moment before his anger subsided. At that time it was indeed very dangerous. Hanju also felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. He delayed leaving the city for half a day and was so cautious when he saw Xiaohua. But your cultivation has really exceeded this old man's expectations. Hanju sighed and looked at Xiaohua. Not only have your cultivation reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can even use mind reading. You have indeed worked hard all these years. You are indeed worthy of being the first Buddhist cultivator that this old man has seen in 100 years. Compared to you, the others are far inferior. The others? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he did not ask further. Release your Buddhist consciousness and let this old man have a look. Hanju said impolitely. Yes, Xiaohua endured for a moment and released his Buddhist consciousness. Hanju also released his Buddhist consciousness and said with some surprise, Why is your Buddhist consciousness becoming more and more indifferent? This old man thought that your Buddhist consciousness would have some progress. This junior actually did not cultivate much. Xiaohua said with a smile, even the great strength Vajradharma body, this junior did not cultivate it. And this old man naturally knows that the great strength Vajradharma body is not something that can be cultivated overnight. It requires great perseverance and great patience to succeed. Hanju waved his hand and said, But your Buddhist consciousness, this old man was originally a little surprised it seems. Obviously Hanju was a little disappointed. He stretched out his hand and said, Where is your Buddhist cultivation technique? Let this old man have a look. If it was the first time they met, Hanju would have taken out Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation method. Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to take it. But at this time he generously clapped his hands and took out the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra and handed it to Hanju. Hanju released his Buddhist consciousness and only took a rough look before returning it to Xiaohua. He said with some disdain, The level of this Heart Sutra is too low, I am afraid you will have to change it. But this old man is not prepared enough. Actually, this junior came here to find senior because there is another matter that I need to ask senior. Xiaohua knew that Hanju was thinking about going to the Buddhist ruins again, so he hurriedly said the Heart Sutra. What is it? This old man thought you wanted to go to the Buddhist ruins. Hanju said curiously. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a spirit storage bag. This action made Hanju very surprised. However, when Xiaohua actually took out Jiang lure from the spirit storage bag, Hanju's eyes widened. His broom-like eyes trembled violently, and he almost laughed out loud. But when he saw Jiang Lure's situation clearly, an extreme shock appeared in his eyes. But then he narrowed his eyes and suppressed the shock. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "This little guy is your blood relative? He also practiced your Heart Sutra? I will let Senior know." Xiaohua saw Hanju's shock and was overjoyed. He knew that Hanju was indeed an expert of the Buddhist sect and knew about Jianghu's situation. He hurriedly said, "Although he is not my blood relative, he is still someone very close to me. Because he is already old, this junior let him come in contact with my Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra." Hanju nodded slightly and asked, How long did he practice before he entered the heart-extinguishing realm?" "Heart-extinguishing realm?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His mind spun quickly, looking for this realm in the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Unfortunately, Xiaohua seemed to have never heard of this realm. He only practiced for a few months. Xiaohua hesitated and said carelessly. Chapter 2753. What? Only a few months? Hanju almost cried out in surprise. He didn't have the bearing of a golden core cultivator, and there was even a hint of jealousy in his eyes. "Yes, that's right," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This child has entered this heart-extinguishing realm without fasting. I'm afraid something will happen to him. I can't wake him up, so I hope Senior can be merciful and wake him up. His mother is very worried." Hanju laughed and pointed at Jianghu, saying, "There's a saying in the secular world, you don't know how lucky you are. This heart-extinguishing realm I have been begging for hundreds of years but I couldn't get it. This child has just started practicing the Heart Sutra, and he can enter such a difficult realm. That's simply an unparalleled fortune. You actually want to wake him up, you're simply harming this child. But he's already so thin his vitality is drifting. If we don't wake him up, wouldn't we be harming him?" Xiaohua said happily. The so-called heart annihilation stage is similar to my Dao sect's void stage. All thoughts, auras and even life will be annihilated. Only in this annihilation can one find one's true self. Moreover, the longer one stays in the heart-extinguishing realm, the more beneficial it is to Buddhism's cultivation. In fact, he might even be able to cultivate to the legendary realm of the Buddhist sect's Supreme Buddha. Tell me, do you still want to wake him up? Hanju sighed. If that's the case, I naturally won't wake him up. Xiaohua laughed. But then he frowned, saying, "But he hasn't fasted yet. If it's too long, will it work?" Xiaohua, you're confused because you're too concerned. Hanju laughed. "How could you forget? How can there be anything in this world that's only beneficial and not harmful? Although the Unsullied realm was extremely crucial to cultivators, but how could ordinary cultivators enter the Unsullied realm as they wished? If one doesn't have enough Dao foundation, as long as one enters it, he won't be able to come out, right?" Yes, these disciples all know. Xiaohua was anxious when he heard this. This child has been in the heart-extinguishing realm for long enough. Senior, please be merciful and wake him up. Although it will cause some harm to him, it can at least preserve his life, right? What a pity. Hanju said regretfully, "I only know that the Buddhist sect has a method to awaken him, but I don't know what method it is." Senior, you don't know? Who else in this world would know about it? Xiaohua said anxiously. Alas, I'm afraid that the solution can only be found in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Hanju sighed and shook his head. Senior, shall we head to the Buddhist sect's ruins now? Xiaohua didn't want to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins, but he could only suggest this at this moment. Hanju sneered and said, "Nonsense. I've just arrived in Sky Patrol City and haven't fought against a sword cultivator yet. How can I head to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Besides, do you think it's easy to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins? If we don't make sufficient preparations, not only will we not be able to find the mental cultivation method to awaken him, but we will also be trapped inside and consigned to eternal damnation." Alas. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Hanju was telling the truth. He could come and go freely in the Great War of Dao Sword because of Li Zongbao's special permission from the conference hall. It could also be said that it was necessary for the war. Now that Hanju had just arrived in Sky Patrol City and was waiting in front of Sha Kongzi, a nascent soul master, how could he leave just like that? "When will you be free, Senior?" Xiaohua said helplessly. "What are you asking? How would I know? It's not like you haven't participated in a war before." Hanju said faintly. Then he clapped his hand and took out a message talisman and handed it to Xiaohua. "This is my message talisman. You can send me a message when you enter Sky Patrol City. Where's your message talisman? If I'm free, I'll naturally send you a message." "Yes, I understand." Xiao Hua lowered his head and took Hanju's message talisman. He also gave his own to Hanju. It's just that. When Hanju accepted Xiao Hua's message talisman, he looked at Jianghu with great regret and said, "If there are no accidents when I'm free, it should be the end of the Great War of Dao Sword. You better take good care of him and don't let him be in danger." "Alas, I'll do my best." Xiao Hua could only sigh as he watched Hanju put away the Dharma array. Hanju did not even look at Xiao Hua as he flew away. That direction was not the direction of Sky Patrol City. Clearly Hanju was still afraid that others would see through his tracks. Thinking of the helplessness in his heart when he watched Hanju fly away that day, Xiao Hua blamed himself again. Damn it, why did I give Jianghu the Buddhist Heart Sutra that day? Of course, he is capable of practicing, but to stumble into such a state of great fortune. But just as this thought came to his mind, Xiao Hua was suddenly stunned and his heart suddenly became clear. I've practiced the hand of cause and effect for many years, why haven't I realized it yet? Since Jianghu can't practice Taoism, he naturally has to find other ways to practice. I have the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramitha, which was sent to him by the heavens through me. And he has just practiced this Heart Sutra and immediately entered the heart-extinguishing state, which is hard to find in a lifetime. Such a great opportunity. Doesn't it indicate that Jianghu really has the hope of becoming a Buddha in the future? Moreover, didn't Hanju say that? As long as Jianghu's vitality is maintained, he will be fine. Since the heavens let Jianghu enter the heart-extinguishing state, they will naturally let him out of it. What's the use of worrying here? And didn't the heavens plant the karma for Jianghu decades ago and want me to enter the Buddhist sect ruins decades later today? Presumably, there must be a way to solve the problem of Jianghu's heart-extinguishing state in the Buddhist sect ruins. Darling Xiao, what are you laughing at? Fairy Hongxia thought that her request made Xiao Hua feel awkward, so she had been paying attention to Xiao Hua's expression. Seeing Xiao Hua smile, she was happy and asked in a low voice. "Hee, to be able to accompany you all on a trip to the Hung country, this Xiao is extremely happy." Xiao Hua naturally would not explain the reason for this matter clearly to Fairy Hongxia and replied with a smile. "You are the heaven's favored ones." Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. Master Wu's name is now second to none in the Sky Patrol City. Tisk, Wu Ming is Wu Ming, how can there be such a person? Xiao Hua laughed. On the contrary, Fairy Hongxia's reputation was previously only in Shi country. Now, not to mention Lian country and Meng country, even the sword cultivators in Huan country have heard of you. Hee, isn't it all thanks to darling Xiao? Fairy Hongxia reached out and held Xiao Hua's arm. If not for darling Xiao's innate primordial water, I would have died in the sword tomb. Humph, impossible. Xiao Hua sneered. If any sword cultivator dares to hurt you, I Xiao Hua will kill my way to the sword cultivators sect and annihilate their entire sect. Hee, Fairy Hongxia was very happy. However, looking at Li Zhongbao's lonely back in front, she whispered, I didn't expect that the time that sister went out was not long, and the time that she spent with senior brother Li was also not long? Why is senior brother Li so deeply in love? Sigh, not only was it not long, it was almost very short. Xiao Hua was with Kai Wuxia during that period of time, so he naturally understood the reason. He sighed and said, What is love in the world? It is called a life and death commitment. After saying that, Xiao Hua transmitted a few more words. Fairy Hongxia blushed and whispered, Although I did not meet you much and your cultivation at that time was very low, but the things that sister entrusted you with, those precious spirit stones, and that 99th piece of good fate token. To you, every one of them was an opportunity, any one of them could change your life. However, you did not hesitate to give them to me. That kind of spirit, that kind of determination, really opened my heart in an instant. At that time I was still regretting. Who asked sister to meet you first? Since you are not the person in sister's heart, then I will definitely capture you in my hands. Hee, not only in your hands, right? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia with a lecherous gaze. Fairy Hongxia pinched Xiao Hua's arm slightly, but her eyes were looking forward. Oh. Fairy Hongxia was a little surprised and whispered, Xiao Hua, look at Xiao Mao. Ever since you sent a message to me outside the city, I have never seen his smiling face. Now that his face is getting darker, you should ask him. Xiao Hua had something on his mind, so of course he did not notice Xiao Mao's abnormality. Now that the knot in his heart was gone, he heard Fairy Hongxia's words and looked over. Indeed, he saw something wrong with Xiao Mao. He nodded and said, since this child recognizes me as his big brother, then I have no choice but to take care of his matters. He is our brother, you should also take care of him. And I naturally know this. During the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, I have already taken care of him. Fairy Wuxia nodded and replied. Then Xiaohua flew over. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, Xiao Mao forced a smile and said, Big brother, and, since you are calling me big brother, then let me ask you, did something happen again? Hearing this, Xiaohua's face showed a serious expression as he asked. This. Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that I am in a bad mood and attracted big brother's attention. Forget it. If you're going to hide things like this, why do you still need to call this Xiao big brother? Xiaohua said unhappily. Sighed big brother, if it was something else, why would I be so courteous with you? Xiao Mao sighed and said, On the battlefield, the spiritual stones, skills, weapons and merits were all given by big brother, right? When did little brother ever say a word of thanks? Then why are you here today? Xiaohua asked him politely, treating Xiao Mao as his brother. Xiao Mao pursed his lips, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He nodded fiercely and said, To be honest, big brother, I met my enemy again in Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2754. Oh, your enemy? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He looked at Fairy Wuxia and then at Li Zongbao. Knowing Xiao Mao's concerns, he nodded and said, In that case, it's fine if you don't say it. If you feel that I have the ability to help you, you can say it. It's better for you to say it now. Li Zongbao said faintly, Now that your state of mind has changed again, if you don't say it, I'm afraid it won't be beneficial to your future cultivation. Although I can't help you in any way, I definitely won't hinder you in any way. This. Xiao Mao was still hesitant. After all, the relationships between the various sects in the Xiaoyu continent were intricate and complicated. This kind of blood feud was the most important thing. If it was leaked, it would be a fatal disaster. Xiao Mao didn't even dare to tell Xiaohua. How would he dare to tell Li Zongbao and Fairy Wuxia? Actually, in this world there are still a few trusted friends. If even this trust can't exist in this world, this path of cultivation will become narrower and lonelier the more you walk. Xiaohua understood Xiao Mao's concerns. Naturally, he also knew that Xiao Mao had kept this secret since young and the burden in his heart was extremely heavy. Xiaohua himself also had many secrets that he couldn't tell others, so he was also very tired. Even Xiaohua himself had a blood feud. His responsibility was probably not lighter than Xiao Mao's. He still had Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui to confide in, but Xiao Mao could only keep it in his heart. Xiaohua could understand his bitterness. However, Li Zongbao cultivated the parting feelings treasure mirror, and was extremely sensitive to Xiao Mao's emotional fluctuations. Since he said there was a problem, then Xiao Mao really had some problems. Xiaohua didn't want to see Xiao Mao walk down the wrong path, so he could only say so. Xiaohua is right. The cultivation path is long and there are enemies, opponents and also close friends. You have to treat them differently. Li Zongbao still said slowly, You don't have to mention names. Left and right Sky Patrol City are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if you don't say it, I know it's nascent soul. Sigh, thank you Senior Brother Li for your reminder. Xiao Mao sighed, The blood feud has always been a thorn in my heart. Back then, when I entered Xuanyan school, I treated this blood feud as the most important thing in my cultivation. It was also the motivation for my cultivation. But in the past, your little brother's aptitude was lacking and I always failed. Every time I think about this matter, my heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife, and I secretly hate myself for not being able to avenge my mother. With hatred as your goal, you won't go far in your cultivation. You might not even be able to take revenge in the end. Li Zongbao said. Only by seeing the great Tao as your goal can you trample on hatred. Yes, Senior Brother Li is right. Fairy Wuxia whispered, As long as you put down your hatred and cultivate in peace, you will be able to reach the realm of revenge. Yes, Senior Sister, Senior Brother Li, I understand. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. But if you really want me to do it, it really won't be easy for me. Xiao Mao, which cultivation family are you from? Li Zongbao frowned and said, I don't remember any aristocratic family with the surname Xiao in the state of Shi. It seems that the state of Lian only has the Xiao family of the Dark King Valley. But that Xiao family is very small and very far away from the state of Shi. I'm not a disciple of a cultivation family. Xiao Mao shook his head and said, Ever since I can remember I've been living with my mother, in a place in the state of Shi. It was an extremely quiet valley. My mother and I think there was also my father. It was just the three of us. My father farmed in the fertile land of the valley while my mother repaired clothes and taught me how to read and read. As he said that, Xiao Mao's eyes were filled with warmth. He raised his eyes to look at the distant morning sun and whispered, "This situation often appeared in my dreams in the past. But with the passage of time, this situation actually became blurry. Other than my mother's appearance, I still have some impression. As for my father's appearance, I can't even remember clearly." Xiao Hua and the rest didn't dare to disturb Xiao Mao's rare situation and silently flew by his side. I remember that my father, or my mother, had a good friend. But I've never seen him before. Every time he came when I was about to fall asleep, I felt like I was in a dream but also like I was in a straw hut. His voice was a little strange, different from ordinary people. Other than him, the place where I lived, there was no fifth person. I always thought that there were only 4 people in this world. Everything in the book was just in the book, not in this world. However, when I saw the 5th person, although it was a rainy autumn day, although I was still drowsy at that time, but his appearance, I remembered it clearly. And when he killed my father and mother, and when I saw blood red, my mother even whispered his name in my ear. Ah. Fairy Hongxia was slightly stunned and looked at Xiao Mao strangely. She asked in astonishment, "Xiao Mao, how old were you at that time?" "Hehe, senior sister." Xiao Mao laughed, his eyes filled with desolation. "I know what you want to say. There's something strange about this matter. I still don't understand and haven't been able to figure it out." "Indeed." Li Zongbao nodded. "When you entered Xuanyan cult, you were only 4 or 5 years old. You were only 3 years old in front of your father and mother. The memory of that time is already a little blurry. You can't even remember your father's appearance, and your mother, who was closest to you, is also getting increasingly blurry. Since your enemy could kill your father and mother, he can also kill you. How did you manage to live peacefully until now?" "In my memory there are only a few scattered impressions. When my father and mother died, my eyes were all blood red, but that bastard's appearance was deeply imprinted in my mind. It seems like, you bastard also attacked me, but I still remember that bastard was terrified and had a strange expression on his face. After that, I don't remember anything else." "Then how did you enter Xuanyan cult?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked. "When I woke up, I was already in the arms of a senior brother in Xuanyan cult." Xiao Mao laughed bitterly. "He brought me to Golden Goose Ridge and I was lucky enough to pass the entrance test, which was how I entered Xuanyan cult. However, this senior brother was already old. When I was 6 years old, he had already passed away." This senior brother? You didn't ask him how he met you?" Fairy Hongxia frowned. "After I entered Xuanyan cult, it was this senior brother who took care of my daily life, so I naturally asked him." Xiao Mao's face showed his recollection. However, he only said that he saw me unconscious by the roadside, and that my foundation was extremely good. At that time, it was also the time when Xuanyan cult was recruiting disciples, so he casually brought me into Xuanyan cult. This person really, he didn't even ask if I was someone else's lost child. Fairy Hongxia didn't understand. Senior brother had good intentions. Xiao Mao shook his head. Senior brother said that when he saw me, it was in an extremely desolate place, there was no sign of human habitation at all. Where was that? I'm afraid it was very close to the valley where you lived? Xiao Hua asked. Senior brother said it before, but I was still young at that time, so I don't remember it clearly. Xiao Mao said regretfully. Xiao Hua heard and didn't pursue the matter further. This was Xiao Mao's privacy, and now that he had said so much, it was already good enough. If it was as you said, and your enemy was a nascent soul cultivator, then your parents are not ordinary people. Li Zongbao said lightly. Furthermore, that good friend of your parents must also be an extremely powerful expert. From what I saw, he must have rushed to the valley when that bastard attacked your parents. Although he didn't manage to save your parents, he still managed to save you. The fear he had then must have been the fear of seeing that person. That should be the case. Xiao Mao nodded. I was too young at that time, so I can't remember it clearly. I still have some doubts. Fairy Hongxia frowned. If it was as Senior Brotherly said, then Xiao Mao's parents should at least be golden core cultivators. Even if they hid from the world for reasons unknown to us, they should have used some methods to refine Xiao Mao's body after he was born. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't be so low. That's true. Li Zongbao muttered. Regardless of whether it was a cultivation family or a cultivation sect, they all emphasized on inheritance. Every family and sect had some secret techniques, which were used by the sect's disciples when they were young. These secret techniques could not only ensure that these disciples could cultivate extremely quickly, but also ensure that they could go further on the path of cultivation. As for Xiao Mao's parents, they only taught and knew how to read. That was really unique. Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua suddenly froze and looked at Xiao Mao in shock, thinking, could it be that this Xiao Mao is the same as the Zhu family in Jianghu City? Or even a descendant of Confucian cultivators like Yu Zhongquan? After their parents went into hiding, they were discovered by someone and were then killed? But looking at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua wasn't afraid that they would know about Confucian cultivators. But he still said carefully, maybe Xiao Mao's parents didn't want Xiao Mao to cultivate and only wanted him to live a peaceful life? I don't agree with that. Fairy Hong Xia immediately objected. Which family's parents don't want their boy to live a long life? If he cultivated, he could even live a long life. How could he only know how to read and read? Actually, it wasn't just the ordinary kind of reading and reading. Xiao Mao said hesitantly, my mother also taught me some words from my hometown. Oh? Your family isn't from Xi? Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Of course not. Hearing Xiao Mao's words, Xiao Hua was even more certain that Xiao Mao's parents were Confucian cultivators. The inscription on the armor was completely different from the words used by cultivators. If they were from Xi, they would have gone to Meng or Lian or even Huan to avoid their enemies. Chapter 2755. That's not necessarily true. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Fairy Hong Xia insisted. Xiao Hua shrugged, knowing that he could not reason with the female cultivator, so he did not say anything more. Time is really a spiritual pill that makes people forget. After saying so much, Xiao Mao felt a little better. He took out a warm jade pendant from around his neck and rubbed it lovingly. I remember that this jade pendant was worn on my mother's neck. I liked to touch it when I was young. However, before I went to Jianghu City to train, I had never seen it. I thought that it had disappeared and I would never see it again. I did not expect to see it at Jianghu City's e.g. Of course, if not for this jade pendant, I would not have known you. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua. What kind of story is this? Fairy Hong Xia raised her eyebrows and smiled. I have never asked, how did my dear Xiao get to know junior brother Xiao? It's actually very simple. However, it was all caused by a scam. Xiao Hua did not hide anything, and gave a brief account of what had happened in Jianghu City. Fairy Hong Xia's eyes lit up as she listened, and she reached out to hold Xiao Hua's hand. Although she did not say anything, the feelings in her heart were unmistakable. No wonder Wuxia likes you so much. Li Zongbao sighed. I was also with her in Jianghu City that day. If I had encountered such a thing, I'm afraid I would not have done anything. If it was senior brother Li, you would have already beaten that cultivator to a pulp. Xiao Mao laughed. Impossible. Li Zongbao said mercilessly. You are a disciple of Xuanyan school, and Zhuo Qingyuan was also beside you that day. If he did not care, I naturally would not care either. That's why I am Xiao Mao's big brother, you are not. Xiao Hua said proudly. What about that scoundrel cultivator? Li Zongbao ignored Xiao Hua and said indifferently, since he has your mother's jade pendant, he must know something. Have not gone to find that guy? I'm just a foundation establishment disciple, and I was only at Qi refinement before. How could I go to Jianghu City freely? Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Furthermore, I failed the trial in Jianghu City. The sect will not allow me to go there again. Forget it. The past is the past. What's important is the future. Fairy Hong Xia comforted. If you were to live in the past, your mother and father would not be willing. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Mao's mood had indeed improved as he bowed and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. We'll be a family in the future. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Tisk, Fairy Hong Xia smiled faintly and spat lightly. Xiao Mao looked around and revealed a smile. He looked into the distance and said, Senior sister, we have already passed the battlefield of the Sword Mound. Is this the right direction? When Fairy Hong Xia heard this, she stopped blushing. She clapped her hands and took out an ancient jade pendant. She looked at it with her divine thought for a moment and said hesitantly, What is recorded in this jade slip is the previous route of the Sword Tomb. Now that the Sword Tomb has disappeared, I can't make up my mind. Let's go. Anyway, there are no longer any magic arrays or sword arrays in the Sword Catacomb. There are only a few spatial cracks. We just need to be careful and we should be fine. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia looking at him, Xiao Hua hurriedly shrunk his neck and suggested. Yes, junior brother Xiao is right. The sword tomb has disappeared, so the obstacle in the path of swordsmanship is also gone. The secret passage in the sword tomb is naturally useless. However, it is the sword tomb that has disappeared. The Hung country still exists. We just need to pass through the sword tomb and reach the Hung country first, Li Zongbao said calmly as he led the way. Although he said that, everyone felt that passing through the sword tomb was not a difficult task. However, after flying for another hour, Xiaohua's expression changed. He whispered, "Senior brother Li, there are sword cultivator patrolling disciples ahead. Should we fight or hide?" "Hide, of course," Li Zongbao said without hesitation. "This is the sword cultivator's territory. Our goal is to pass through the Hung country, not to fight to the death with them." "Yes, little brother understands. It's better for little brother to lead the way," Xiaohua said as his figure flew up and flew towards the sky. Fairy Hongxia and the rest looked helpless. It seemed that the disappearance of the sword tomb was not a good thing. Instead, it made it difficult for them to pass through. If the sword tomb had been there before with the jade slip passed down by Fairy Hongxia's ancestors and the secret passage, even if they met sword cultivators within a few miles, they would not be discovered. Now, with a sweep of the sword cultivator's spiritual force, Xiaohua and the rest not only had to avoid the spatial cracks, they also had to avoid the sword cultivator's spiritual force patrol. The most helpless thing was that because of the disappearance of the sword tomb, the sword cultivators, who had never set up defenses in the sword tomb, had now sent out many disciples to guard the passage to the sword tomb, preventing the Dao sect cultivators from killing their way into the Hung country. After flying for half a day, their direction was messed up. Xiaohua was like a headless fly flying around. Fortunately, there was still Li Zongbao and the rest. Although they had been taking a roundabout route, they were still advancing towards the Hung country. "Sayu, didn't the Kai family move from the Million Meng Mountains to the Shi country long ago? This sword tomb might not have existed at that time. Your Kai family's ancestral jade slip should have the route from a long time ago." Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hongxia's expression and muttered softly. My Kai family naturally has the route from the past. But that was in the Qingyang Kai family. The route in the jade slip was obtained by Master with great difficulty. How could it be so well prepared?" Fairy Hongxia's face turned cold as she said, "Besides, who would have known that the boring Nameless would actually sweep the sword tomb clean? If you want to blame someone, blame that Nameless." That's right. This Uncle Nameless is really boring." Xiaohua laughed. "Why didn't he think of such a thing?" "Bah." Fairy Hongxia spat lightly. Just as she was about to retort, suddenly 3 soaring sword intents swept across the sky from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Especially Xiaohua, the sword energy in his body was somewhat out of control. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter were rapidly vibrating, wanting to let out a sword cry. Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that the sword intents in the distance were 3 swordsmen who had transformed into swords. He hurriedly used the secret technique of concealing the sword energy and tried his best to calm the 2 flying swords. Luckily, Li Zongbao and the rest were attracted by the sword intents and did not notice the changes in Xiaohua's sword energy. "Damn it, this sword cultivator's sword energy is too sensitive." Xiaohua was very helpless. Why is it that every time I encounter sword intents, the sword energy would be attracted by them? If I could control the sword energy like true energy and send it into the Dantian, wouldn't it be much safer? Oh, why not? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly flashed with an unimaginable thought. This sword energy is flowing in the body and it seems to be near the middle Dantian. If I could store the sword energy in the middle Dantian, wouldn't it not be so complicated? The middle Dantian. It's a pity that this young master's middle Dantian is sealed. It's impossible to even try. No. Xiaohua thought again. In this young master's impression, the middle Dantian has a qi refining cultivation method. But, which cultivation method is it? Yes, there are some records on the inscriptions on the tortoise shell. It's a pity that the cultivation method of that Confucian cultivator has been incomplete for a long time. Although this young master has looked at it for a long time, I only know the outline. The cultivation method that Yu Zhongxuan left for Huang Yi can be cultivated and even has a shortcut. But without the middle Dantian, everything is useless. While Xiaohua's imagination was running wild, the 3 sword intents that had transformed into swords had already streaked across the sky above Xiaohua and the rest's heads. Xiaohua and the rest did not dare to delay. They hurriedly stopped in midair and quietly waited for the 3 swordsmen to pass. Moreover, the 4 of them were extremely nervous. After all, the swordsmen had already joined the battle. Moreover, the four of them had entered the Hun country through the sword tomb. They did not know how many of these swordsmen would meddle in other people's business. It seems that there are not only 3 swordsmen. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across and saw that among the 3 swordsmen, there were 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 green. He could not help but be stunned. Moreover, the 2 rays of light were flying in the middle and the 3 swordsmen surrounded them. It was as if they were protecting them. The 3 divine intents closely followed the sword intents and swept across. Upon discovering them, Xiao Hua and the rest were slightly stunned and firmly locked onto the 4 of them. This is bad. Xiao Hua secretly complained in his heart. If he was here alone he might have a way to escape. But Li Zongbao and the rest might not have a chance. Fairy Hongxia and the rest's expressions changed as well. Their faces were even a little pale. Although the 3 divine intents locked onto the 4 of them, when the 5 rays of light flew over their heads, one of the swordsmen landed beside Xiao Hua and the rest. When the ray of light retracted, they saw a well-built sword-transformed elder within the ray of light. Who are you? Why did you barge into my sword domain? The sword-transformed elder berated, don't you know that we swordsmen can also attack now? If I wanted to take your lives, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Senior is right. We Foundation establishment disciples are far from being a match for a sword-transformed cultivator like you. Li Zongbao said indifferently, but the battle between the Dao and the Sword Dao is currently resting and has not officially begun. Moreover, we have already escaped from the great battle of Dao and Sword. We are just traveling around. Could it be that you, sword-transformed elder, want to take the lives of the Dao sect cultivators, regardless of whether they are Qi refinement or golden core cultivators? Hee, what a sharp-tongued child. The sword-transformed elder's face turned green, as if a faint green color was seeping out from under his skin. His eyes revealed a kind of astonishment. However, the sword-transformed elder's sword intents revolved around his body and even seemed to flow like a substance, enveloping Li Zongbao and the rest. In the end, he did not take any further action. Chapter 2756. You are a disciple of the Changbai sect? The sword-wielding old man shifted his gaze away from Li Zongbao's indifferent and unperturbed face, passing by Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao to land on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly bowed. Senior, please know that I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not the Changbai sect. Since you are not a disciple of the Changbai sect, why do you have a faint sword intent on you? Have you also practiced with flying swords? The old man's expression didn't change at all as he asked this question in an indifferent tone. Yes, I was an itinerant cultivator in the beginning. I once obtained an incomplete sword technique. Xiao Hua began to spout nonsense again. What I did not understand was the sword technique. I thought it was my Dao sect's flying sword, so I happily practiced it. That's right, senior, I have a question. This sword essence. Seeing Xiao Hua's thirst for knowledge, the old man's face revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, he waved his hand and said, "Shut up. Do you think I am a teacher of your Imperial Thunder sect? Even if I am a teacher of your Thunder Palace, if I am not your helpless teacher in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, who would answer your question?" Senior knows. Xiao Hua's face was filled with disbelief, almost as if he was shocked. Yes, do you think I am one of those golden core cultivators in your Dao sect's discussion hall who are not even comparable to Jurassic beasts? The old man who transformed into a sword said coldly, "The 3 people who assassinated Qin Jian and the Huanhua sect disciple who broke the 4-direction sword formation are all in front of me. If I still don't recognize them, wouldn't I be blind?" Xiao Hua's face paled as he looked at the old man with some fear, as if he was afraid he would attack at any time. "Humph, you have all contributed to the Dao Sword War. I really congratulate you. You have actually obtained the approval of your teacher to travel to the Sword Catacomb. I just don't know, where are you going?" The old man ignored their wariness and snorted coldly. "This." Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia and company before turning his head and smiling apologetically. "I'm not afraid that senior will laugh at me for saying this." But in his heart, he admired the sword cultivator's unbending and persevering sword intent. As the saying goes, a place nurtures its own people. Junior thought, what kind of place is this Hun country? How could such a valiant swordsman be born? Therefore he invited a few fellow Taoists to travel to Hun country. Yes, back then Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha also traveled to Meng Kingdom. This junior also saw them at the Taiqing sect's Feather Immortal Assembly. If it were any other day you would have come to my sword domain. Perhaps the warriors of my sword domain would have welcomed you with great hospitality. But, this is a time of war. Although this old man will not take action, the warriors of my sword region will not show mercy. The sword transformation swordsman said faintly, moreover, if Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had not met with danger in your Meng kingdom and had not returned to the Huan sword sect, how could this Dao sword war have been ignited? Hehe, I hope you will not fall in sword domain like Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha. Didn't Zhang Yutong return to the Huan sword sect long ago? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart, but naturally he would not say it out loud. Only he laughed and bowed. If senior has the heart, you can bestow a sword token as a guide for this junior. Scram. The sword transformation swordsman did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really did not want to say anything more to Xiao Hua and the others. With a wave of his hand, a complete sword chi mixed with sword hair rushed towards Xiao Hua and the others. The four of them were shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, in front of the sword chi, a feeling of a complete golden needle pouncing on their faces immediately restrained the four of them. The sword chi then stabbed in front of them. Li Zongbao and the others were shocked and naturally tried their best to break free. However, the invisible sword chi had already imprisoned their true essence and they were unable to use even a trace of their magic power. They simply wanted to, but they were powerless. However, Xiao Hua was different. At this time there was no true essence in his meridians. Although his meridians were imprisoned, he could still use the dragon transformation art. Even the golden core in his dantian could also use true essence. However, facing the sword transformation swordsman who had been wasting time with him for a long time, Xiao Hua was confident that he would not really make a move. Therefore, on the surface he struggled like Li Zongbao and the others, but in reality he did not use even a trace of true essence. Of course, Xiao Hua's hand was already slightly clenched. As long as his guess was slightly wrong, he would immediately use the soul-slaying Yuan light. At the same time, the spiritual fire was also urged into his mouth. Seeing the thousands of sword hair rushing in front of the four of them, those sword hair once again emitted a dazzling brilliance. These brilliances intertwined with each other and unexpectedly formed a sword net, instantly trapping the four of them. This sword net did not stop. Instead, it brought along the imprisoned figures of the four people and rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Huff 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 huff. Four muffled sounds rang out and the four people fell on the foot of the mountain, their bodies in a sorry state. The sword transformation swordsman coldly snorted again. He did not even look at the four people. Sword light flashed under his feet and he directly chased after the four slowly moving lights in the distance. Naturally, it was only the time for half an incense stick to burn when the sword light around Li Zongbao and the others slowly disappeared. The four of them once again flew up from the foot of the mountain. They looked at the sword transformation swordsman who had already disappeared with some shame and anger. They looked at each other and did not dare to say another word. They once again flew towards the direction of the Huan country. However, at this moment, a flying sword message streaked across the sky like a meteor. It quickly surpassed them and flew into the distance. This flying sword message seems to be flying from the direction of that old fart just now. Xiao Hua had already seen it and said with some surprise, "What did they come to the sword tomb for? And why did they send a flying sword message?" Sigh, sword transformation swordsman. I have finally seen the strength of a sword transformation swordsman. Li Zongbao did not pay attention to Xiao Hua's words. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he sighed and said, "Of course they are comparable to a nascent soul master." Xiao Mao also said, "We are only foundation establishment cultivators. How can we compare? Tiske. It's only a so-so." Xiao Hua shook his head and said with disdain. Fairy Hong Xia and the other two naturally knew that Xiao Hua had the capital to be so arrogant. They could not compare with him. They all curled their lips and somewhat despised him for speaking without thinking. "That's right, big brother." Xiao Mao thought for a moment and asked again. Just now there were 5 swordsmen. Among them the 2 in the middle did not seem to be sword cultivators. That brilliance was not sword light. Yes, the other 2 brilliances were not sword light. Xiao Hua nodded. He had seen it clearly. It was a brilliance similar to the protective golden light. I'm afraid that those 2 swordsmen used it to protect themselves? That's a little strange. Fairy Hong Xia muttered. Looking at the 3 swordsmen, they seemed to be very respectful towards those 2 swordsmen. They even surrounded them. Who are those 2 swordsmen? Who cares who they are? Xiao Hua said coldly. Left and right, they are all people that we cannot afford to offend. They are all opponents of nascent soul masters. We are only training in Huan country. Let's go. Li Zongbao was a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, that flying sword message just now might have been a message sent by the Sword Transformation Senior to Huan Country to inform them of our whereabouts. We still have to hurry and rush out of the sword tomb while those sword cultivators are not guarding it. That old fart. Xiao Hua said coldly. He is also somewhat sanctimonious. Li Zongbao was right. That flying sword message was indeed sent by a sword transformation swordsman. It was not sent by that green-faced old man. As the sword transformation elder caught up with the four brilliances, a red-faced sword transformation elder asked curiously, Qing Jianyu, could it be that you are old friends with those four Dao sect kids? Why did you talk for so long? Hehe, the sword transformation elder called Qing Jianyu chuckled and said, actually, I shouldn't have stayed behind to ask. On the contrary, sword transformation elder, you should have gone down to take a look. Qing Minghua, what do you mean? This old man is only asking you what you said to those reckless kids who barged into the sword tomb. How can you talk to this old man like that? Could it be that your clear sword sect has some shady business with the Dao sect? The sword transformation elder with the surname Chong seemed to have a bad temper. Hehe, my clear sword sect is not as famous as your Void Heaven Sword School. We don't have any relationship with those Dao sect kids. Cheng Minghua was the sect master of the clear sword sect, so he naturally wouldn't back down. He sneered and said, this old man only wants to tell you that among those four Dao sect kids, 3 of them are the Foundation Establishment disciples who killed your Void Heaven Sword School's Qin Jian. It's actually them. This old man was looking for that terrifying phoenix, but he actually threw himself into my hands. The sword transformation elder with the surname Chong was the sect master of the Void Heaven Sword School. His name was Chong Taishu and he had long hated Xiao Hua for killing Qin Jian. When he heard that Xiao Hua had come, he actually stopped. Sword transformation elder is mighty. Qing Minghua said with a smile. Looking at your posture, you're going to kill Xiao Hua? What? I can't? This is a war. What's there to be afraid of if I kill 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment disciples? I'm not afraid of losing face. Chong Taishu coldly said. You're not afraid of losing face, but this old man is. Qing Minghua said with disdain. This old man has never heard of a sword transformation swordsman attacking a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even during a war. He has a grudge with this old man, so this old man can naturally attack him. Chong Taishu was somewhat unwilling. A sword transformation swordsman of my sword domain shouldn't attack a Foundation Establishment disciple. Another sword transformation swordsman persuaded, your Void Heaven Sword School does have a grudge with Xiao Hua, but that's between a sword transformation swordsman and a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if Xiao Hua was a golden core cultivator, you still wouldn't have the right to attack him. If you attack him, my sword domain transformation swordsman will lose all face. This sword transformation swordsman was an old woman with white hair. Although her voice was sharp, her tone was firm, which made Chong Taishu hesitate. Beautiful butterfly, no one from your Black Phoenix Sword School has died in his hands, so naturally, you can speak without feeling any pain. Chapter 2757. As the sect leader of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, even if Lu Ruochang was killed by Xiao Hua, I will not seek revenge from Xiao Hua, unless it is Wu Ming who has stepped into the nascent soul stage. You. Chong Taishu was a little angry. But at this moment, the swordsman in the middle of the 3 said in a low voice, 3 sword friends. 100 miles ahead. Is it the place where the sword array is set up? That's right. When the 3 heard this, they answered almost in unison. Their eyes were filled with joy. Looking at the swordsman who spoke, his body was flashing with golden light, covering his entire body. It was impossible to see his true appearance. Beside this swordsman, there was another swordsman who was flashing with a faint green light. This green light was different from the golden light. The golden light was like the glaring sun, so bright that others could not see the swordsman's figure and appearance. But this green light was like a layer of cloud, covering the swordsman's body. However, whether it was the golden light or the green light, the 2 people's figures were covered. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, let alone their appearance. After hearing the 3 people's answers, the golden figure did not answer, but turned to the green figure. However, the green swordsman did not answer either. His figure flew up again and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed, much faster than before. Sage. Although Chong Taishu's temper was very irritable, his voice was much gentler at this moment. He said with a smile, this The thing that destroyed the sword tomb. What is it? Fairy, did she find anything? Fairy did not say anything for the time being. The golden figure called Sage said faintly, however, since she found some clues, she must have found something. Let her take a look again. In my opinion, she has lived for so long, so she is definitely experienced and knowledgeable. She will definitely find the source of the sword tomb's disappearance. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the source is found or not. Cheng Minghua also said in a low voice, the key is, whether it will affect my Sword Realm's plan. Sage has lived in seclusion in Alchemy Valley for thousands of years, although he has never appeared in Sword Realm. But, he is also a member of Sword Realm. You can't just ignore this matter. Cheng Zhenyu, don't worry. Since this old man has been persuaded by you. Now it was the key to the sword domain. How can this old man not do anything? That Taoist master said with a smile. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't have spent so much effort to ask Fairy to step in. With her around, what are you afraid of? This? We understand. Blue Butterfly nodded and said, although the cause of the disappearance of the sword tomb is not as important as what Cheng Zhenyu said, if we can find it, we will still have to trouble you. After all, the sudden disappearance of this enormous barrier is a huge problem for my sword domain. Let's go. The fairy has sent us a message. She wants us to go over. The Taoist master seemed to have a special way of communicating with the fairy. Even the 3 sword transformation swordsmen were unable to detect it. Hearing the Taoist master's words, the 3 of them hurriedly increased their speed and flew into the distance. The cyan figure stood quietly where the Buddhist golden array had been. Strange waves of energy were emitted from the fairy's body and spread into the distance like waves. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the waves slowly converged into the fairy's body. Then the fairy's figure turned into the Taoist master's figure. Chong Taishu, Cheng Minghua, and Blue Butterfly looked at each other with joy on their faces. After a while, the golden figure coughed twice and said, Fairy has found some clues, but we can't be sure. After all, it has been a long time since the disappearance of the sword tomb. There are many swordsmen and cultivators nearby. Even the nascent soul cultivators of the Tao sect used their secret techniques here. It doesn't matter as long as there are some clues. Cheng Minghua waved his hand and said, as long as we can determine whether the disappearance of the sword tomb is related to that nameless from the thunder controlling sect, it will be enough to affect our plan. There is a thin blood aura here. There may have been a large-scale blood sacrifice. The Taoist master replied, however, this blood sacrifice should not be the cause of the disappearance of the sword tomb. Of course, we can't rule out the connection between the blood sacrifice and the disappearance of the sword tomb. In addition, the disappearance of the sword tomb should have nothing to do with the cultivators of the Tao sect. They can't have such great magic power. Well, that's good. Chong Taishu glanced at the green figure and nodded. Now that we know this, we have a plan in our hearts. In the future, we will act according to the previous plan. Of course, if Fairy can tell us the reason for the disappearance of the sword tomb, that would be even better. Blue Butterfly understood Chong Taishu's meaning and whispered. Fairy didn't say. Let me ask her. Taoist Master Yu hesitated and said. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the Taoist cultivator said, the fairy is a bit afraid. She suspects that the thing that caused the sword tomb to disappear is an ancient ferocious item. The appearance of this item here is a bit beyond her expectations. She is afraid that if she says it, it will reveal the secrets of heaven. Reveal the secret of heaven? The 3 swordsmen were dumbfounded. They did not expect that this object would be related to the secret of heaven. Of course, since it was related to the secret of heaven, it must have had little to do with Nameless from the Thunder Controlling sect. What is this object? Can we learn something from it? Blue Butterfly still asked in a low voice, as if she did not believe that by saying the object's name, she would reveal the secret of heaven. Alas, this will make things difficult for Fairy. The Taoist master sighed. Let's ask Fairy. If she doesn't want to, then don't say it. Chong Taishu was also curious. Sure enough, after a while, the Taoist master whispered, Fairy has already told me. This object is really amazing. What is it? Chong Taishu, Blue Butterfly, and Cheng Minghua asked in unison. Actually, even if I tell you, you may not know it. The Taoist master seemed to be keeping them in suspense. That's why we want to learn something. Chong Taishu blurted out, please enlighten us. Alas, this object is the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper. The Taoist master finally said the name of the object. 10. Extinguishing. Heaven. Dipper? Chong Taishu and the other two were stunned. They had never heard of this object before. This is the name of an ancient spiritual artifact. The Taoist master said lightly. Of course, Fairy only has a feeling and is not completely sure. That's why she is afraid of revealing the secret of heaven. As for what this object is and how powerful it is, I'm afraid that the current Taoist sect cultivators do not know. Don't ask too much. Okay, we understand. Thank you, Fairy and Taoist master. When Blue Butterfly heard that they could not be sure that it was the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper and that even the Taoist sect cultivators did not know about it, her heart calmed down. She bowed and said, "Let us send Fairy and Taoist master to Lian country to see the results of our sword domain's battle." Very good. The Taoist master was hidden behind the golden light, so they could not see whether he nodded or not. Please. Cheng Minghua and the rest said as they escorted the Taoist master and Fairy into the air. Their direction was different from Xiaohua and the rest. However, just as they were flying, Chong Taishu said coldly, "Since the sword tomb is fine, we can be at ease. However, how can these Taoist sect cultivators travel freely in our sword domain? If our sword domain did not respond, it would seem that our swordsmen are too lazy." With that, Chong Taishu flicked his hand and a flying sword message rushed into the air, heading straight for Huan country. Swordsman Chong is a little bored. Seeing this, Blue Butterfly and Cheng Minghua smiled at each other and said softly. Obviously, they knew the reason for the disappearance of the sword tomb. Although they were not completely sure, they were relieved. Although Li Zongbao and the rest did not know that the flying sword message was as they guessed, it was in order to prevent them from entering Huan country. They had already made preparations in advance. However, the deeper they flew into the sword tomb, the closer they got to Huan country, the more sword cultivators on patrol there. It was almost impossible for Li Zongbao and the rest to hide their tracks and pass through the gaps between the sword cultivators. Many times, Xiaohua and the rest had to face the patrolling swordsmen and the swordsmen from various sword sects. Fortunately, most of the patrolling swordsmen in the sword tomb were at the sword conception realm. A small number of them were at the sword conception realm and below, and only a few were at the sword conception realm or below. As for the swordsmen at the illusory sword realm, they were basically patrolling swordsmen who sent out flying sword messages. The nearby illusory swordsmen would be attracted by the flying sword messages. Of course, these swordsmen weren't a match for Li Zongbao and the others by themselves, let alone Xiaohua. Under the deliberate escape of Li Zongbao and the others, the defense of the sword tomb was forcefully torn open by the four of them, and they charged out. Buzz. A loud buzzing sound resounded, and a yellow dragon flew out from the sword light of the swordsman. Above the dragon, there was a yellow brilliance like a full moon. It was so bright and dazzling that the hundreds of sword lights were overshadowed by this brilliance. "Ahang, you're just a bunch of mobs. You actually dare to show off in front of this young master." An arrogant laughter sounded at the same time after the loud sound of the seal of turning the sea. Xiaohua's slender figure flew out of the crowd like a sharp sword behind the dragon. "If you dare to stop me again, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." Xiaohua stood firmly in the air and pointed his finger. The seal of ocean overturning seal, which had just knocked down several dozen flying swords, began to revolve above the heads of the group of sword cultivators. The cryptic undulations were like ocean waves as they spread into the distance. Under the seal of turning the sea, the hundreds of swordsmen and sword conception realm swordsmen were stunned. They were on patrol in the sword tomb and didn't know much about the situation of the battle. They seemed to have never heard of the name of the frightening phoenix. Now that they saw a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator so powerful, one person and one weapon facing hundreds of swordsmen without falling into a disadvantageous position, they were already terrified. Chapter 2758. If you dare to do anything else, I will not let my magical treasure go to waste. The one following behind Xiaohua must be Fairy Hongxia. As she spoke, she released a strand of Xiantian primordial water from her body. Although the Xiantian primordial water was very thin, it was formed into a thin layer by Fairy Hongxia. It blocked the spiritual wills of the swordsmen, causing them to be shocked. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao followed behind Fairy Hongxia calmly. They did not take out any magical treasures. This kind of leisurely flight was even more unfathomable to the swordsmen. They were even more fearful than Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia. After all, Li Zongbao's cultivation seemed to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, while the ferocious Xiaohua was only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. For a moment, all the swordsmen hesitated. "Damn it! Whoever wants to die, come and find me." Xiao Hua pointed at the seal of the overturning sea. The entire seal of the overturning sea hummed. The coiling dragon roared and circled around the seal. In an instant, all the swordsmen retreated dozens of feet in fear. "Ah! I will be leaving. Don't send me off." Xiao Hua laughed loudly and arrogantly swaggered off. The ocean overturning seal slowly followed behind him with a long tail of light behind it. The group of drawing swords and nurturing swordsmen looked at each other and did not dare to chase after them. "Big brother, you are really amazing. This magical treasure is really amazing." After flying for an incense's time, Xiao Mao could not help but look at the seal of the overturning sea in midair and say with envy. Indeed, just a moment ago when Xiao Hua was besieged by a group of swordsmen, he activated the cloud-suppressing seal. First, he knocked down a dozen swordsmen from the air, and then he knocked down another dozen swordsmen. Among them, there were even several flying swords of inferior quality that were smashed to pieces, and the owners of those flying swords also suffered serious internal injuries. This was only the beginning. Following which, Xiao Hua's seal of the sea was like a huge dragon emerging from the sea. The immense sealing power of the seal and the boundless might of the coiling dragon disintegrated the formation of over 100 swordsmen. As for Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, they did not even need to use their magic treasures. Under the threat of Fairy Hongxia, everyone rushed out and scathed. "Haha, this is nothing." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He turned to look at the sword cultivator who was eager to give it a try and shouted, "You haven't seen Big Brother's awe-inspiring time yet. If anyone dares to step forward, I'll kill them for you to see." As soon as he said that, many swordsmen who were eager to give it a try immediately shrunk their heads, not daring to make any more moves. Thus, Xiao Hua and the other three boldly flew towards the Huan country. After flying for a full 2 hours, the spatial cracks that appeared from time to time within the sword catacomb had completely disappeared. The patrolling sword cultivator disciples also did not appear. Xiao Hua knew that the sword catacomb had most likely passed. He snorted coldly and said, "That sword transformation old ghost was also bluffing. Just based on these sword cultivators and sword nurturing disciples, you think you can stop this young master?" Hee. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and laughed. She whispered, "That sword transformation old ghost naturally thought that you were that terrifying phoenix. But who would have thought that you are not only a phoenix but a nameless one? In fact, a bald phoenix like you is even more powerful than the real terrifying phoenix." Seeing Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia whispering here, Li Zongbao had already moved to the side. Xiao Mao also said a few words and flew to Li Zongbao's side, accompanying him to look at the nearby scenery. Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Hua exchanged a few sweet words. Suddenly she realized something and her face turned slightly red. She hurriedly clapped her hands and took out the jade amulet again. She immersed her spiritual will in it as if she was checking it, but also as if she was avoiding embarrassment. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia's bashful face. In this pure white ice, it was still so beautiful. In his heart he really wanted to go up and hug her. He didn't need to do anything. He could only give her a light kiss on her tender skin. It was incomparably comfortable, incomparably satisfying. Unfortunately, other than Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia, there was also Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua really regretted it. How could he bring these two along to Huan country? Immediately after Fairy Hongxia identified the direction, the four of them flew up again, flying towards the northwest of Huan country. Xiao Hua and the other three broke through the defensive line of Huan country's sword cultivators and entered deep into Huan country. If it was before the sword catacomb disappeared, no one would have known. But now the four of them had passed through the sword catacomb. They had already broken through many patrolling disciples and shocked many swordsmen. It directly impacted the swordsmen's determination to fight to the death with cultivators. How could it not attract the swordsmen's attention? Just as Xiao Hua and the rest flew out of the sword catacomb, the news of them breaking into Huan country had already spread to many swordsmen. It had to be said that there was a lot of karma involved in this, and the root of it was none other than Xiao Hua. Of course, perhaps Xiao Hua did not care, or perhaps Li Zongbao did not think too much about it. In short, the four of them passed through Huan country unhurriedly under Fairy Hongxia's guidance. The strange scenery of Huan country caused the four of them to gasp in amazement. Huan country was in the extreme north. It was abnormally cold. Usually, there were no spiritual herbs or spiritual trees commonly seen in Shi country. Even green wood and red flower were luxurious here. Xiao Hua and the rest flew for several days. Other than snow and ice, there were only cliffs and perilous peaks. But the cliffs and perilous peaks reflected the pale light. Whether it was rock or soil, there was a layer of ice. It was as if the entire Huan country was a world of ice and snow. Of course, in this world of ice and snow, other than pure white, there were still other colors. But in the sky above their heads, a kind of azure color pounced on their heads. It was abnormally pure, as if the entire sky was a piece of transparent blue jade. Moreover, the sky seemed to be extremely high and extremely far. When one looked at it, an extremely mysterious feeling involuntarily arose in one's heart. There was even a kind of feeling, a kind of impulse, that made one want to fly up high and plunge into this boundless blue sky. Moreover, some clouds occasionally floated across the sky. They were extremely ethereal. Not only did they not block the blue sky, but they also showed a kind of vitality, making the clouds appear pure white. And this pure white contrasted with the blue and white where the sky and earth intersected, as if the white of the earth was projected in the sky. The unfamiliar scenery of Huan country brought Xiaohua and the rest far more than that. As the four of them went deeper into Huan country, dozens of days later the original alternating sun and moon also changed. The day became longer, and the sun on the horizon did not set for several days. Xiaohua and the rest were all Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators. Originally they did not care much about the day and night, but after a long time, they also felt the strangeness of the sky. After Xiaohua and the rest were amazed by this, when the night really came, an even more pleasant surprise was brought to them. In the dark night, the night stars were so bright, so clear and so bright. The night sky was not completely dark, but there was a hint of blue in the darkness. Moreover, the night was also extremely long, far longer than the day. After the four of them flew for a few more days at night, a strand of lemon green appeared in the distant night sky. It was unknown when this green appeared, but when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look, it had already appeared in the dark blue part of the night sky. This green brilliance seemed to mix into a river and quickly spread towards the sky. As this lemon green became denser, it was as if a spiritual tree was born in the distance, rapidly growing towards the entire night sky. In fact, the lemon green swayed and twisted in the night sky, like the swaying of the wind, or the overflowing of the water. Just as Xiaohua held Fairy Hongxia's hand and called Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to look, the source of the lemon green suddenly flickered, and an almost azure luster quickly overflowed, directly chasing after the lemon green that had already spread across the distant horizon like ribbons. It's really beautiful. When had Fairy Hongxia seen such a magnificent scene? She had long been intoxicated. However, before she could finish her sentence, another dazzling blue quietly surged out after the deep green. It was like a surging river, surging past the green and green as it rapidly rushed into the horizon. It's here again. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands happily, like a little girl who had seen a beautiful scene, happily shouting. Sure enough, after the blue, red, orange, yellow, purple and other colors surged out, and in between these colors, there were even other colors that were not. The brightness of these colors were different, and the range of their flickering was also different. However, they were all in the shape of ribbons swaying in the night sky. This dazzling and colorful spectacle not only lit up the night sky, but also illuminated the dark white of the vast land. The rarest thing was that this spectacle also lit up everyone's eyes. Even Li Zongbao's eyes lit up as he stared at the sky. Although he did not say anything, the faintly curled corners of his mouth revealed his thoughts. However, no one knew what Li Zongbao was thinking at this moment. Perhaps he was praying for the millions of Meng Mountains? Or perhaps he was thinking of the warm time he had with Wuxia. After an hour, the beautiful brilliance finally dissipated, turning into a faint ribbon of light, blending into the dark blue of the night sky. Come out. When Li Zongbao and the rest were still looking at the night sky reluctantly, Xiaohua coldly shouted. Who's there? As soon as Xiaohua spoke, Li Zongbao immediately woke up. With a loud roar, he spread out his divine sense and looked around. Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao were a little slower, but when they heard him they also spread out their divine sense. However, it was quiet all around and there were no changes. The white snow in the night sky gave off a pale white color, and the continuous mountain ranges were like undulating waves. Occasionally there were large areas of flat land covered by ice. In the middle of the solid snow field, there were some gray plants, but at this moment they were barely visible in the night sky. My dear Xiao. Fairy Hongxia looked around for a moment, then whispered with a surprised expression, there doesn't seem to be anything strange around here. Chapter 2759. Fine. Since you didn't come out, then don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Xiaohua said coldly, This young master saw that you didn't take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack us while we were looking at the scenery. That's why I called out." Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand, but in the horizon, in the dark blue night sky, there were many dark clouds that came out of nowhere. "Good method. Your Excellency must be the thunder-controlling sex Xiaohua who is known as the terrifying phoenix." A voice came from the foot of the mountain that was dozens of zhang away. A swordsman wearing a dark red sword robe strangely flashed in midair, and this person's face was filled with unconcealable astonishment. Seeing this swordsman quietly approaching, Li Zongbao and the others were startled, but when they saw that this swordsman was actually at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, they unconsciously understood. "Let them all show themselves," Xiaohua said coldly. "Since they are all here, why hide? Do you think this is interesting?" The swordsman stood in midair, his eyes shining brightly in the night, like flashing sword splendor. His gaze was clearly somewhat pensive, as if he was considering whether Xiaohua was bluffing or not. However, Xiaohua was impatient. He pointed his finger and said, You, it's only 3 people. Do you think this young master can't detect you?" When the swordsman heard this, he was extremely astonished, even more so than when he was discovered by Xiaohua. He waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, "Qingzhen, Qingjian, Qingming, you all come out." In the place that Xiaohua had just pointed at, a few faint lights flashed in the air. 3 swordsmen of the same height, wearing the same sword equipment, and even their appearances were exactly the same. They appeared there with the same stunned expression. "Your Excellency, how did you discover us 3 brothers?" The swordsman closest to Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua inconceivably and unexpectedly asked, "This Xiao found you? Do I have to tell you how I found you?" Xiaohua looked at the 4 people and said indifferently, "You all called out this Xiao's name. Don't tell me you don't want to tell me your name?" "This sword is Qingzhen." The swordsman who spoke cupped his fist and said, "I am Qingjian, I am Qingming." The other 2 shouted in unison. As for the swordsman who appeared first, he cupped his hands and said, "I am Qi Qingyi from the 7 Spirit Mountain." 7 Spirit Mountains? Hearing this, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned. He immediately thought of Ji Yi from the 7 Extremes Mountains. "Have you seen a disciple of my 7 Spirit Mountain?" Qi Qingyi asked with a smile when he saw Xiaohua frown. "No." Xiaohua faintly shook his head. "This Xiao is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. If I had met many experts, how could I still stand here steadily? What are you trying to achieve by hiding here?" Li Zongbao was slightly impatient as he raised his voice and asked. "You must be Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction," Qi Qingyi said with a smile. Then he glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao who were standing beside Xiaohua. "The 4 of you who made great contributions in the great battle of Dao and Sword have all come to my sword domain. I would like to ask what your intentions are." "What intentions can I have?" Xiaohua shrugged and pointed to the sky. He smiled and said, "This Xiao and the others have long heard of the countless wonders of Heng country. Taking advantage of the end of the battle, we specially came to Heng country to travel. Could it be that you think that we Foundation Establishment cultivators have some ulterior motives?" "Foundation Establishment cultivators?" Qi Qingyi sneered. In the current sword domain, any swordsman would shudder at the mention of the terrifying phoenix. If you were to be treated as Foundation Establishment cultivators, you would be able to easily defeat them. If you think of us as Foundation Establishment cultivators, then wouldn't we all be blind? However, Qi Qingyi immediately raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. "Although the extreme magnetic ray is a famous scenery in my sword domain, if not for fate, you won't be able to see it. Even this Qi has not appreciated it for many years. You are really lucky to be able to see such a wonderful scenery as soon as you enter my sword domain. However, it's a pity that the swordsmen of my sword domain have sacrificed their lives to protect such a homeland. Yet, it's still difficult to ensure the safety of our sword domain for a few years." Extreme magnetic ray. This is the extreme magnetic ray? Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart trembled slightly. Your words seem to be wrong." Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Fairy Hong Xia retorted sarcastically, "The Sword Dao War was started by sword cultivators. If not for your wild ambitions of invading our 3 cultivation kingdoms, who would have the patience to start a war with you? Now that the war has been going on for close to 10 years, there are countless casualties. The number of Dao sect cultivators who have fallen in the war is in the hundreds of thousands. Don't these cultivators like this beautiful scenery? Don't these cultivators want to protect the safety of our 3 cultivation countries? Unfortunately, they are cultivators and not ordinary people. Since they have stepped into the ranks of cultivators, they should sacrifice their lives for our Tao sect's foundation. What do you mean by saying these words in front of us? No other reason. It's just a random thought. Qi Qingyi actually smiled slightly and stopped arguing with Fairy Hongxia. If there's nothing else, this Xiao and the rest will continue on. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Naturally, this Qi came here for a reason. Qi Qingyi said with a smile, as if the other party was not a hostile opponent. What? Finally going to make a move? Xiao Hua stretched lazily and said with a smile. Of course not. Qi Qingyi shook his head and said, this place is my sword domain and is already inside the sword tomb. You all have already escaped from the Tao sword war. How can this Qi face you all as enemies? You actually know that we don't need to participate in the war? So that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the flying sword message sent by the sword transformation swordsman was not for the patrolling disciples of the sword tomb, but for the tool cultivator of the 7 spirit mountains. He did not know what kind of medicine this tool cultivator was trying to sell. Qi Qingyi slapped his hand and a scarlet gold flying sword flew out from his storage bag. He waved his hand and the flying sword slowly flew in front of Xiao Hua and said, this is my 7 spirit mountain sword invitation. This Qi represents my 7 spirit mountain sect master to invite you to the 7 spirit mountain. Inviting us to the 7 spirit mountain? Xiao Hua was stunned. He waved his hand and took the flying sword into his hand and carefully examined it. This flying sword was completely scarlet gold and had complicated sword patterns engraved on it. The words 7 spirit mountain could be faintly seen on the sword patterns. That's right. Qi Qingyi saw Xiao Hua take the sword invitation and said with a smile, my 7 spirit mountain has a great formation called the Brahma Pagoda. This Qi has long heard that the Tao sect's cultivators are skilled in formations. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, they laid down the 10-direction annihilation great formation and caused the deaths of many of my sword domain's disciples. Therefore, my 7 spirit mountain boldly invites you to come to the 7 spirit mountain and give us some pointers on the Brahma Pagoda great formation. Is there something wrong with you? Xiao Hua wasn't polite at all, as if he didn't treat Qi Qingyi as an illusory swordsman. We only came to the Hung country to travel and broaden our horizons. Why would we go to the 7 spirit mountain for no reason? We're living happily now and haven't gotten tired of living yet. Humph, you don't dare. Qing Ming sneered at the side. This Qing has heard of the frightening phoenix's name for a long time, but I never thought that the frightening phoenix wouldn't even have the guts to go to my 7 spirit mountain. This Qing is really disappointed. What does it have to do with me whether you're disappointed or not? What does it have to do with you whether I'm brave or timid? Xiao Hua didn't seem to be fooled. He flung his sleeve, and the flying sword flew back into Qi Qingyi's hand. He said, this Xiao has no interest in giving others pointers on formations. If there's nothing else, this Xiao will take his leave. Please wait a moment. Qi Qingyi wasn't surprised. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, you should take a look at the sword invitation first. It won't be too late to refuse. I won't look, Xiao Hua said coldly. Even if there's a method for me to immediately become an immortal, this Xiao still won't look. There's naturally no method for becoming an immortal, Qi Qingyi hurriedly said. However, there's a secret technique for refining spirit tools inside. Spirit tools? When Xiao Hua heard this, astonishment appeared on his face. His eyes turned a few times and he began to ponder. Ever since he met Ji Peng, Xiao Hua had been reflecting on various aspects. Among them, he had already listed the Dharma treasures as his #1 priority. However, if he wanted to find a Dharma treasure that suited him, it would be extremely difficult. Now, the weapon cultivator of 7 Spirit Mountain was actually offering the method for refining spirit tools that Xiao Hua wanted the most. How could he not be tempted? Forget it. Xiao Hua had some calculations in his mind, but his face was full of disdain. He waved his hand and said, where in the world would there be spirit herbs that would be delivered to your doorstep? Not to mention that this Xiao doesn't know how to refine weapons, the secret technique for refining spirit tools is useless. Even if this Xiao knew how to refine weapons, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. How could I refine spirit tools? Although this sir doesn't know how to refine spirit tools today, you can't guarantee that you won't in the future. Qi Qingyi laughed. Furthermore, this sir will give this secret technique to the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders. Do you need me to point out the benefits you'll receive? I'm not going. Xiao Hua flatly refused and waved his hand. 7 Spirit Mountain is the foundation of weapon cultivators like you. This Xiao will definitely not walk into a trap. How about this? Qi Qingyi thought for a moment and said, if this sir really doesn't want to go to Seven Spirit Mountain, then this Qi will place the Brahma Pagoda array 100 miles away. It will be right next to your travel route. What do you think, sir? When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but frown as if he was thinking. However, he had already secretly released his Buddhist awareness. After a moment, Xiao Hua sighed and said, this Xiao and the others are only here to travel. Why do you have to make such a big fuss over nothing? That Senior Hua Jian, isn't he being too careful? Since this sir already knows, then this Qi won't say anything more. Qi Qingyi was indeed straightforward and replied without hiding anything. Actually, apart from Senior Hua Jian's instructions, this Qi has another plan. Oh? What plan? Xiao Hua asked curiously. I heard that this sir managed to escape from the battle at Mount Quanjin. I presume you've seen sword friends Ling Yunwu and Yuan? Qi Qingyi replied with a question. What about it? So what if I've seen them? So what if I haven't? Xiao Hua replied ambiguously. Chapter 2760. Ling Yunwu's sword pouch and the Ling Feng sword sect sword scroll. If you have them in your storage pouch, please return them to my sword domain. Qi Qingyi finally got to the point. Hee, this Xiao finally understands. Xiao Hua laughed when he heard this and replied, you all are still trying to set this Xiao up. You actually gave me a sword array that I have never seen before and asked me to break it. This so-called secret technique of refining spiritual weapons, and this sword pouch are the stakes. If I can break the Fan Pagoda's array, then the secret technique is mine. If I can't break the array, then shouldn't I hand over the sword pouch? That's right, that's the case. Qi Qingyi admitted frankly, to be honest, this sword pouch is very precious. After the array was broken, we sword cultivator disciples searched for it with all our might. However, we couldn't find any trace of it. Even Ling Yunwu and the rest flying swords couldn't be found. Thus I thought of you. If you really have it, then this bet is actually quite fair. Fair my ass. Fairy Hongxia was furious and pointed her finger. You guys set up the array and let Xiao Hua break it alone. Even if he is powerful, how can he be a match for hundreds of people? Hee, I have already considered this matter. Qi Qingyi smiled and said, my Seven Spirit Mountains Fan Pagoda array is formed by at least 81 disciples. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao can all enter the array. Furthermore, my sword domain swordsmen are very particular about fairness. Among the 81 disciples, other than the 9 who are grade 1 illusory sword disciples, the rest are all drawing sword disciples. Xiao Hua is able to fight against Qin Jian. I believe that against a few grade 1 illusory sword disciples, he won't be at a disadvantage, right? Don't listen to his nonsense. Fairy Hongxia pulled Xiao Hua's arm and said, he said that there are 81 disciples. Who knows how many there are in the array? There might even be illusory sword disciples. Xiao Hua looked at Qi Qingyi, then at Qing Zhen and Qing Jian, who had been silent all this while. He seemed to be thinking about something. After all, Xiao Hua had fought with Ji Yi of the Seven Spirit Mountain before. He had a very good impression of the magnanimous Ji Yi, and he also had a good impression of the Seven Spirit Mountain. In addition, Qi Qingyi and the other 3 were only covering their tracks and didn't take advantage of the fact that Li Zongbao and the others were immersed in the beautiful scenery to make a sudden move. Xiao Hua already believed most of Qi Qingyi's words. How many people can the Brahma Pagoda's great array formation hold? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. 360 people. Qi Qingyi hesitated for a moment before replying, however, I heard that this isn't the limit of the Brahma Pagoda's array. As for the maximum number of people, I'm not too sure. How can this Xiao believe that your secret technique can refine spirit artifacts? Xiao Hua asked again. When Qi Qingyi saw this, he was overjoyed. He pointed at the small sword floating in front of him, and the small sword flew back to Xiao Hua. He said, in order to show my Seven Spirit Mountain sincerity, there is a short description of the secret technique inside. I don't know if you can take a look at it. Alright, Xiao Hua waved his hand and the flying sword fell into his hand. After he immersed his divine telekinesis in it and carefully examined it for a moment, Xiao Hua clapped his hand, and the flying sword fell into his space. Good. You have guts. Qi Qingyi's face was once again filled with astonishment. He raised his right thumb and said, you are indeed worthy of being called the terrifying phoenix. This Qi is truly inferior to you. There's no need to flatter this Xiao. Xiao Hua clapped his hand, took out the sword pouch and waved it in front of Qi Qingyi. He said, the sword pouch is right here. If this Xiao can't break the array, then this sword pouch will belong to the Seven Spirit Mountain. Good. Qi Qingyi clapped his hands and said, "This Qi will immediately return and set up the Brahma Pagoda's great array formation. I will quietly wait for you to break the array." After he finished speaking, Qi Qingyi did not say anything else. He quickly led Qingming and the rest into the distance. Darling Xiao, when there were sword cultivator disciples just now, Fairy Hongxia did not ask much. After Qi Qingyi left, she hurriedly said, "Won't it be fine if we don't go? Their Brahma Pagoda's great array formation has 9 illusory sword first-grade swordsmen and 72 drawing sword swordsmen. You and I together only have 4 people. How can we be a match for their array formation?" Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and did not ask anything. "Sai, since it's an order from the transforming swordsman. If you and I don't go through this sword array, how can we pass through the Huan country?" Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Even if we hide from the 7 Spirit Mountain, there are still the 8 Spirit Mountain and the 6 Spirit Mountain behind us. We will never have an end. Why don't we take this opportunity to break this bullshit Brahma Pagoda's great array formation in one fell swoop?" "That's not all," Li Zongbao added, "although I can't see what's happening 100 miles away, since Qi Qingyi has already said so. Perhaps they didn't plan to invite us to 7 Spirit Mountain at all. Perhaps they've already set up a large formation 100 miles away and are waiting for us to arrive. In such a situation, junior sister, do you think we should fight or hide?" "Of course we have to fight." Fairy Hongxia pondered for a moment before she raised her voice and said, "Since we are here, we are the representatives of Dao sect. Even if our lives are in danger, we must go. We must not disgrace Dao sect." "That's right. We did not retreat in fear when facing hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. There is no reason for us to be scared off by the 7 Spirit Mountain." Xiao Mao shouted. "Save it," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Don't think too highly of yourself. We are just Foundation Establishment disciples. We have not reached such a stage." "Xiao Hua." Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and pinched Xiao Hua's arm. She said reproachfully, "We are all encouraging you. We know that your cultivation is the highest, so there is no reason for you to discourage us." No. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and pointed into the distance. "The 7 Spirit Mountain has already planned this. They know that we will not go to the 7 Spirit Mountain. They have already set up a great array in front of us and are waiting for us to walk into their trap. Do you think we need to go to such a place where we know there is a trap?" Then just now, didn't you already agree?" Fairy Hongxia was a little dumbfounded. "Sword cultivators are just our enemies. Moreover, we are now in a tiger's den. There is no need to be so trusting." Even Li Zongbao said quietly, "What Xiao Hua said just now was just a temporary measure. As the saying goes, a real man knows when to stretch and when to shrink. This is the moment." "That might not work." Fairy Hongxia came to her senses and nodded slightly. However, when she looked into the distance, she saw a pale white land and a vast expanse of black ash in the distance. Since the 7 Spirit Mountain can send 4 illusory sword sect disciples here, there must be people in other places as well. If their disciples are setting up an array in front of us, there must be disciples in other places as well. Didn't Qi Qingyi say before? This Brahma Pagoda array only needs 81 disciples to set up. They must have sent no less than 800 disciples here, right? After all, that communication talisman was sent by a sword transformation swordsman. Chait, so what if they have 8,000 disciples? Xiao Hua sneered. "If we want to run, can they catch up?" "Darling Xiao," Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word, "I know that you are a rogue cultivator. Before you entered the Imperial Thunder sect, you had to go through many hardships. Many times you had to face enemies that you could not face. Therefore, when you are facing enemies, most of the time, you would first consider your escape route and not think about how to face them. This kind of strategy, I can't say that it is bad." As Fairy Hongxia spoke, she looked at Xiao Hua's expression and went straight to the point. "This kind of thinking? If you were a rogue cultivator, a low-level cultivator, it would work. However, Xiaolang, take a look. I, senior brother Li, and junior brother Xiao are all famous Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Dao sect. However, we know in our hearts that even if the 3 of us were to join forces, we would still be no match for you. Xiao Hua are no longer the rogue cultivator from back then. You are a hero who has experienced the Great Dao Sword War. Sooner or later, you will become an important senior in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. You are already a high-level cultivator. You can no longer have the thought of retreating after a battle and protecting yourself. Sooner or later, you will be the master of a sect. This master's bearing will start from today. It had to be said that women were always outwardly oriented. Although Fairy Red Dawn had not yet held a dual cultivation ceremony with Xiaohua, she was already planning for her husband. Perhaps Xiaohua did not think too much about it, but in Fairy Red Dawn's heart, she had already begun to draw up a blueprint for his future. Fairy Hongxia could have said these words through voice transmission or in private. However, she knew that with Xiaohua's lazy personality, he might not listen to her. She said too much, Xiaohua might even get sick of it. Now that she said it in front of Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, it would make Xiaohua lose face. However, Li Zongbao was someone that Xiaohua respected, and Xiao Mao was Xiaohua's brother. Their words should be more likely to enter Xiaohua's ears than her. This was also Fairy Hongxia's good intentions and exhaustion. That's right. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, "These words. Previously Master kept saying them in my ears. Although I did not mind, I had no choice but to obey. Now that I heard Junior Sister say it again, I really understand Master's painstaking efforts. This bearing is not something one is born with, nor is it something that can be born with the increase of one's cultivation level. It still needs to be nurtured in the details. Previously, I agreed with Junior Brother Zhao's escape plan. Although it was a wise move, it was harmful to the cultivation of a master's bearing. Moving forward and being worshipped by the cultivators, this is what a master should do." "That's right, big brother." Xiao Mao was also excited. He clapped his hands and praised. Then he flew to Xiaohua's side and said, "You will definitely be a cultivator on the same level as the Imperial Thunder Sect's Palace Master. Your actions are the role model of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. What Senior Sister said is also from the bottom of her heart. We can hide today, but the days ahead are long. We still have to pass through Huan Country and the millions of Meng Mountains." Chapter 2761. Hehe, alright, that's enough. Xiaohua's stern face revealed a smile as he looked at Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. He said, "I know what you're talking about. I'm just afraid that the Seven Spirit Mountains formation is too powerful. As for this Xiao, not to mention the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation with 81 people, even if it's a formation with 360 people, why would this Xiao be afraid? Since Big Brother isn't afraid, I'm not afraid either." Xiao Mao patted his chest and said, "We've all seen Lu Ruochang's square sword formation. Why would we be afraid of this Brahma Pagoda formation? Alright. Since that's the case, we'll go and break the formation." Xiaohua waved his hand. "Go go go." Li Zongbao also pointed forward. "Let them know how powerful I am." Xiaohua smiled as he looked at Fairy Hongxia. His heart was overflowing with tenderness. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid of a formation of 360 people, let alone 81 people. He would definitely go and give it a try. Even if it was the old man who transformed into a sword, Xiaohua wouldn't be afraid of him at all. There was no need to be so respectful. However, he understood that his responsibility for this trip to Huan Country and millions of Meng Mountains was not small. Fairy Hongxia had to go. If she was in any danger, he would definitely keep her in his space even if it meant exposing his secret. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, these two burdens, he didn't know how to deal with them. He could only find a safe way to proceed. However, he didn't expect Fairy Hongxia to refute his idea. Fairy Hongxia was worried that Xiaohua would be angry. However, Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy. How could he be angry? Fairy Hongxia's plan for herself showed that Fairy Hongxia treated herself as Xiaohua's wife and not a disciple of Liang's Kai family. Dui Qiming probably treated Cui Hongshan the same way. Xiaohua was happy. At the same time, he thought of his junior brother in Myriad Thunder Valley. If that's the case, my plan will be useful. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was shocked. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's words suddenly appeared in his mind. Li on the other hand, is making rapid progress. She's already at the 6th level of Qi refining, right? Now that he's grown up, he rarely returns to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Sometimes when he comes back, he'll stay in his cave and meditate. This little brother also rarely sees him. 6th layer of Qi refining? A few days ago, I heard from eldest senior brother that Li has already reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. Well, it's been a while. For your husband, how can I tell the difference between the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of Qi refining? Damn it. I didn't pay attention to it that day, but there's a hidden meaning in their words. It was only now that Xiaohua came to his senses. Li, when I saw you that day, you seem to have already reached the 6th or 7th layer of the aura refining realm. How many years has it been? There's no reason you're still in the 7th layer of the aura refining realm, right? Presumably, this little fellow had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to conceal his cultivation. Haha, they must have thought that learned some secret technique from me, right? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he recalled Xiang Zhili's expression when he asked him what kind of divine ability he wanted that day. Husband. Fairy Hongxia saw the strange expression on Xiao Hua's face and hurriedly transmitted her voice. What I said, don't be angry. Eldest senior brother Li and junior brother Xiao are not outsiders. Hee, my wife. Xiao Hua held Fairy Hongxia's hand and transmitted his voice back. Your husband knows that I'm of low birth and don't have the self-restraint of a disciple from a cultivation family. If there's anything wrong in the future, feel free to say it. There's no need to be afraid of anything. Hee. Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't unhappy, Fairy Hongxia's heart relaxed. She lowered her head and said, husband is the most important thing. I will definitely remind husband in the future, but I definitely won't be so obvious. Actually, if it wasn't for eldest senior brother Li and Xiao Mao, I would have already transmitted my voice. A good wife and loving mother. Xiao Hua lamented in his heart. He slightly exerted his strength and held Fairy Hongxia's hand tightly. He sighed and said, what virtue and ability did I have to be able to gain the favor of my wife? With my wife's company, I won't be lonely in this lifetime. I will definitely do what I can. If this isn't Sister Xue, then who is it? Fairy Hongxia blinked her eyes and laughed. Xue. Hearing Fairy Hongxia mention Xue, Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Oh, what's the matter, my husband? Fairy Hongxia was quick-witted. Seeing that Xiao Hua was unhappy, she hurriedly said, Sister Xue, what's the matter? I won't. Junior brother Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was about to answer, Li Zongbao said calmly, just now when Qi Qingyi mentioned the extreme magnetic ray, I thought of something. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia and smiled bitterly. He let go of her hand and flew to Li Zongbao's side. He asked, eldest senior brother Li, please enlighten me. It's recorded in the ancient books of the Utopia faction. Li Zongbao said unhurriedly, the extreme magnetic ray is usually produced in places extremely far away. Because of the magnetic force in these places, it can produce primordial rays that are like sharp swords. Although the primordial rays are formless, they are like substance. When used with flying swords or magic weapons, they are extremely sharp. The seniors of my Taoist sect once traveled to the extreme north and collected the extreme magnetic ray to refine magic weapons. The quality of this magic weapon is far superior to that of ordinary magic weapons. Actually, when Qi Qingyi mentioned the extreme magnetic ray, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. The extreme magnetic ray was one of the necessary items in the refining method of the spirit-exterminating vital ray that Zhang Qingxiao had given him. Although Xiao Hua had only glanced at it briefly, he still remembered the name. He was still wondering what the extreme magnetic ray was. He didn't expect it to be found in the extreme north of the Huan country. How do we collect the extreme magnetic ray? Xiao Hua asked. Junior brother Xiao, don't think too much about it now. Li Zongbao laughed. Those who can travel to the extreme north are all nascent soul stage and separating soul stage seniors. Moreover, the extreme magnetic ray is very strange. If you don't have a magic weapon that can restrain the extreme magnetic ray, even if you go there, it's impossible to get the extreme magnetic ray. So it's like this. Xiao Hua still didn't give up. Then, which senior of my Taoist sect has this magic weapon? It seems to be the Kunlun sect. Li Zongbao pondered for a moment and said, the Kunlun sect was established the earliest and has a long history. They seem to have a magic weapon called the two-winged spectroscope, which is refined using the extreme magnetic ray. Senior brother, which senior is also from the Kunlun sect? That's not it. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, of course there are many seniors who went to the extreme north. My Utopia faction also has some. However, only the Kunlun sect can successfully collect the extreme magnetic ray and refine it into a magic weapon. Kunlun sect, Xiao Hua looked pensive and immediately thought of the frost bamboo. However, Li Zongbao obviously misunderstood Xiao Hua and hurriedly said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, don't look down on the Kunlun sect. Although the Kunlun sect didn't have any powerful disciples in this sword battle, and even martial uncle Yuan Zhongyu had a mediocre performance, he was hiding his strength and biding his time. The foundation of the Kunlun sect is far from what we've seen. According to Master, even arrogant sects like your country of Xishanghua sect and Qiqiao sect may not be able to compete with the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun sect is so powerful? Xiao Hua had never been to Mount Kunlun in the country of Lian, so he naturally didn't know the situation of the Kunlun sect. Seeing Li Zongbao so serious about this matter, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Yes, there are many cultivation sects on the Xiaoyu continent, but there are only a few that can really be in charge. These cultivation sects have also risen and fallen with the passage of time, but if there's one that can really stand tall, it's the Kunlun sect. Li Zongbao said in a low voice. Big brother? At this moment Xiao Mao opened his mouth and pointed into the distance. If we fly forward for another 10 miles there's an ice field. I've already seen it. There are hundreds of sword cultivators waiting for us there. Qingyi is among them. Then he pointed to the left and said with a cautious expression, there are also hundreds of swordsmen over there, blocking the way to Mount Meng. Just as Big Brother expected, if we don't break through the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation, the disciples of the Seven Spirit Mountain may not let us go. Good. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and said, we'll fly slowly and the preparations are almost done. How about it, Senior Brother Li? You still want to lead the way? Good. Li Zongbao laughed and clapped his hand. A 1-foot-long ring appeared and said, let the sword cultivators of the Seven Spirit Mountain see how powerful I am. Senior Brother Li, where's your immortal piercing whip? Xiao Hua was surprised to see Li Zongbao take out a ring. The immortal piercing whip was destroyed in the spirit-devouring formation of the sword cultivators. Li Zongbao's face showed a trace of pity. I don't have a suitable magic treasure, so I'll use Master's Yin-Yang ring for the time being. Oh, the spirit-devouring formation. Xiao Hua immediately thought of the few spirit-devouring bugs in the sword pouch and asked, can't it be repaired? Maybe it can, maybe it can't. Li Zongbao said desolately, even if it can be repaired, I'm afraid it won't be the same immortal piercing whip as before. Alright then. Senior Brother Li should follow behind me. As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his divine sense and looked ahead. Huh? Xiao Mao. Your divine sense can see more than 10 miles away? Li Zongbao naturally released his divine sense and suddenly realized something. He looked at Xiao Mao with some astonishment. Xiao Mao's face showed a trace of unnaturalness and he said with a smile, yes, my divine sense is stronger than ordinary cultivators. Now I can see more than 10 miles away. That's right. Xiao Hua didn't notice this before. His divine sense was stronger than ordinary cultivators, and he also had Buddhist awareness. When Xiao Mao said it just now he didn't care at all. Now that he heard Li Zongbao's astonishment, he understood. Ordinary cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage could only see more than 10 miles away with their divine sense. Xiao Mao, who was just in the middle foundation establishment stage, could see more than 10 miles away. The strength of his divine sense was not ordinary. Chapter 2762. However, the strength of one's divine sense was not only related to one's cultivation method, it was also closely related to some secret techniques. In particular, the range of one's divine sense should be one of the secrets of a cultivator. Xiao Mao was not on guard against Xiao Hua and the others, so he inadvertently revealed it. If it were anyone else he would definitely have concealed it. Of course, Li Zongbao also understood. He only asked a question and then shut his mouth. He didn't say anything else and looked into the distance. Fairy Hongxia blinked her eyes and looked like she wanted to say something. Xiao Mao was more observant than Xiao Hua. He quickly smiled and said, Senior sister, please don't ask me. I've been like this since I was young. I don't have any secret techniques. Oh, Fairy Hongxia was a little disappointed. She smiled and said, there are very few secret techniques that can strengthen one's spiritual sense. Although my cultivation is not bad, my spiritual sense cultivation is still lacking. I haven't found a suitable mental cultivation method yet. Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Hua was looking ahead. When he heard Fairy Hongxia's muttering, he asked curiously, I thought you were a disciple of the Huanhua sect and had a golden core stage master. I thought you would have a lot of secret techniques. Fairy Hongxia laughed. My dear Xiao, you can ask Senior Brother Li. How can an ordinary cultivator obtain the spiritual sense forging technique? Even for a genius like Senior Brother Li, I'm afraid he only has a few simple chants. Li Zongbao did not reply. Obviously, he had the spiritual sense forging technique. However, it belonged to the Utopia faction. He could not tell Fairy Hongxia. Xiao Hua heard and felt a little heartache. He knew why Fairy Hongxia did not tell him. There were many cultivation methods and secret techniques in his space, and he was slowly comprehending them. He also had the so-called spiritual force forging technique, but most of them were damaged and incomplete, so they weren't very useful. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and handed it to Fairy Hongxia. He said, "This is God's guidance. It is a spiritual sense forging technique. Take it and comprehend it." "No, my dear Xiao." A sweet smile appeared on Fairy Hongxia's face as she said, "This is the secret technique of your Imperial Thunder sect. It's not suitable for me to comprehend it yet." Of course, what Fairy Hongxia said was at this time. If it was at that time, after the dual cultivation ceremony, she would definitely ask Xiaohua for it. "It doesn't matter. This isn't a secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect." Xiaohua waves his hand and the jade letter flies in front of Fairy Hongxia and says, "In the future, if you want any cultivation technique or even other things, you can tell this Xiao." Thank you so much, my dear Xiao." Fairy Hongxia was overjoyed and accepted the jade slip with a smile. "Big brother, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I don't have such a secret technique." Xiao Mao's eyes lit up when he heard that it wasn't a secret technique from the Imperial Thunder sect. I'll give it to you. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I'll let your senior sister copy it for you." "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Mao called out with a smile and flew in front of Fairy Hongxia. "Thank you for your trouble, senior sister." Fairy Hongxia also didn't delay. While flying, she made a copy of the complete God's guidance and gave it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao took the jade letter and just by using his divine sense to scan it, he was dumbfounded. How was this a secret technique? It was simply a cultivation technique. Just the first level of the chant was enough to make him puzzled. Unconsciously, Xiao Mao felt a trace of warmth in his heart. The loneliness that he couldn't dispel all this time seemed to be gradually disappearing. The four of them flew at a leisurely pace for nearly the time it took to eat a meal. In the sky in front of them, in the white dawn, there were about 100 swordsmen wearing the same sword attire standing in an orderly manner. These swordsmen were all strong and healthy people. Their stature was almost uniform. Qingyi was standing in front of these disciples. Seeing that Xiaohua and the others were actually smiling and flying over without the slightest bit of panic, he was very surprised. At the same time, the slight delay he had when he received the message from the swordsman had already disappeared. "You really keep your word." Qingyi flew a few feet forward and said with a smile. Xiaohua was no longer hiding behind Li Zongbao like he was during the Dao sword battle. He also flew forward and said with a smile, "There are disciples of the Seven Spirit Mountain all around. I can't go anywhere else even if I want to. I can only keep coming here. People of the sword domain have always been hospitable. I was afraid that you would misunderstand my hospitality, so I wanted to invite you over." Qingyi's expression didn't change as he replied naturally. Xiaohua didn't waste time with him. He pointed his finger and said, "Is this the Brahma Pagoda formation of your Seven Spirit Mountain? You are really impatient." Qingyi shook his head and said, "The Brahma Pagoda formation of my Seven Spirit Mountain is a famous formation in the sword domain. How can it be so simple?" What do you mean?" Xiaohua was a little confused. "If you don't set up the formation, how can we break it? You should hurry up. We still have to hurry." "Hahang, you are really interesting." Qingyi laughed. "You can still be so calm in the face of my Seven Spirit Mountain's Brahma Pagoda formation. This is the first time I have seen you." "Yes, I haven't seen it before, but there will be many in the future." Xiaohua nodded and said seriously, "When I establish a sect in the future, I will set a rule. No one can panic when they see the Brahma Pagoda formation of the Seven Spirit Mountain." Qingyi was really laughing very happily. He cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua, you are indeed a wonderful person. You are worthy of my sword realm transforming into a sword and sending a message to my Seven Spirit Mountain." After a while, Qingyi stopped laughing and said, "If you were a disciple of my sword domain, I would definitely think of ways to befriend you. Unfortunately, you are a disciple of the Dao sect. What a pity." "Pity? What's there to pity?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Everyone in the world, regardless of whether they are cultivators or swordsmen, are all humans. They are all cultivators. Why can't I befriend them? Even if I forget it? Actually, among the sword cultivators of your Huan country, there are also people who are magnanimous. I also respect them." Xiaohua naturally couldn't say Ji Ye's name. Instead, he looked at the distant horizon and said. A strange look appeared in Qingyi's eyes. He said curiously, "This is also the first time I have heard of this." Previously, all the cultivators I have met didn't see us as cultivators. They only felt that they were of the orthodox Taoism. If everyone was like what you are thinking, I'm afraid that such a meaningless great battle between Taoism and sword would never occur. Xiao Hua interrupted Qi Qingyi's words. Unfortunately, this is only a beautiful wish. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. This is also an ancient saying. That's right. At this point, Qi Qingyi felt a sense of hypocrisy. He waved his hand and said, "Guests of the Tao sect, please." After everyone enters the formation, the Brahma Pagoda's formation will be activated. Wait, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Before entering the formation, I still have a condition." What condition? Qi Qingyi frowned. Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's not too late to mention it now, right? Xiao Hua said indifferently. Qi Qingyi thought for a moment and asked, "What condition do you have? Tell me about it first." We came here to gain experience. It has nothing to do with the great battle now. Xiao Hua said word by word. Since your sect received Senior Huaijian's message and had no choice but to set up the sword formation, we can naturally accept it. However, life and death are involved within the formation. If we were to use too much force, don't blame us for harming the lives of your sect's disciples. Naturally. If my 7 Spirit Mountains disciples were to use too much force, you must forgive them. Qi Qingyi said indifferently. Then he quietly listened to Xiao Hua's explanation. We don't want to take too many lives. Therefore we will try our best to hold back within the formation. Xiao Hua looked at the 100 or so 7 Spirit Mountains disciples in the distance and said, "However, I will only hold back in this battle. If we encounter any sword cultivators in the future, I will not show any mercy. I hope you can promise me that once we break the Brahma Pagoda's formation, you will not send any more sword cultivators to harass us." This. Qi Qingyi frowned. He didn't know why Xiao Hua was so confident in breaking the formation. However, when he looked at Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and the others, he came to a realization and said with a smile, "I will inform Senior Huaijian of your benevolence. However, I cannot promise you this. I can only promise you that if you break the formation of my 7 Spirit Mountain, my 7 Spirit Mountains disciples will not stop you. If any 7 Spirit Mountains disciples try to stop you, you can kill them. My 7 Spirit Mountain will not hold it against you. As for the other sword sects, I don't dare to represent them." Xiao Hua saw that Qi Qingyi had misunderstood and knew that he thought he was stalling and wanted to finish the job in one fell swoop. However, he didn't explain and said, "That's all I have to say. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future." "Alright, I will definitely pass on your words. Please, Senior Huaijian." Qi Qingyi nodded and stepped aside. The 100 or so swordsmen behind him moved at the same time, revealing a passage. However, the 100 or so swordsmen's faces were no longer as calm as before. They had all heard Xiao Hua and Qi Qingyi's words. Xiao Hua's current cultivation was only around the middle stage of foundation establishment, which was equivalent to a 3rd or 4th stage swordsman. He wasn't too far off from these swordsmen's cultivation. However, according to Xiao Hua's words, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Therefore, each and every one of them glared angrily at him. Their gazes were like flying swords that pierced Xiao Hua full of holes. Xiao Hua really didn't put these swordsmen in his eyes. He swaggered and flew in. Li Zongbao and the others were different from Xiao Hua. Their faces were filled with vigilance as they released their divine senses. Only then did they follow Xiao Hua through the gap between the swordsmen. At this moment, the 100 or so swordsmen were still in neat rows, forming a square formation. Xiao Hua and the others had entered a corner of the square. In fact, the entire square was already covered by Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense. There were no strange fluctuations at all. It was no different from ordinary swordsmen standing in the air. Chapter 2763. Of course, these 7 Spirit Mountain swordsmen were weapon cultivators. Their bodies flickered with a faint brilliance. The brilliance circled around them and swam up and down. When Xiao Hua and the others entered, the rhythm of the flickering light and swam was somewhat chaotic. But as Xiao Hua went deeper, the brightness and darkness of the brilliance began to converge. Even the rhythm of the brilliance began to synchronize. Oh, so that's how it is. Although Xiao Hua was smiling, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Not to mention that the 7 Spirit Mountain had received the order to transform into swords, they would not act rashly. Even if they did not transform into swords, if the 7 Spirit Mountain wanted to meet him, they would definitely not use some sloppy array. Since they dared to set up a sword array, then, they must have the confidence to kill him in one strike. The combined attack of 100 weapon cultivators? I'm afraid it's powerful. This young master was exaggerating just now. Xiaohua's mind whirled. I shouldn't have let Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and my wife enter the array. This first strike is not easy to receive. After the first strike, this young master will deal a heavy blow. While Xiaohua was thinking, he had already arrived at the center of the array. This was a space about 100 feet in size. It was also square. Are you ready, sir? Qi Qingyi's voice came from outside the weapon cultivators. It sounded like a reminder from fellow disciples who were competing. This Qi is going to activate the array. Xiaohua looked around and transmitted a few words to Fairy Hongxia. He raised his voice and said, This Xiao and the others are ready. Sir, bring it on. Xiaohua's voice was also gentle. It was impossible to tell that this was a fight between cultivators and swordsmen. His tone was even more indifferent than when he first entered the Thunder Arena. All right. Be careful, sire, the formation. Before Qi Qingyi could finish speaking, his voice trailed off. The weapon cultivators around Xiaohua and the others simultaneously flashed with a beautiful brilliance. This brilliance was like a rising sun, illuminating the nearby night sky. Moreover, this sun was actually rising slowly, rapidly covering an area of several hundred feet around Xiaohua and the others. Even Qi Qingyi's words couldn't be heard. Damn, this great array is powerful. Xiaohua felt that his divine sense and Buddhist consciousness were also being blocked, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. His entire body flashed with faint lightning, and his entire body rapidly rushed up, rushing towards the gap above his head that hadn't closed yet. Unfortunately, it was at this moment that Qi Qingyi's voice rang out from above again. Sir, the Great Formation hasn't been activated yet. According to our previous agreement, you can't attack yet. Why would this young master care so much about you? Xiaohua sneered and stretched out his hand. A rumbling sound of thunder came from between his hands. This was a spell that he had been thinking about ever since he couldn't summon lightning in the Blood Drop Paradise. Now that he suddenly used it, he was still a little rusty. Your Excellency, please calm down. Qi Qingyi's voice was still filled with concern. If you don't abide by our previous agreement, not only will you not be able to obtain the Spirit Tool's secret refining technique, the Seven Spirit Mountain will also report this matter to Senior Huajian. If Senior Huajian were to personally take action, would you find it interesting? Well, Xiaohua hesitated after hearing Qi Qingyi's threat. However, while he was hesitating, the gap above his head sped up. You dare to trick this young master? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. His hands moved, and with a crackling sound, a few bolts of lightning appeared between his hands, striking towards that crack. His body shot out like a sharp arrow once again. Haha, this Qi is thinking for your excellency. Qi Qingyi laughed loudly and his voice disappeared again. Rumble. The lightning struck the gap that hadn't closed yet, and a huge sound rang out. However, wherever the lightning struck, the brilliance on the weapon cultivator's body became even more intense. Furthermore, this brilliance continued to spread outwards and only stopped after it had spread for several dozen feet. Just as the brilliance returned to its original state, Xiaohua could clearly see that within the brilliance, in the gaps between the weapon cultivators, the lightning was gradually dissipating with a sizzling sound. Damn it, the Seven Spirit Mountain came prepared. Xiaohua understood. They must know that this young master's phoenix celestial body can attract lightning, so they set up the Great Brahma Pagoda formation. This great formation has the ability to avoid lightning, and all the lightning can only concentrate on the gaps between the disciples who set up the formation, and can't directly hit the disciples who set up the formation. While Xiaohua was pondering, the radiance above his head had already merged. Streams of flowing radiance flowed back and forth within the space of several hundred meters like water ripples, covering the figures of the 81 weapon cultivators who set up the formation. Even Xiaohua's divine sense was blocked within this space, and could no longer penetrate it. It seemed like this was another blood drop paradise. Buzz, just as Xiaohua was about to rush towards the weapon cultivator closest to him, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the radiance all around him. Not good. I'm afraid this is the first attack. Xiaohua thought to himself. He didn't have time to attack the weapon cultivator closest to him, and his figure rapidly descended. However, he still shouted, quickly set up the innate primordial water. Yes. In the center of the great formation, Fairy Hongxia had already received Xiaohua's instructions. When she heard the order, she immediately shook her shoulders, and the ice phoenix celestial body that was several hundred meters in size was released. She opened her mouth, and a stream of sparkling innate primordial water sprayed out. Under Fairy Hongxia's control, it protected Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. When Xiaohua landed, he landed right in the gap of the primordial water. Boom! A huge restrictive force struck from the place where Xiaohua landed, and it hit the primordial water that covered Xiaohua's figure. The innate primordial water created waves of several feet high, and Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body swayed twice. It seemed to be quite strenuous. Moreover, after the radiance dissipated, the restrictive force didn't disappear. Instead, it surrounded the sparkling water and slowly expanded outside of it. Xiao Lang. Fairy Hongxia laughed bitterly. Although I can use the Ice Phoenix celestial body to cast the innate primordial water, part of the attack on the primordial water will also be transmitted to the celestial body. If it was a dozen people, it would be fine. But with nearly 100 people attacking, I'm afraid I won't be able to last long. All right. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "You just need to protect senior brother Li and Xiao Mao. I'll speed up the process of breaking the array." As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. He turned his head and ordered, "Let me out." Fairy Hongxia hurriedly activated her Phoenix celestial body. The innate primordial water that was originally easy to break open was now somewhat strenuous under the restrictive force. Open. The moment Xiaohua came out, the innate primordial water immediately met with the restrictive force. He sneered in his heart and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. As he chanted an incantation, a blue radiance shot out from the Kunlun mirror and struck the nearest radiance. When the blue light beam struck the radiance immediately froze and turned into a blue ice shard. Within the ice dregs there was a blue crystal. The figure of an extremely astonished weapon refiner disciple was actually embedded within this crystal. However, the crystal didn't fall. Instead, it hung within the radiance that seemed to be a hole. Near the crystal, the radiance flickered at the same time. Circles of obscure ripples surged towards the area that was struck. As the radiance flickered, the blue ice shard actually began to melt. The weapon cultivator's figure also began to move. Powerful. Xiaohua secretly praised in his heart and sneered at the same time. If this array was used to deal with ordinary golden core cultivators, it would naturally work. Unfortunately, the one you've met is this young master. How can these 100 or so Foundation establishment swordsmen be a match for this young master? Even if you set up an array, it's still not enough. Go. Xiaohua pointed with his finger, and the Kunlun mirror flew out from his hand, casually shining in a direction. With a whoosh, another blue-colored light beam shot out, and with lightning speed, it struck another weapon refiner disciple. That azure ice crystal appeared once again. At this time, Xiaohua didn't wait for the brilliance to flicker. He urged the Kunlun mirror again. This time, the place that was hit was near the previous location. Wang, within the entire formation, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded. It was as if 100 magical treasures had been activated at the same time. An enormous force that could even sink a mountain into the ground was born from the top of Xiaohua's head, pressing down on Xiaohua. "Ah! Who's afraid of you?" Xiaohua laughed. He divided his divine sense to urge the Kunlun mirror and continued to attack. At the same time, he clapped his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. Like a sturgeon swimming against the current, he rushed towards the huge force. The wishful steel staff in his hand also struck out. Boom, what a huge shock. The entire space was shaking. That huge force was actually caught by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Xiaohua's figure didn't even move at all. Like a pine tree, he stood majestically. "Do you want to come again?" Xiaohua shouted. Following the direction of the force, he rushed up. The wishful steel staff was raised high, and he casually hit a place in the array. Boom, the brilliance was annihilated with the fall of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. There seemed to be no stagnation. At the place where the wishful steel staff fell, a weapon refiner disciple who had gradually transformed into a magic weapon was also hit out of the array by Xiaohua. The weapon refiner disciple's body slowly recovered. He looked at his figure that was flying further and further away in disbelief. He tried his best to control his balance. Just as Xiaohua turned to look at the weapon refiner next to him who was hit and was about to raise the wishful steel staff again, he heard the voice of Hongxia Fairy. Xiaohua's divine sense swept back and saw that Hongxia Fairy's Ice Phoenix Dharma body could no longer bear the heavy pressure and attack of the Brahma Pagoda's array. It had already been absorbed into her body, and the innate primordial water's defense was also restrained by the imprisonment. It was getting thinner and thinner and it could no longer be maintained. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, they had already rushed out of the primordial water and took out their respective magic weapons. The magic weapons flashed with brilliance and emitted a strange sound as they attacked the weapon refiner disciple closest to them. However, the weapon refiners were now all in the divine transformation stage. Each of them was like a magic weapon. Although the power of a single magic weapon might not be comparable to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, under the Brahma Pagoda's array, the Yin and Yang rings and the Heaven and Earth rings were restrained by the magic weapons. They were always hit and were unable to hurt the weapon refiners of the Seven Spirit Mountains. Chapter 2764. Go, Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead, and an even more vast primordial true water rushed out from the top of his head, protecting Hongxia Fairy, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. You don't have a magic weapon, so wait here for a while. Xiaohua shouted and waved his staff again. Just as he was about to attack, his gaze fell and he was slightly stunned. Previously, he had already sent a nearby artifact cultivator disciple flying, revealing a gap. But now, that gap had already disappeared, and another artifact cultivator who looked exactly the same appeared in that gap. Strange. What's going on? Xiaohua felt strange. When he waved his hand, the staff broke the force of imprisonment, and the brilliance around him disappeared, and he sent another disciple flying from the array. However, just as the big array revealed a flaw, the brilliance of the whole array once again flowed like water waves. When a layer of watery brilliance swayed, a disciple naturally appeared in the gap, and then another attack was sent out from the gap of this disciple. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly realized, this big array is like a whole body of water. If I send one flying, it can replace another disciple from the side, and transfer the flaw to another place. But what if this young master sends disciples flying again and again? After Xiaohua understood, he was very happy again. Although these 81 disciples were powerful, and Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Hongxia Fairy were definitely not their opponents, their attacks could not be seen in Xiaohua's eyes. Although he could not use the seal of turning the sea, he could not use the flying sword, but with the staff and the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua was confident that he could break this array. Come. I'll let you see the power of this young master. Xiaohua knew that there was something fishy about it. He waved the staff and displayed the heavenly staff technique, smashing it towards the brilliance of the array. Boom, 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 boom. With the fall of the staff, one disciple after another was sent flying by Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not need to change places at all. He only needed to hit one place and the staff would not miss. This is bad. This brat is quite astute. How did you see through the flaws in the formation so quickly? Qi Qingyi stood outside the great formation. When he saw many disciples flying out in just a short while, he was shocked again. Also, this guy's staff technique is like a body cultivator's. He's even stronger than us artifact cultivators. If he continues to fight, the formation will definitely break. However, Qi Qingyi had still underestimated Xiaohua. Just as he was pondering, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the other side of the great formation. A gentle and slightly mocking voice rang out from there. We have already escaped from the Brahma Pagoda's great formation. Your great formation has been broken by us. This voice belonged to Fairy Hongxia. However, before she could finish her sentence, a strange goo-goo sound came from the array. The light of the array was suddenly extinguished. Oh, not good. Fairy Hongxia screamed again. At this moment, the great formation of the Brahma Pagoda was shaking rapidly. The weapons that were transformed by the artifact cultivators were like stones falling from the peak of a mountain. They quickly collided with each other, producing a ka-ka sound. Following the continuous vibrations, the shape of the great formation rapidly changed. A sharp protrusion slowly rose from the center of the great formation, and the surroundings of the great formation shrank again. Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao's figures were revealed from the side of the great formation. They were somewhat stunned as they looked in front of them. A huge pagoda of about 10 feet in height was formed from the great formation. The huge pagoda was rather rough, and the weapons that were transformed by the artifact cultivators were bricks in the huge pagoda. There were still some gaps between these bricks. Swoosh, like ripples on water, a ray of light flashed out from the top of the pagoda. It quickly brushed down. Wherever the ray of light passed, the gaps between the bricks would immediately become tight. In the blink of an eye, a huge, lofty pagoda was revealed in midair. When the ray of light reached the bottom of the pagoda, it flashed past each other and immediately rushed up to the top of the pagoda. A loud buzzing sound rang out within the huge pagoda. This is the real Brahma Pagoda Great Formation. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's eyes were also flashing with shock. He could understand the formation of 81 artifact cultivators. However, it seemed like this was the first time he had heard of the 81 artifact cultivators forming a huge weapon. It was even more so the first time he had seen it. Your Excellency and the rest of you, please wait here for a moment. You have all come out, but Xiaohua has yet to come out. This great formation. He has yet to break it. Qi Qingyi glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao, as if he did not put them in his eyes. After saying a few words, he rushed up to the top of the Brahma Pagoda. Although we have all come out, we can still attack from outside the formation. How could Fairy Hong Xia be at ease with Xiaohua? She shook her shoulders and was about to release her Ice Phoenix celestial body. Since you have all come out, it means that you have already broken the formation. If you continue to attack, you will be violating the agreement between you and me, Qi Qingyi said coldly. There are 81 disciples here who are also abiding by the agreement. If you are the first to violate it, don't blame me for going back on my words. At that time, who do you think will be the one at a disadvantage? Fairy Hong Xia hesitated slightly. Li Zongbao gave her a look and transmitted his voice. Junior sister, don't be impatient. You know junior brother Zhao's cultivation better than me. He could have come out just now, but he stayed in the formation in order to hold Xiao Mao back. This Brahma Pagoda Great Formation is indeed powerful, but I feel that it is impossible to keep junior brother Xiao here. You and I will just watch from the sidelines. Okay, Fairy Hong Xia was actually worried. When Li Zongbao said this, she immediately realized what kind of person Xiaohua was. He was a fierce person who had scared Lu Ruochang away. How could he be trapped in this Brahma Pagoda Great Formation? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to kill and didn't want to reveal his true cultivation, what was there for her to worry about? Before the Brahma Pagoda Great Formation was really activated, Xiaohua was holding the wishful staff and kicking the weapon cultivator disciples outside the Great Formation. Then he heard a rumbling sound coming from the space behind him. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Xiaohua had been using the Kunlun mirror to emit a frosty air. During this period of time, it had already condensed more than a dozen places in the Great Formation into crystals. The Great Formation emitted a fierce brilliance to repair these crystals. However, at the same time, Xiaohua had kicked more than a dozen weapon cultivator disciples out of the Great Formation. All of a sudden, there were less than 30 disciples in the Great Formation. Although the entire Great Formation was overflowing with brilliance to repair these gaps, the positions of the 81 weapon cultivator disciples were fixed. Right behind Xiaohua, a rather large gap had already appeared. With a single glance, one could see that there were roughly 20 or so empty spots for weapon refinement disciples. This Brahma Pagoda Great Formation actually sent the disciples behind Xiaohua to Xiaohua. However, because the weapon cultivators in the Great Formation were different, they had no choice but to reveal a slight flaw in the distance from Xiaohua. Of course, this flaw was only revealed slightly. With a rumbling sound, the brilliance quickly repaired it. This Great Formation has been broken by us. Senior Brother Li, let's go. We'll rush out of the Great Formation. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His figure swayed and flew towards the gap. Xiaohua's flying speed was so fast. Although Li Zongbao, Fairy Hong Xia and the others were in the center of the Great Formation and were very close to the gap, when Li Zongbao and the other two were not even halfway to the gap, Xiaohua had already swept over their heads. Swoosh, splendor flashed rapidly in the gap. Pa pa pa, sounds rang out. Like building a wall, the great array once again drew weapons from all over and piled them up in the gap. It seemed to be making up for this gap. Fight, how could Xiaohua allow the Great Formation to be repaired again? With a point of his finger, the Kunlun mirror that had already completed its task flashed with an earthy yellow brilliance once again. A powerful surge of magic power condensed in the earth pillar surged towards the gap, immediately diluting the brilliance in the cave. The pa-pa-pa sounds immediately became much softer. Rumble. After the brilliance of the Great Formation was diluted, it shook violently once again. A powerful suction force was generated from all around the Great Formation. Not only were the weapon cultivators who were sent flying by Xiaohua pulled back by the huge force, Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao who had already rushed to the gap were also pulled back. Get out. Xiaohua was ranked third. With a wave of his Taoist robe, heaven and earth in the sleeves was unleashed. In an instant, it enveloped Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. With a casual push, it cut off the suction force of the Great Formation. Their bodies became light, and like arrows they shot out of the rapidly shrinking gap. After sending off the two of them, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and used another heaven and earth in the sleeves to grab Xiao Mao. There was no other way. Xiao Mao's cultivation was the weakest among the four of them. Previously he was the closest to Xiao Hua, but was also far away from the gap. Even when he used all his magic power to fly in this direction, there was still a huge gap. But just as Xiao Hua grabbed Xiao Mao, the rumbling sound beside him became even louder. The brilliance of the Kunlun mirror was covered by the brilliance of the Great Formation, and the gap was quickly repaired. Damn it, you can't bully people like this, alright? Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that every time they met with danger together, it would always end up like this. Attack. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He once again activated the Kunlun mirror and was about to launch an attack. At this moment, the entire space emitted a strange sound, as if it was about to destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire space quickly turned upside down and vibrated rapidly. An indescribable, seemingly irresistible wave of energy was produced in the entire space, enveloping Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao within. Even the brilliance of the Kunlun mirror was restrained by the rapidly reverberating waves in the space, unable to attack. Instead, it slowly descended and flew above Xiao Hua's head. Chapter 2765. Big Brother. Seeing this, Xiao Mao seemed a little ashamed. He looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to say something, but found it hard to open his mouth. Don't say anything. Xiao Hua laughed. I didn't plan to go out at all. I wanted to send you out first so I could harm these weapon cultivators. Now you're in for a treat. Take a good look. Yes. Xiao Mao knew that Xiao Hua was comforting him. If he wanted to break the array himself, he wouldn't have let the three of them in. Just like what Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao saw from the outside, the entire array changed abruptly. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao were dumbfounded as the array shook violently. However, they were even more shocked than Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. This was because, in their eyes, the array became bigger and bigger. The space in the pagoda grew from 100 feet to a few hundred feet. Of course, if it wasn't the array that became bigger, then it was Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao who became smaller. As for who was bigger and who was smaller, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao who were in the array naturally couldn't tell. This is the real Brahma Pagoda array. Just like Fairy Hongxia, when Xiao Hua saw the pagoda-shaped space within the Brahma Pagoda, he muttered to himself in his heart. It was the 81 magic artifacts that formed the entire Brahma Pagoda. Iwawa, an inexplicable sound came from the top of the pagoda. It slowly descended and reverberated in the entire pagoda space. See, Xiao Mao frowned first, as if a trace of impatience had appeared in his heart. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Hua didn't feel that there was anything strange about the sound and looked at Xiao Mao strangely. This sound is very irritating in my ears. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua and answered honestly. And there's a kind of impulse to let go of everything. Let go of everything? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Feels like everything you do is meaningless. Let go of everything and surrender. Xiao Mao explained. This is the sound attack of weapon cultivators. Damn it, it's really powerful. I see. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. However, this sound didn't have the effect that Xiao Mao had described. I'm afraid it's because of the difference in cultivation level. Xiao Hua didn't think too much about it. He pointed his finger, and the Kunlun mirror once again flashed with brilliance. The entire mirror faced upwards, and with a schwa sound, a green brilliance several feet in size shot out from the Kunlun mirror, shooting straight towards the surface of the pagoda that was flashing with a faint white light. The green brilliance shot straight up, and just as it flew up 1 foot, the misty green threads of light began to transform, and thick green trees began to appear in the brilliance. With a rumbling sound, the green trees collided with each other like mountains and seas of trees. They swayed and collided with the Brahma Pagoda. Following the loud roar, the entire pagoda shook violently. The faint Sanskrit chants actually began to appear intermittently amidst the roar. Alright. When Xiao Hua saw that the Kunlun mirror was effective, he was overjoyed. He activated the magic power in his body, and rays of green brilliance unceasingly surged out. These rays of brilliance struck the same direction of the Brahma Pagoda, causing the entire pagoda to shake incessantly. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Buzz, a milky white brilliance, along with a kind of intense fluctuation, appeared at the top of the pagoda. It covered the bottom of the pagoda, and scattered the brilliance of Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror. And wherever the brilliance went, the shaking of the Brahma pagoda gradually stopped. With just these? Xiaohua sneered and instructed Xiao Mao, "You will fall to the bottom of the great array, and see how I will break it." Yes. Xiao Mao knew that he couldn't help, so he released the universe ring to protect himself and flew down. However, as he flew, he slightly turned his head back as if he was worried about Xiaohua. "Rise." When Xiaohua saw that Xiao Mao had flown far away, he shouted loudly. He held the Kunlun mirror with both hands, and the tricolored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror soared into the sky, like a waterfall, and struck the top of the Brahma pagoda. Repulse, just before the tricolored brilliance rushed into the Brahma pagoda, a muffled sound came from the top of the pagoda. At the same time, countless rays of white brilliance emerged from all over the Brahma pagoda like fireflies, and gathered at the top of the pagoda. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic humanoid figure was formed in front of the tricolored brilliance. This humanoid figure was 3 zhang tall, and its facial features were somewhat blurry. The upper body was slightly clearer and it had 2 arms and a body. However, the lower body was still formed by the white brilliance and it didn't transform. When this humanoid figure appeared, it immediately clenched its huge fist and smashed towards the tricolored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the tricolored brilliance was actually destroyed by the fist. Although the scattered brilliance hit the Brahma pagoda again, it was obvious that the attack on the Brahma pagoda had weakened by a lot, and it didn't pose a threat. Artifact spirit? Seeing the birth of the gigantic spirit, Xiaohua was shocked at first, but then he came to a realization. Those specks of brilliance that were like fireflies from before were the artifact spirits of every artifact cultivator's artifact. These artifact spirits were extremely weak, and these 81 artifact spirits were gathered together with the help of the Brahma pagoda's great formation, giving birth to an even larger artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was equivalent to the combined power of 81 swordsmen. Not to mention ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, even Golden Core cultivators would be defeated if they entered this formation. Therefore, it was extremely normal for this gigantic spirit to be able to disperse the attack of Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror. Good. Understanding this, Xiaohua beamed with joy. Since these artifact cultivators of the 7-Spirit Mountain could give birth to weak artifact spirits, then Qiqing's promise must be based on something. The 7-Spirit Mountain definitely had a secret technique to create artifact spirits, and since Xiaohua had broken this formation, would he still have to worry about not being able to obtain the secret technique? You all are really underestimating this young master. Xiaohua activated the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "This young master's strength is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. How can your 81 swordsmen compare to this young master? Not to mention now, even before the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, these 81 swordsmen were no match for this young master. Did this young master eat those 360 Foundation establishment pills for nothing?" As he thought about this, the thick brilliance of the Kunlun mirror shot out again and shot towards the gigantic spirit. Roar! The gigantic spirit grabbed with its hand, and its palm, which was several feet in size, directly slapped down, covering the 3 rays of brilliance. Immediately, a huge force was born from the Kunlun mirror, pressing down the Kunlun mirror by several feet. Oh! Xiaohua's figure naturally followed the Kunlun mirror down by several feet, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although this Kunlun mirror was marvelous, it wasn't a spirit artifact after all. In front of an artifact spirit, all attacks were restricted. Fine, this young master is still in his old profession. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror flew into the air, and the 3 rays of brilliance aimlessly attacked the entire Brahma pagoda. Xiaohua slapped his hand, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand again. He casually waved the staff and rushed into the air. Roar! The gigantic spirit seemed to have some spiritual intelligence. It roared and grabbed with its hand, and the huge force of imprisonment mixed with a strong force grab towards Xiaohua. If nothing unexpected happened, even a demonic artifact couldn't block this grab of the gigantic spirit. The power of imprisonment and attack would definitely fall on Xiaohua's body. But how could the physical body of a Dao sect cultivator resist the artifact spirits condensed by 81 artifacts? Unfortunately, this Brahma pagoda array met Xiaohua. Boom! The wishful staff, which didn't belong to the 5 elements, was able to hit the palm of the artifact spirit. In addition to the power of imprisonment and attack being scattered by Xiaohua's wishful staff, the palm of the artifact spirit was also shattered by the wishful staff. The shattered pieces of the artifact spirit rotated in the air for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and wanted to merge back into the gigantic spirit. However, the fragments swam around the gigantic spirit's palm for a moment, and then flew towards the top of the pagoda. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiaohua laughed and waved the wishful staff in his hand again. He rushed to the side of the gigantic spirit, and with a crackling sound, he fought with the gigantic spirit. The gigantic spirit was just an artifact spirit. Although it had some spiritual intelligence, it could only use offensive methods and completely rely on its own vast power. How could it know anything about close combat? Encountering Xiaohua, whose spiritual power was not weaker than the gigantic spirit, he was not afraid of his imprisonment at all. Moreover, the wishful staff was an opponent that could hit the gigantic spirit's body. Hiss! Outside the Brahma pagoda, Qichingi stood at the top of the pagoda. He could see clearly from the outside and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. He really didn't expect that Xiaohua's spiritual power could be comparable to 81 artifact cultivators. He also understood in his heart that within this Brahma pagoda array, Xiaohua couldn't fake it. He could only fight the gigantic spirit head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Xiaohua actually had a demonic artifact, and this demonic artifact could even hit the artifact spirit. Could it be that? Qichingi raised his hand, somewhat hesitant. Just as Qichingi was thinking for a moment, the gigantic spirit's arms had been completely defeated by Xiaohua, and all the scattered artifact spirits had gathered at the top of the Brahma pagoda. The Kunlun mirror was still fierce, and from time to time, it attacked the Brahma pagoda, which had lost its host. However, fortunately, the gigantic spirit's arms were just a formality. He could attack from all over his body, which was why he was able to block Xiaohua. This kind of clumsy artifact spirit tempering method is only SOSO. Xiaohua's figure was far from being comparable to the clumsy gigantic spirit. The wishful staff could always defeat the gigantic spirit's body. Xiaohua couldn't help but scoff at this. When Xiaohua flew to the back of the gigantic spirit, he roared, "You go to hell." Immediately, the wishful staff was raised high and hit the gigantic spirit's back extremely heavily. Although the gigantic spirit's body was huge and the wishful staff was only 3 feet in size, as the wishful staff hit, there was a loud rumbling sound. The gigantic spirit's back collapsed rapidly, and a fist-sized black hole was created by the wishful staff. Moreover, this black hole did not heal and then it expanded again. It was like a beast's mouth swallowing the entire gigantic spirit. Naturally, after the artifact spirits that formed the gigantic spirit's body were swallowed by this black hole, they scattered and could no longer form the gigantic spirit. They flew to the top of the pagoda. Chapter 2766. This giant spirit is the same as the Brahma pagoda. Although there are only 81 weapon spirits, the flashing brilliance can connect together and actually form a Dharma idol that is several zhang tall. This 7-spirit mountain still has some foundation. Xiaohua put away the wishful staff and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the top of the pagoda. He thought to himself, if this young master's phoenix celestial body was still here, wouldn't it be several times more powerful than this bullshit weapon spirit? Damn it, this won't do. This young master wants to see the heavenly law embodiment technique of the devil world and see if I can cultivate another Dharma idol. Shwa, seeing that the 81 weapon spirits had all gathered at the top of the pagoda, all the weapon spirits began to boil again. An indescribable fluctuation came from the top of the pagoda. Obviously, the top of the pagoda was the center of the entire Brahma pagoda's array. Woo, a strange sound like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves came from the top of the pagoda. Then a cold wind blew across the cliff, and the sharp sound did not stop. What kind of trick is this? Xiaohua frowned. A little bit of dark green color came out from the top of the pagoda. Suddenly, this dark green color lit up all the weapon spirits, and the brilliance of the weapon spirits flashed rapidly. Woo! Another extremely resounding sound came. All the weapon spirits suddenly turned into swords. The 1-foot-long brilliance was like a flying sword, and with a tail behind it, it came crashing down. In the end they are still sword cultivators from the Huan country. They are still unable to break free from the shackles of sword cultivation. Xiaohua laughed and pointed his finger at the Kunlun mirror. The tricolored brilliance on the mirror spread out and blocked Xiaohua's body, blocking the entire lower half of the Brahma pagoda. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when these flying swords fell in front of the tricolored brilliance, they suddenly accelerated and rushed through the brilliance like meteors falling from the sky. The defense of the Kunlun mirror was actually ineffective against these flying swords. Ah, why is that? Xiaohua was stupefied, but soon after he was greatly shocked. He also encountered this situation when he killed Qin Jian. Weren't these the soul swords used by the sword cultivators of the Huan country? Oh, not good. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. As he cried out in alarm, the soul strands within the mysterious dark cloud quickly rushed out from the La'i soul mark between his eyebrows. Every strand of soul rippled violently as they formed a strange net, blocking Xiaohua's path. Woo, woo, a series of shrill sounds rang out, as if a whirlwind had been set off in the entire Brahma pagoda's great array. The dozens of soul swords were actually blocked by Xiaohua's soul threads. They were like flying insects that had fallen into a spider's web, flapping up and down, but they were unable to break free. As for Xiaohua, it was clear that he had reached his limit to resist the dozens of soul swords by himself. His glabella felt a sharp pain as he tried his best to block the soul swords. If it was said that he had the will to destroy these dozens of soul swords, he was still lacking in strength. But at this moment Xiaohua's figure appeared and a panicked voice sounded, "Big brother, oh no! Someone slipped through the net." With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua understood what was going on. Although he had used his soul strands to block several dozen soul swords, there were still close to 10 soul swords that had passed through his soul strands, and were heading towards Xiao Mao, who was at the bottom of the pagoda. Go! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He knew that with Xiao Mao's cultivation, there was no way he could block the soul swords. He hastily pulled out many soul strands and chased after the soul swords. Unfortunately, the soul swords were like lightning, and at the same time Xiao Mao was calling for help, they had already pierced into his glabella. Xiao Mao's cries stopped, his eyes closed, and he fainted. It seemed that Xuanyan School's contribution in the great battle of Dao and Sword was about to be destroyed. Xiaohua's eyes were about to crack, and he was extremely regretful of his negligence. However, his soul strands were still extremely far away from Xiao Mao. Xiaohua couldn't think of any good way to deal with the soul swords other than his soul strands. Even if he wanted to call out the little white dragon, it was too late. At this critical moment, just as the dozens of soul swords were about to pierce Xiao Mao's glabella, a soft boom sounded. It was as if a ball of mist had exploded, and a ball of dark green brilliance appeared from Xiao Mao's glabella. That brilliance was like a ball of runes, and it rapidly flashed, blocking the dozens of soul swords. Ah! Xiaohua was dumbstruck. This looks like green seal script? Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, that rune suddenly dispersed. It really did look like a green seal script, and it spiraled around the dozens of soul swords. Then the brilliance faded and the rune rapidly shrank, turning into a ball smaller than the tip of a needle, and shrank into Xiao Mao's glabella. Good! Xiaohua's divine sense went out, and he saw that Xiao Mao was still unconscious, but there was no change in his aura. Those dozens of soul swords simply didn't have any effect on him. Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly rejoice. However, when Xiaohua saw the dozens of soul swords trembling on the soul strands, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Come! Hundreds of soul strands escaped from the net, and wrapped around one of the soul swords and without hesitation, sent it into his glabella. And when that soul sword fell into the mysterious dark clouds, it couldn't maintain the shape of a soul sword, and reverted to the appearance of a weapon cultivator. That weapon cultivator's soul was entangled by the soul strands, and he couldn't move at all. He tried his best to struggle free and he appeared to be extremely panicked. Umph! Xiaohua sneered. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Of course, this young master wanted to be merciful, but you forced me step by step, and in the end you actually wanted to use soul swords. Qingyi didn't even put your lives in his eyes, so why should this young master be stingy? Then Xiaohua's primordial spirit descended from the pure spirit sky, and like a god he opened his mouth and swallowed that soul. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction came from Xiaohua's primordial spirit, and it made Xiaohua feel extremely comfortable. Then Xiaohua didn't hold back anymore and swallowed 10 weapon spirits in a row. And after swallowing 10 weapon spirits, his primordial spirit didn't feel full at all, as if even if there were 100 weapon spirits, he would still be able to swallow them all. However, at this moment, a ray of light fell from the top of the pagoda, and Qingyi's voice came from the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua, you've already won. Release my 7 Spirit Mountains disciples, and this qi will immediately remove the Great Formation. Don't. Xiaohua sneered. This Great Formation hasn't been broken yet, and this Xiao is still doing his best to resist. If you go easy on me like this, it won't be easy to explain to Senior Huajian. Sigh, please don't joke around, sir. Qi Qingyi fell into the Great Formation and smiled bitterly. Out of the 81 disciples who set up the Great Formation of my Brahma Pagoda, 24 have already fallen. This Great Formation is far from the previous Great Formation. Sir, please release the other disciples and my 7 Spirit Mountain will keep our promise and won't make things difficult for you. Is that so? Xiaohua sneered. This Xiao doesn't seem to see your sincerity. All right. Qi Qingyi clapped his hand, and a thumb-sized jade ring appeared. He waved his hand, and the jade ring drew an arc in the air before landing in front of Xiaohua. This is the secret technique for forging weapon spirits that this qi promised before. It's my 7 Spirit Mountains secret, and now it belongs to you. Oh? You're actually this generous? Xiaohua almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. How could the 7 Spirit Mountain give out the secret technique so easily? Moreover, this jade ring looked very simple and unadorned. It should be a strange item, so how could Qi Qingyi casually take it out from the 7 Spirit Mountain? This qi can swear a sword oath that this contains the secret technique for forging weapon spirits that my 7 Spirit Mountain obtained, and this qi promised you before. Qi Qingyi looked at the dozens of soul swords that had already dimmed, and said urgently, Sir, you can release my 7 Spirit Mountain disciples now. How can that be? You've already fulfilled your promise to me. But what about my brother? Xiaohua pointed at Xiao Mao, who had fainted at the bottom of the pagoda. He was injured by your 7 Spirit Mountain disciples, so no matter what, you should compensate him, right? What? Compensate? Give Xiao Mao? Qi Qingyi stuttered. This doesn't seem to be part of our previous agreement. Yes, it's not part of our agreement, Xiaohua said with a smile. Our agreement was that this Xiao would destroy the Great Formation, but this Great Formation hasn't been destroyed yet, right? Also, you seem to have broken the agreement and barged into the Great Formation. Furthermore, this Xiao even suspects that you're controlling the Great Formation from the outside. Oh? Fine. Qi Qingyi was truly at his wit's end. Looking at Xiaohua's sinister smile, he gritted his teeth and said, What do you want? Xiaohua smiled and extended a finger, waving it in front of Qi Qingyi. What does this mean? Qi Qingyi didn't understand. Then, his face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He pointed at Xiao Mao at the bottom of the pagoda and said, Sir, look, Xiao Mao has already woken up. How can this be? Xiaohua didn't even look and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiao Mao, if you want something good, close your eyes. Yes, this little brother understands. Xiao Mao's eyes were originally moving, ready to open, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, he immediately closed his already slightly open eyelids, his eyes even more motionless. Qi Qingyi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, he looked at Xiaohua and said, What does this mean? A Dharma treasure. Xiaohua waved his finger and said with a smile, A Dharma treasure that's close to spirit qi. How can this be? Qi Qingyi shook his head without hesitation. My 7 Spirit Mountain is an artifact cultivator, how can we have a Dharma treasure? What's more, a Dharma treasure that's close to a spirit artifact. Then there's nothing we can do. Xiaohua sighed. My brother was injured to this extent and is still unconscious. If it wasn't for a Dharma treasure, how could we wake him up? If he doesn't wake up, then these 60 or so 7 Spirit Mountain disciples won't be able to wake up either. Then let them accompany Xiao Mao. Qi Qingyi sneered. He turned around and was about to fly to the top of the pagoda. Your 7 Spirit Mountain really doesn't have it? Xiaohua hurriedly called out to Qi Qingyi. We really don't have it. Qi Qingyi answered resolutely. Then forget it. Xiaohua said irritably, Forget about the Dharma treasure. Give your artifact refinement secret technique to Xiao Mao. Artifact refinement technique? Qi Qingyi shook his head even more. We only use our bodies to fuse with artifacts, we don't refine artifacts. Chapter 2767. Tell me you have neither Dharma treasures nor refining skills. How are you going to compensate Xiao Mao? Xiaohua glanced at the storage bag on Qi Qingyi's waist and sneered. Are you going to use the refining materials in your storage bag? When Qingyi heard this, he became even angrier. Without thinking, he slapped his hand, took off his storage pouch and tossed it to Xiaohua, saying, I have some materials for refining artifacts here. If you like them, then take them all. However, when the storage bag flew out of his hand, Qingyi's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. However, Xiaohua was so quick-witted. When he saw the storage bag fly out of his hand, he waved his hand and used heaven and earth sleeve. He grabbed Qingyi's storage bag and sent it into the dimension without even looking at it. He said calmly, All right, since you have nothing, the things in this storage bag will be your compensation to Xiao Mao. It may not be much, but it's enough. Then Xiaohua said loudly, Xiao Mao, hurry up and thank Qingyi. When Xiao Mao heard this, he jumped up from the bottom of the pagoda and cupped his hands. Thank you. Qingyi was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. However, he still said with a bitter face, Can you let them go now? Yes, of course. Xiaohua nodded and turned around. Xiao Mao, go out first and see if your senior brother Li and senior sister are all right. Yes, I understand. Xiao Maozhang flew out from the top of the pagoda where Qingyi had landed. Seeing Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao standing leisurely in the distance, he laughed and asked loudly, Senior brother, senior sister, are the two of you all right? Fairy Hongxia was confused when she heard the joy in Xiao Mao's voice. She looked at Li Zongbao and replied, We are naturally fine. What's wrong? Big brother, and senior sister are both fine, Xiao Mao said to Xiaohua. Then he looked up at Fairy Hongxia and said, Big brother and I are naturally fine as well. All right. Xiaohua nodded and kept the soul strands. Without waiting for the soul swords to return to their respective artifacts, he ignored Qingyi and flew out of the Brahma Pagoda's great array. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't notice the slight smile on Qingyi's lowered face. This smile seemed a little strange. However, this strange smile disappeared in a flash. Qingyi suddenly thought of something and said loudly, Xiaohua, I suddenly remembered something. Let's talk after we get out. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to him and swaggered off. Qingyi felt helpless as he looked at the soul swords that were returning to their original positions. Xiao Mao naturally followed behind Xiaohua. He didn't know what had happened to him and only thought that he was saved by Xiaohua again. He was already used to being saved by Xiaohua, so he didn't care about it one more time. However, when Xiao Mao flew out of the Brahma Pagoda, he felt his eyes brighten. It was as if the first rays of the morning sun were brighter and clearer. Looking at the ordinary scenery in front of him, his heart was filled with joy. He really liked the feeling of someone caring for him. Moreover, he had a feeling that he had just woken up from a good sleep. A kind of full spirit filled his entire body. What's going on? He had this feeling occasionally in the past. Involuntarily, Xiao Mao released his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense left his body, it was detected by Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked back at him and transmitted a message, Don't be impatient. Xiao Mao's heart trembled. He hurriedly retracted his divine sense and obediently followed behind Xiaohua. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia had long been paying attention to the entire Brahma Pagoda. When she saw Xiaohua and Xiao Mao's figures fly out from the top of the pagoda, she hurriedly flew over. On the other hand, Li Zongbao stood quietly in his original position, looking around vigilantly. Xiaohua smiled as he flew towards Fairy Hongxia. His divine sense naturally swept across the entire area. Just like Li Zongbao, he wanted to see if there was anything strange. When he saw that the entire Brahma Pagoda was only a few feet in size, he couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, this Brahma Pagoda is actually so small? Looks like this Brahma Pagoda formation is not simple. Xiaohua's eyes showed that he was deep in thought. Since it can shrink the size of the people who enter the formation, then, can it also reduce the power of the people who enter the formation? Although this Brahma Pagoda does not have the faint power of the natural order of the Blood Drop Grotto Heaven, it is still very powerful. This 7 spiritual mountains should not be underestimated. Are you all right? Fairy Hongxia flew in front of Xiaohua. Although she knew that Xiaohua was fine, she still couldn't help but ask. The concern in her eyes were obvious. I'm fine. Xiaohua was overjoyed. However, his face was still carefree. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, How can such a small trick be a match for me? Moreover, Xiao Mao is here. Breaking this formation is as easy as lifting a finger. You're just bragging. Fairy Hongxia curled her lips and looked at Xiao Mao. His face was glowing red as if he had eaten a lot of nourishment. It seemed that he did not suffer any losses in the Brahma Pagoda formation. Boom, there was a slight tremor. It was like a rolling stone. Starting from the top of the Brahma Pagoda, it started to collapse until it reached the base of the Brahma Pagoda. One by one, the magical artifacts glowed and lined up in midair. In the middle of these magical artifacts was Qi, who had an extremely unnatural expression. Swoosh swoosh, rays of light flashed past like clear water. These magical artifacts began to reveal the figures of the disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains. However, at this time, the disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains were no longer as arrogant and disdainful as before. Other than their dispirited expressions, their eyes were filled with fear. When their gazes swept past Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao, it was like a mouse that had seen a cat. They quickly dodged and swayed left and right as if they were scared out of their wits. After the Brahma Pagoda disappeared, another 20 magical artifacts appeared in its original position. These magical artifacts glowed faintly and seemed to be of good quality. You guys, keep these for now. Qi raised his hand as if he was going to put these magical artifacts into his storage bag. However, his hand was in midair and he pointed at the disciples beside him. Damn it, we've been tricked. When Xiao Hua saw these magical artifacts, he immediately realized. These magical artifacts were originally created by the disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains. However, their soul swords have been destroyed, so their low-level artifact spirits probably no longer exist. Although these magical artifacts can't compare to the seal of ocean destruction, they're still very good. Why didn't I think of this at the time? Ji is also from the 7 spiritual mountains, so he's naturally the same as them. Of course, I don't want them, but Xiao Mao does. Wouldn't any one of them be better than the one he has now? Oh, that's not right. These magical artifacts, why are they exactly the same? I understand now. These magical artifacts are all used to set up the Brahma Pagoda formation. These disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains were specially raised. They probably have the same bloodline, grew up together with you, and fused the same magical artifacts into their bodies. That's why they were able to form the same formation and the same artifact spirit. These magical artifacts, even if they lost their artifact spirits, the 7 spiritual mountains would never leak them out. Qi definitely wouldn't dare to take the initiative to give one to himself. However, Xiao Hua still shouted, "Io, you don't seem to be honest. Aren't these just magical artifacts? You're saying that the 7 spiritual mountains don't have any magical artifacts of their own? No, I don't want the storage bag anymore. I'll exchange it for this magical artifact." Really? Qi raised his eyebrows and was overjoyed. However, he immediately realized that his expression was inappropriate and hurriedly covered it up. These magical artifacts are the heirlooms of the 7 spiritual mountains. How could I give them to you? Then he frowned again and said with some difficulty, "However, you did indeed break the formation and Xiao Mao was indeed injured. My previous methods were also a bit extreme. How about this? I'll make the decision. If you return the storage bag to me, I'll compensate Xiao Mao with a magical artifact." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a magical artifact fell into his hand. He looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. The change in Qi's expression was quite obvious. Xiao Hua was just casually making a fuss. When he heard that Qi was actually willing to exchange, he couldn't help but be stunned. How could I give away something that's already in my hands? Xiao Hua's mind turned and he laughed mischievously. How about you set up another Brahma Pagoda formation and I'll use this storage bag as a wager with this magical artifact? Hearing this, Qi's expression became even more bitter. He didn't know whether he should give away the magical artifact in his hand or not. After thinking for a moment, Qi said very earnestly, "Xiao Hua, I was a bit too excited just now. I didn't think much and just threw the storage bag over." Actually, inside, besides some Qi refinement materials, there are also some miscellaneous items. These items are very important to me. Although this magical artifact is also a treasure of the 7 spiritual mountains and I might be punished by the sword school for taking matters into my own hands, I'm willing to exchange this magical artifact with you. Please return the storage bag to me. I'll be eternally grateful. Big brother? Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with excitement. He transmitted his voice, "I think that magical artifact is pretty good. Don't worry about it." Xiao Hua transmitted his voice in a low voice. "This magical artifact is very important to the 7 spiritual mountains. Qi doesn't have the qualifications to give it to me. Since he dared to do this, there must be something good in his storage bag. As he thought about this, Xiaohua couldn't help but order his primordial spirit in the space to open the storage bag. At this moment, Xiaohua's primordial spirit in the space already had a certain degree of mobility. Not only could it farm, it could even prune. Opening the storage bag wasn't difficult for it. There's quite a lot of things. Xiaohua opened the storage bag. There were quite a lot of refining materials, some spirit stones and some strange items. When he saw a long white bone, he was overjoyed. Moreover, when the long white bone appeared in the space, it immediately flashed with lightning and flew to the pile of white bones from before. It was precisely where one of the thigh bones was. Damn it, I haven't found this bone for a long time. Xiaohua thought to himself. Now that it's in my hands, how can I return it to you? Chapter 2768. Seeing Qi Qingyi's strange behavior, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and laughed. Forget it, forget it. Since you're so troubled, I won't exchange it with you. Seeing Xiaohua turn a deaf ear to his words, Qi Qingyi's expression became even more helpless. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted his voice to Jianghu again. Actually, I still want to tell you something. This. Forget it, I'll be honest with you. There is something in this storage bag that I've just obtained. It can be said to be extremely important, but it can also be said to be fake. I'm going to hand it over to the Swords Gate. If your excellency can return this item to me, this Qi will be truly grateful. Something extremely important? The greedy Xiaohua immediately had stars in his eyes. He transmitted his voice. What is it? I'm not sure what it is. Qi Qingyi smiled bitterly. It's because I'm not sure that I was careless. Also, this item is completely useless to you. Since you have no use for it, can you return it to me? Seeing that Qi Qingyi refused to say what it was, Xiaohua's curiosity grew. He flipped his nascent spirit over and didn't find anything special. He thought to himself, other than that white bone, there's nothing good in here. Since this white bone is in my space, how can I return it to you? Since you can't even be sure, then what's the use of this item? Forget it, this item already belongs to Xiao, so you shouldn't think about it. That item is really useless to you, sir. Why don't you take this Dharma artifact? Qi Qingyi directly presented the Dharma artifact to Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to Qi Qingyi's earnest gaze and Xiao Mao's longing gaze. He waved his hand and said, It's not easy for you to come out. How can I let you bear the heavy punishment of your sect? This artifact. Xiao Mao can't accept it. Then he looked up at the dozens of 7 Spirit Mountain disciples. When they saw Xiaohua looking at them, they couldn't help but tremble and lower their heads. Xiaohua said to Qi Qingyi indifferently, You came here on Senior Huajian's orders to stop us. You and I made a bet with our strength. Now, we've already broken your 7 Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation. This Xiao will say it clearly in advance. We came to Hung Country today to gain experience and have no other intentions. Therefore, for this first round, this Xiao has already shown mercy. Today, this Xiao reiterates that if any Sword Cultivator disciple dares to harass us again, we will not show mercy. Your Excellency, remember these words. Otherwise, if more disciples of Huan Country bleed in the future, don't blame this Xiao. Oh, all right. Qi Qingyi smiled bitterly. My 7 Spirit Mountain has already fulfilled Senior Huajian's request. We will not disturb you in the future. As for the other sword friends, I can only inform them. As for whether or not they will listen, I cannot guarantee. Furthermore, Your Excellency. Qi Qingyi seemed like he wanted to say something, but Xiaohua didn't allow him to be long-winded. He waved his hand and said, Your Excellency, just pass on the message. As for whether they live or die, that's their choice. Finished talking, Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, Let's go. If they find it, this Xiao doesn't mind using blood to write the name of the terrifying phoenix on the soil of Huan Country. That's right. Li Zongbao said calmly. The more sword cultivators we kill, the greater our fame. Then the 4 of them flew into the sky and left. After watching the 4 of them fly far away, Qi Qingyi's face revealed a trace of seriousness and a cold smile. However, he turned his head to look at the dozens of 7 Spirit Mountain disciples who were lucky enough to survive and said in a low voice, What happened in the Brahma Pagoda? How did your soul swords get destroyed by 2 Dao sect disciples? The few disciples who had drawn their swords looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. They said in a low voice, Reporting to Uncle Master Qi, we transformed into weapon spirits, so we weren't too clear about the situation in the Great Formation. We only felt that when we attacked with our soul swords, he also had a soul technique defense. He actually blocked our soul swords. Moreover, when we touched his defense, fear and panic appeared in our soul swords. It was as if we were in danger of being swallowed by him at any moment. Ah? Oh. How is that possible? Qingyi was shocked. According to what you said, isn't Xiao Mao even more terrifying? We didn't attack Xiao Mao, so we didn't know. The disciple replied in a low voice. You transformed into soul swords, so of course you didn't see it. Qingyi sighed. I saw it clearly. Xiao Mao was hit by some of the disciple's soul swords. However, there was a strange green brilliance on his body. It seemed similar to a soul cultivator. Our soul swords were obtained from a soul cultivator. The disciple smiled. The Xiao Mao is related to soul cultivators. I'm afraid he really treated us as nourishment. But Xiao Hua doesn't have any strange, divine ability. Qingyi frowned, somewhat puzzled. We don't know either. Many disciples lowered their heads. It was obvious that Xiao Hua's influence on them had not dissipated. Forget it, you can go back. Qingyi waved his hand and said to the disciples in the distance, order the other disciples to retract my previous order. Don't chase after these Dao sect cultivators. Yes. The disciples received the order and sent out flying swords. Not long after, a first-grade illusory swordsman flew over and shouted from afar, Senior Brother Qi, why did you let them go so easily? If Senior Huashan pursues this matter, how will we explain it? Explain it? Qingyi looked at the swordsman in the distance and sneered. Junior brother, it's easy for you to say that. That's the terrifying phoenix that killed Qin Jian. How do you expect me to stop it? Our 7-spirit mountain sword array is not to be trifled with. Didn't you? The junior brother was about to say something when Qingyi waved his hand and said indifferently, let's not talk about it. What? The junior brother asked curiously. Did you not set up the array? Sigh. Qingyi shook his head. Of course I did. Moreover, the Brahma Pagoda array of 81 people was easily broken by them. Also, then Qingyi roughly explained the situation. The junior brother was stunned and asked curiously, Senior brother, why didn't you set up a Brahma Pagoda array of 180 people? If you used a 180 people array, what's the difference between that and me personally? Yeah, why didn't you go? The junior brother asked curiously. You don't know anything. Qingyi said softly. If Xiao Hua and the others could kill Qin Jian, why can't they kill us? I admit that I'm no match for Qin Jian. However, our 7-spirit mountain can't ignore Senior Huashan's orders. The seniors in our sect entrusted this matter to me because Xiao Hua and the others are Foundation establishment cultivators. I used a Brahma Pagoda array of 81 people because I was confident that I could kill an early-stage golden core cultivator. Since this array didn't work, I can naturally explain it to our sect, and our sect can also explain it to Senior Huashan. If I personally went, even if I died, who would know? But, Senior brother, you can explain it, but what about our 7-spirit mountain? How can we explain it to Senior Huashan? The junior brother sighed again. I naturally have a plan. With that, a sword light appeared under Qingyi's feet and he flew up. Senior brother, hurry up and tell us, what's your plan? The junior brother hurriedly chased after him and asked softly. Qingyi's voice came from the wind. I have 2 plans. The first one is that I have a secret technique in my storage bag that allows me to fuse with my body into an artifact. It's a secret technique that everyone in our 7-spirit mountain knows. Although that secret technique, it's still our 7-spirit mountains. How could you? The junior brother's voice became softer and softer. Think about it. Our 7-spirit mountain has no use for this secret technique. What if a Dao sect cultivator wants to learn it on a whim? Qingyi's voice also became softer. Moreover, our sect seniors would allow it. Haha, I understand. You're the second one? The junior brother laughed cunningly. The second one. Qingyi's voice was almost inaudible. Xiao Hua didn't know that Qingyi, whom he had a good impression of, had set up so many obstacles for him. At this moment he was still proudly lecturing Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao, don't be greedy for that artifact. Although that artifact's quality isn't bad, to be honest, don't you think that there's a 7-spirit mountain disciple's soul in it? You won't feel safe using it in the future. Don't worry, Qingyi's storage bag has plenty of materials for refining artifacts. When I have time, I'll personally refine one for you. Big brother. You know how to refine artifacts. Xiao Mao's originally depressed heart instantly became excited. This. Xiao Hua realized that he had let it slip, so he didn't try to hide it. I do know how to refine a little bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked him for the forging method for an artifact spirit. Big brother, I really admire you. What else can't you do besides giving birth? Xiao Mao asked with a smile. Although I don't know how to give birth, can the child be born without me? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said proudly. Fairy Hong Xia, who was originally beside Xiao Hua, immediately blushed. She glared fiercely at Xiao Hua, then flew forward in embarrassment and anger. He, Xiao Mao elbowed Xiao Hua. Although he didn't say anything, the playful smile in his eyes was obviously laughing at Xiao Hua for blowing his own trumpet. Xiao Hua naturally chuckled and shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. Xiao Mao already had a dual cultivation partner, Qin Jian, who had the same name as Qin Jian, so he naturally knew what to do at this moment. He didn't say anything and flew to Li Zongbao's side as if he wanted to ask for advice, leaving Xiao Hua alone behind. Xiao Hua was helpless. He glared at Xiao Mao's back and could only fly to the front, to the left of the angry fairy Hong Xia. Chapter 2769. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Xiao Hua coldly and ignored him. She flew up again and her speed increased by a lot. Xiao Hua knew how to be obedient and did not say much. He followed behind Fairy Hong Xia like a shadow. Fairy Hong Xia dodged a few more times, but how could she fly faster than Xiao Hua? Seeing that she could not get rid of him, she simply flew forward with a cold face. Xiao Hua turned his eyes slightly and sighed, "AI." Fairy Hong Xia heard this and was slightly stunned. She was about to speak, but just as she opened her mouth, she came to a realization. She understood that Xiao Hua was playing hard to get, so she closed her mouth and did not reply. AI, Xiao Hua could only sigh again. Fairy Hong Xia only looked forward and turned a deaf ear to Xiao Hua's sighs. She did not know how many times Xiao Hua sighed. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and turned around. Why are you sighing? Are you unable to find a female cultivator who will give birth to a child with you? I want to see which female cultivator will give birth to a child with you. Hearing Fairy Hong Xia's words, Xiao Hua was happy. Nonsense, he was not afraid of the female cultivator being angry and scolding. He was afraid that the female cultivator would not say anything. AI, didn't you ask me just now? Xiao Hua's face showed a trace of seriousness and said sadly, Shue Shue. Oh right. Fairy Hong Xia immediately thought of the matter before the battle with the equipment cultivator of Seven Spirit Mountain and said anxiously, Sister Shue, what's wrong? I was a little jealous before. If Xiao Hua does not like it, I will not say it in the future. AI, it's not like that. Xiao Hua's sighs became a habit and said, Didn't I tell you before? The last time I went on the training I was with Shue Shue. Xiao Hua then told Fairy Hong Xia about Shue Shue's strange behavior. He took out the pink jade slip and said with a bitter smile, Actually, ever since I came back from the last training, I have not seen Shue Shue. She has always been in closed-door cultivation. I always felt that she was hiding something from me. But when I asked her, she did not say a word. I feel that she is completely different from the Shue Shue of the past. Fairy Hong Xia took the pink jade letter and looked at it with her spiritual sense before carefully returning it to Xiao Hua. She thought for a moment and said softly, I am also a female cultivator. If I put myself in her shoes, I think I can understand Sister Shue Shue's painstaking efforts. Oh, tell me. Xiao Hua also carefully keep the pink jade letter. It's actually very simple. Fairy Hong Xia said bitterly, I once had the same thoughts as Sister Shue. You Shue 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 too? Shue 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 Shue. I can Shue Shue's I to Shue Shue to Shue I Shue to Shue Shue's Shue. Fairy Hong Xia looked into Xiao Hua's eyes. Although those eyes looked so pure under the rising sun, Fairy Hong Xia felt that those eyes were so deep that she could not see the bottom. Moreover, in the deepest part of those eyes, there seemed to be a flame. She was like a moth flying into the flame with a desire to jump in. How is that possible? Xiao Hua said in disbelief. Why have I never thought of it? Shue 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 and I are both from cultivation families. My background seems to be lower than Shue Shue's. Fairy Hong Xia could not bear to look away and said, but Shue Shue Shue's aptitude seems to be much higher than hers. Since Shue 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 has such a feeling, she will naturally have it too. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and did not answer. Moreover, from what you said, Shui was a woman who dared to love and hate. But now she has become so gentle, accommodating you and listening to you. Isn't it because she changed for you? Fairy Hongxia analyzed. Don't you like it? Actually, Xiaohua hesitated and said with a bitter smile, I would rather Shui be the Shui of the past. Her current appearance makes me feel that it is very fake. I feel that this is not the Shui in my heart. That's right. Fairy Hongxia laughed. This is a contradiction. Shui is willing to sacrifice and change for you. But you feel that this kind of change is not worth it and might as well not change. What about Shui who has never changed? You feel sick of it and actually in front of others? Laugh at Shui. Damn it, why did it turn back around? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had really underestimated the ability of female cultivators to dig up old scores. Darling Xiao, do you think we female cultivators have changed for the better? Or is it better not to change? Fairy Hongxia asked Xiaohua with a smile. Both are good, both are good. Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. One of you changed and one of you didn't change. Wouldn't I like both of you? Then wouldn't Shui and I become the same? Wouldn't you be sick of it? Fairy Hongxia did not give up. How? How do I answer this? Xiaohua was instantly stunned. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Zongbao's voice came from behind them. Junior brother Xiao, do we still fly over like this? Xiaohua was overjoyed. As expected of senior brother Li, his ability to save people in an emergency was extraordinary. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, Of course. Of course we have to fly like this. Could it be that this Huan country also has a teleportation array? Big brother. Xiao Mao laughed. Senior brother Li is asking if we should take the flowing cloud flying ship. After all, we just broke the 7 Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda array. If we attract the attention of other sword cultivators, wouldn't we be in trouble? Oh, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and sighed. Look at me, I'm so used to being poor that I even forgot about the flowing cloud flying ship that we rented from Qiqiao sect. Quickly, we'll use the flying ship. Xiao Mao, you and senior brother Li control the flying ship. Big brother, take out the secret technique from the 7 Spirit Mountain and have a look. Maybe it can even repair senior brother Li's immortal piercing whip. After saying that, Xiaohua turned his head and said, Senior brother Li doesn't have a magic treasure. This trip is really troublesome. I'd better hurry and think of a way for him. Seeing that Xiaohua had successfully avoided her question, Fairy Hongxia laughed in her heart and snorted, Humph, I'll let you off this time. Think carefully for senior brother Li. Oh right, there's also Xiao Mao's magic treasure. I want to see how you're going to refine a magic treasure that suits him. Alright Xiao Mao. Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao take out the flowing cloud flying ship and activated his magic power. The flying ship enlarged and steadily stopped in midair and called out again. Oh, what's the matter, big brother? Xiao Mao was puzzled. He pointed at the flying ship and said, It won't be too late to tell me after I activate the flying ship. Alright. Xiaohua nodded his head and pulled Fairy Hongxia onto the flying ship. After the flying ship flew for an incense stick's time, Xiao Mao turned his head and asked, Big brother, what's the matter? Could it be that you want to refine a magic treasure for me? No. Xiaohua shook his head and asked, Just now, after you fainted in the 7 Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda array, did you feel anything? Actually, Xiaohua wanted to tell Xiao Mao about the situation just now. However, Xiao Mao interrupted and Xiaohua changed his mind. Nothing? Xiao Mao asked curiously. I fainted when my eyes turned red. When Big Brother woke me up, I was going to open my eyes. However, after hearing Big Brother's words, and don't mention it in the future. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Then why did you release your divine sense when you just came out of the array? I also felt that it was strange. Xiao Mao's face also revealed a strange expression. I felt refreshed as if I had been in seclusion for a long time. Moreover, there had been such a situation before. Every time, my divine sense had greatly increased. So I wanted to release my divine sense to take a look. And the result? Xiaohua was stunned. It has indeed increased by a lot. Xiao Mao did not hide it from Xiaohua and the others. Just now, I secretly checked it. It has increased by more than 1 li. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded slightly and beckoned, Come over here. Xiao Mao obediently came over and Fairy Hongxia replaced Xiao Mao's position. However, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiaohua with a puzzled expression. Sit here. Xiaohua pointed his finger in front of him and said in a low voice, just like meditating. If you encounter anything strange, don't resist. Xiao Mao obediently sat down. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao's calm appearance and hesitated. He was very clear that the green rune between Xiao Mao's eyebrows was very powerful. He could only devour the soul swords one by one. That thing could devour more than 10 soul swords at once. However, Xiao Hua still released a strand of soul from the Law Eye spirit mark and carefully sent it to the space between Xiao Mao's eyebrows. With a light touch, it sank into his skin. Xiao Hua did not dare to go any deeper. He quietly waited for a moment. Seeing that there was no movement, he carefully sent the soul strand in. Strangely, until Xiao Hua sent the soul strand into the mysterious dark cloud, there was still no abnormality. Xiao Mao, do you feel anything? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. No. Xiao Mao's eyes moved, but he did not open his eyes and replied in a low voice. Xiao Hua replied in a half-hearted manner. Xiao Hua's soul strand circled around the mysterious dark cloud. He saw that Xiao Mao's dark cloud was very different from his own. The layers of dark cloud were rolling violently, and there was no sound of thunder. Instead, there was a faint dark green color. Xiao Hua had already condensed his gold core. Naturally, he knew that after Dao sect cultivators condensed their gold core, their soul would gradually form Heaven Seal runes. These Heaven Seal runes were innate, and they were meant to protect the cultivator's soul. Otherwise, if a gold core cultivator was to fight against a low-level soul cultivator from Meng Mountain and had his soul crushed by the soul technique, wouldn't that be a joke? Moreover, the soul was the most important and mysterious part of a cultivator. As the cultivator's cultivation base increased, the soul would naturally be protected. After reaching nascent soul, the runes would become denser and more profound. Not to mention ordinary soul cultivators, even special soul techniques might not be able to break through them. Chapter 2770. Should I give it a try? Xiao Hua had used his soul thread to enter Jianghu's soul, but he didn't dare to rashly probe into the mysterious dark clouds for fear of causing harm to Jianghu. But obviously Xiao Mao's abnormality should be in the mysterious dark clouds, and this was Xiao Mao's secret. Xiao Hua hesitated. Forget it. After thinking about it, Xiao Hua felt that he had no reason to interfere with Xiao Mao's secret, even if he already regarded himself as Xiao Mao's big brother. Immediately, Xiao Hua took back his soul thread without hesitation, opened his eyes and said, "Okay. Big brother, what do you want to say?" Xiao Mao asked curiously. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I just saw some strange things and I want to find the reason. But, everything is just a guess. If there are any clues I will tell you." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Xiao Mao naturally wouldn't ask. He just said, "Big brother, you should think about how to refine equipment for me. What kind of magic weapon do you like?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. When it came to it, Xiao Mao hesitated. He thought for a moment and said, "A magic weapon like Senior Li's Immortal Piercing Whip would be the best." "You think too highly of Big Brother." Xiao Hua said angrily, "That Immortal Piercing Whip is a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. How can Big Brother refine it?" "Big brother, think about it, I will also think about it," Xiao Mao said with a smile. Big brother, let's see." Xiao Hua nodded and said to Li Zongbao, "Everything depends on Senior Li. I have no sense of direction, so I will meditate first." "Up to you." Li Zongbao said lightly and continued to operate the flying boat. So Xiao Hua sat in the corner of the flying boat, and even the position was the same as before. He held the shabby ring in his hand and meditated with his eyes closed. Fairy Hongxia sat for a while and then stood up again. Sometimes she replaced Li Zongbao, sometimes she replaced Xiao Mao. In short, the three of them flew toward the border of the Huan Kingdom according to the records in Fairy Hongxia's jade pendant. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days had passed, and the sky of the Huan Kingdom had changed again. The days gradually grew longer and the nights grew shorter. Sometimes it would be daytime for 2 or 3 days in a row. The sun hanging in the sky would not set. On the other hand, the sword cultivators acted like Xiao Hua had threatened them. No one came to harass them, and the flowing cloud-flying ship flew very peacefully. Looking down the airboat, Zhang Tai found the terrain had changed a lot. The ice sheet had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by ice peaks and glaciers. Among the glaciers there were many glaciers and ice lakes. Many places in these glaciers were not frozen. The azure waters of the lakes and rivers reflected the azure sky, which made Zhang Tai feel that the sky and the earth were the same color. Seeing such a pure scenery, not to mention Fairy Hongxia, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao sighed. Xiao Mao even said, "The scenery of the Huan country is so magnificent, it doesn't lose to the 3 cultivation countries. Why can't they just stay here? You even want to be on good terms with the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Even if you call them the 4 cultivation countries, it's still good. What's the point of starting a sword war for no reason and causing so many people to die?" So, when Fairy Hongxia heard this, she naturally thought of Ji Mingxiu and the others who had died in the sword tomb. The greed of humans is limitless. Li Zongbao said indifferently, after getting the Huan country they still want the Shi country. After getting the Shi country, they naturally won't let go of the Meng country and the Lian country. Naturally they will start a war. Besides, between sword cultivators and Dao sect, who is the orthodox? As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. It's normal for sword cultivators and Dao sect to start a war. Didn't the soul cultivators also start a war with sword cultivators? If the soul cultivators are close to our Dao sect, it will be the same. Also, this place is bitterly cold and there aren't any large spirit veins. Although the scenery is magnificent, it's impossible to cultivate. It would be strange if sword cultivators don't covet our Dao sect spirit stones. Fairy Hongxia said. Damn it, so that's how it is. Just as the 3 of them were discussing, Xiao Hua, who had been silent all this while, suddenly jumped up from the flying boat and cursed loudly, "That bullshit Qi Qingyi. I thought he really kept his promise and gave me a secret technique to refine an artifact spirit. In the end." Tisk, Fairy Hongxia curled her lips. "That secret technique is the secret of the 7 Spirit Mountain. How can they give it to you so easily? Why don't you use your heels to think about it?" I naturally know this." Xiao Hua smiled. "Furthermore, I was already prepared. But I didn't expect that the thing he gave me would be such trash. And or should I say it's completely useless. But, can it really refine a weapon spirit?" Xiao Mao was still most concerned about this. Of course it can." Xiao Hua snorted. "But unless you don't want to live anymore just like those 7 Spirit Mountain disciples in the Brahma Pagoda array?" When Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao heard this, they immediately understood. It wasn't that Qi Qingyi didn't keep his promise. What he gave Xiao Hua was indeed the method to refine a weapon spirit. However, what he gave Xiao Hua was the weapon cultivator himself, the secret technique to merge the body with the weapon. Only when Xiao Hua merged the weapon into his body and refined himself as the weapon spirit, would he be able to succeed. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't do it. In fact, no Dao sect cultivator would dare to do such a thing. What I don't know whether to laugh or cry the most is. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. In Qi Qingyi's storage bag there was actually a weapon cultivation technique. It was improved by the 7 Spirit Mountain and seems to be suitable for Dao sect disciples with a foundation. Could it be that this guy thinks, I will give up my Dao sect cultivation and become a weapon cultivator? A weapon cultivator's lifespan is very long and its attack power is also very strong. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. Perhaps some disciples who are unable to break through will consider it. No matter what, I won't consider it. Xiao Hua smiled and said, the lifespan is long, but in the end, even if it becomes a weapon spirit, it will still be a weapon spirit without spiritual intelligence. Even if it uses the secret technique of blood sacrifice, it will still be a sin. At this point, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Although what Xiao Hua said was given by Qi Qingyi, most of it was just superficial knowledge in the ring. Just as Qi Qingyi said, the ring was definitely a secret technique to refine a weapon spirit. However, this secret technique was the same as all the mysterious secret techniques on the Dawn Rain continent. It was incomplete. Moreover, the worst thing was that this secret technique only had the second half and not the first half. In other words, the first half was extremely incomplete and only a few scattered words could be seen clearly. This wasn't considered strange. The strangest thing was that the words in the ring were actually words commonly used in Dao sect and not some green seal script or inscription. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't care too much about these strange things. After all, weapon cultivators and sword cultivators were also considered cultivators. Perhaps many of them were converted from Dao sect cultivators who were unable to break through. What he was concerned about was how to refine a weapon spirit. Leaving the secret technique aside, the latter part talked about how to use the blood spirit of the blood sacrifice and one's own blood to cultivate a weapon spirit, allowing the weapon spirit to grow and grow. Xiao Hua understood at a glance. Whether it was Fallen Gold Mountain's blood sacrifice or Yu Tong's use of Zhang Yuhe and Yu Qingtian's bodies to refine the yin-yang sword gourd, it seemed that they had all taken this path. Their secret techniques should be the same as this secret technique. Now Xiaohua has finally obtained the method of blood sacrifice. His technique was even more advanced and complete than Fallen Gold Mountain's. However, could Xiaohua use such a blood sacrifice technique? He wouldn't even mention it to Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Blood sacrifice? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Fairy Hongxia shakes her head and says, "Then let's not talk about the matter of humans eating humans. Don't mention it." Actually, this was the only path for Dao sect cultivators when there was no weapon spirit. Li Zongbao spoke. According to what I know, the weapon spirit should have been cultivated using one's own blood essence. This weapon spirit was like one's own. Even after one's physical body was destroyed, one's soul could still reside in the weapon spirit. But later on, for some unknown reason, this technique was destroyed. Later on, there was a technique that used the soul of a demonic beast as a weapon spirit. The grade of the demonic beast could be used to forge the weapon spirit. But now even demonic beasts are gone. Cultivators can only use blood sacrifice to nurture the weapon spirit. As for weapon cultivators, it was the same as the earliest method of cultivating weapons. Ouch. Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua suddenly hit his forehead and cried out, "Why am I so stupid?" Then, without saying another word, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and took out the ring. He immersed his spiritual will in it, as if he was carefully comprehending it. Li Zongbao was a little confused. It seemed that this was the legendary, "The speaker has no intention of listening." Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were naturally puzzled as well. Thinking about what Li Zongbao had said and then thinking about what Xiaohua had said, the two of them were even more confused. However, seeing Xiaohua gradually become happy, the two of them knew that Xiaohua had comprehended something again. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Xiaohua jumped up and stretched out his hand. "Senior Brother Li, congratulations." "Why are you so happy?" Li Zongbao asked indifferently. It seemed that other than reviving Kai Zhuoxia, there was nothing else in this world that could move him. "Senior Brother Li, don't you want to restore the fairy whip? Or even turn it into a spiritual weapon?" Xiaohua smiled. "Really?" Li Zongbao could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes, this was the fairy whip. It had been with Li Zongbao for so many years, but it was destroyed by the spirit-swallowing bugs in the spirit-devouring formation. Li Zongbao was even willing to throw away such a damaged magic weapon. Now that he heard that Xiaohua could restore the fairy whip and even upgrade it into a spiritual weapon, how could he not be tempted? "Well, I have some confidence," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Anyway, your fairy whip has been destroyed. Why don't you let me practice with it?" Chapter 2771. Practice. Practice? Even Li Zongbao, who was as calm as Li Zongbao, who thought he already knew Xiaohua very well, couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, You want to use my immortal piercing whip, to practice?" "Yes. Can't I?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Previously, I thought Qi Qingyi of the Seven Spirits Mountain had bad intentions, but I didn't expect to hit the mark by a stroke of luck. The tempering secret technique he gave me. Of course, it's not appropriate and it's even flawed. But I know how to refine equipment. And I also know some secret techniques. When all these secret techniques are combined together, this fairy piercing whip should have a 70% chance of being repaired, and a 10% chance of being upgraded to a spiritual treasure. 70% chance? That's called practice?" Li Zongbao was speechless. Of course, Xiaohua's work must be of the best quality. Only 100% chance, no failure. Xiaohua said proudly, "This 70% chance is only for practice. If it fails, Senior Brother Li, please don't make it public." Xiao Mao was amused and said with a smile, "Big brother, have you never failed before?" "Who said that? No one is a born equipment refining grandmaster. How can there be no failure?" Xiaohua knew what Xiao Mao was asking, so he said, "But, if you don't say it, Senior Brother Li doesn't say it? Isn't this 100% chance?" Xiao Mao laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. "Well, if there's a 70% chance, that's definitely not small." Li Zongbao was an elite disciple of the Utopia faction. How could he not know how difficult it was to repair this magic treasure? Even the equipment refining grandmaster of the Utopia faction couldn't give him a 70% chance of success. Even if it was only 50%, he could still laugh secretly. He left the fairy-piercing whip as a souvenir, and he wanted to take it back to the Utopia faction to repair it. Now that Xiao Hua said he had a 70% chance of success, how could he not be shocked? After the initial shock, an unparalleled trust rose from his heart. Yes, it seemed that in Li Zongbao's mind Xiao Hua was really capable of anything except having children. Refining elixirs. Thinking of this, he could do anything. Li Zongbao suddenly recalled the elixir given by Fairy Hongxia in the spirit-devouring Great Array. Needless to say, if not for the miraculous Xiao Hua, who would be able to refine such a miraculous elixir? Thinking of refining elixirs, Li Zongbao, the rejuvenation elixir, was also refined by Xiao Hua. This thought, no matter what, the elixir's rejuvenation elixir was not be compared to an ordinary person. An ordinary person's life's life, a life was a life. Oh? Senior apprentice Brother Li is worried. Seeing that Li Zongbao's eyes were somewhat blurred, Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course. Li Zongbao hurriedly retracted his mind, clapped his hand, and took out the immortal piercing whip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who claims to have to rely on him for everything except giving birth to children, how can I not believe you? Ha! No one thought that Li Zongbao would suddenly say something like this. They were all stunned. After thinking carefully, Xiao Maoxian laughed loudly. While Hongxia Fairy's face was red, she glared at Xiao Hua, then turned to look into the distance. Alas, Senior Li. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. You can just let me repair your magic weapon. Why do you have to frame me? Do you know that repairing a female cultivator's heart is 100 times harder than repairing a magic weapon? Li Zongbao was stunned. Who? Just as he was about to explain, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand, and the immortal piercing whip flashed and stored it into the space. Then he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered Li Zongbao's body. Buzz, an intense sword cry resounded from Li Zongbao's side. The space fluctuated for a while and a dazzling yellow light flashed. Then a 1-foot-long broken golden arrow appeared. That broken arrow only had the arrow tip, the arrow shaft was incomplete, and the arrow feather was missing as well. However, on this broken arrow thin runes covered it, and it emitted an extremely strange fluctuation. As the fluctuation rippled, a golden light also overflowed on the arrow tip. Ah! As expected of a terrifying phoenix, your cultivation is beyond this old man's expectation. A strong sword light flashed from several hundred feet away in the air, and a robust old man wearing a sword robe appeared. This old man was about 50 years old, and his cultivation was at the 3rd grade of illusory sword. His hair was already snow white, his eyebrows were thin, and his eyes were like a tiger's. There was a faint yellow light flashing inside. Following the appearance of this old man, the broken golden arrow in Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve flashed again and disappeared. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua sneered, and the magic power in his body surged. Just as he was about to store the broken arrow into the space, Xiao Hua suddenly felt that the broken arrow's location was suddenly empty. That thing actually escaped his control and disappeared. Ouch! This was the first thing that escaped from Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve. Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. Umph! The old man's body shone with a golden light, and his face revealed a look of disdain. About 10 feet in front of Xiao Hua, the broken arrow appeared again, and a ray of light returned to the old man's hand. Who are you? What do you want? Xiao Hua flew out from the flowing cloud flying ship, and coldly stood in the air, saying, When we met the 7-Spirit Mountain, we already made it clear to them. Facing the 7-Spirit Mountain, this young master only wanted to preserve the face of the sword cultivators, and did not use too much strength. From that day onwards, if any sword cultivator dares to harass this young master will definitely let them know how the word regret is written. Arrogant. The old man sneered and turned to look at Fairy Hongxia and the rest on the flying ship, saying, This old man is the Flat Mountain Sword Sect's Si Kongyu. This old man originally wanted to ask you about the Divine Sword Secret Manual. Since you yourself admitted that you defeated the weapon cultivators of the 7-Spirit Mountain, then this old man will not say anything more. As long as you give the Divine Sword Secret Manual to this old man will return, and will not disturb your travels. What? The Divine Sword Secret Manual? What's that? Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course you won't admit it. Si Kongyu stretched out his hand, and the golden broken arrow flashed again. He said coldly, The Divine Sword Secret Manual is a sacred item of the Sword Realm, and has been lost in the Sword Realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that it has reappeared in the Sword Realm, it was actually obtained by a weapon cultivator. The funny thing is that he didn't know, and it was even snatched away by a Dao sect cultivator. What use do you have for this item? Why risk your lives for it? Ah, this young master understands. Xiao Hua could not help but laugh when he heard this. This Qichingi is truly sinister. Yes, now that he thought about it, when Qichingi carelessly threw the storage bag to Xiao Hua that day, it was not carelessness but pure preparation. Later on he even used a Dharma weapon to exchange for the storage bag and even, sincerely, told Xiao Hua that there was something extremely important in the storage bag. It seemed that Qichingi had premeditated all of this. However, Xiao Hua could not say anything. After all, Qichingi had already said that there was something extremely important in the storage bag, and he wanted Xiao Hua to return it. Xiao Hua only thought that the important item belonged to the white bone, and did not care at all. He had already made it clear that even if Xiao Hua returned to find Qichingi, he would not be in the wrong. Moreover, Qichingi and the Seven Spirit Mountains might turn around and ask Xiao Hua for the non-existent Divine Sword Secret Manual. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was really happy. Judging a person, one could not judge by their appearance or even their words and actions. One could only look at their heart. Are you taking it or not? Si Kongyu said coldly, don't think that you are invincible in the Sword Realm just because you killed Qin Jian. Back then Qin Jian was defeated by me. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I reckon that there are many swordsmen in the Huan Kingdom who know that this young master has the Divine Sword Secret Manual. It's a pity that they don't dare to come because they know that they can't defeat Qin Jian. Only someone like you who is not afraid of death and who defeated Qin Jian before, dares to come and join in the fun. Ha ha ha. Si Kongyu laughed very happily, and the brilliance on the broken arrow flashed rapidly. My Sword Realm has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, how could a Dao cultivator like you know? To be honest, the swordsmen who went to the Sword Catacomb to fight, are nothing in my Sword Realm. This old man doesn't care about that Lu Ruochang at all. I heard that under this girl's leadership, your Dao sect cultivators were defeated. This old man is ashamed of your Dao sect. A group of men were defeated by a female swordsman. Black Phoenix Sword Sect? Lu Ruochang is unknown in the Huan Kingdom? Xiao Hua said with a smile, it seems that your Flat Mountain Sword Sect is the unknown one. As if Xiao Hua had poked his soft spot, Si Kongyu sneered, my Sword Realm has never looked down on one's background. Even if this old man doesn't have a sect, as long as I can defeat Lu Ruochang, this old man can still be famous in the Sword Realm. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and said, when this old man obtains the Divine Sword Secret Manual, this old man might be able to cultivate the Divine Sword. What does that bullshit Black Phoenix Sword Sect count for? But, what if you can't obtain the Divine Sword Secret Manual? Xiao Hua tilted his head and said with a smile. Then, go to hell. Si Kongyu said fiercely, and then he attacked with both hands. Although there was no bow in his hands and the broken golden arrow had disappeared, an extremely sharp feeling still came from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, as if a sword chi had already pierced his skin. This sword cultivator is strange. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. At this moment, the golden sword light around Si Kongyu's body flashed, and rapidly gathered in his right hand that was previously holding the broken arrow. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He clapped his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, a green brilliance flashed on the surface of the mirror, and a pillar of light rushed out. It turned into hundreds and thousands of green trees and smashed towards Si Kongyu. Chapter 2772. Obviously, Si Kongyu was also a little stunned. He did not expect Xiao Hua's magical treasure to be activated so quickly. Moreover, the pillar of light sucked in all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Even the fine lines on the giant trees could be vaguely seen, and a rumbling sound could be heard again. What's the use of this kind of illusion? Si Kongyu sneered and made a hand seal with his right hand. All the sword lights were instantly obliterated, and then a strong golden light shot out from his hand seal. It was like a rising sun or a shooting star that tore through the sky. There was a faint sound like a sobbing sound. The golden light suddenly cut across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived first and pierced into the green light. There was a rumbling sound in Xiao Hua's mind. He felt dizzy and was about to fall from the sky. The sound of the golden light was actually an extremely powerful sound attack. Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He used God's guidance naturally. Suddenly he felt a chill in his mind and stabilized his falling body. Looking at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, they were unable to resist the sound attack and had already collapsed on the flowing cloud flying ship. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was standing on the flying ship anxiously. He was in a hurry to control the flying ship, but he was completely fine. Seeing Xiao Mao control the flying ship to land on the foothills in the distance, Xiaohua was relieved. He clapped his hands and secretly took out the yin-yang sword gourd. Oh! Sikong Yu's slightly bent body slowly straightened, and the sword light on his body slowly formed again. His slightly tired face showed surprise. Obviously, he did not expect Xiaohua to be able to block the sound attack so easily. However, the place where the golden light landed was the thousands of giant trees. Swoosh! Like a sharp arrow streaking across silk, the green brilliance split the giant tree that contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into two halves. All of the giant trees flashed with a hint of golden light. Then the green tree suddenly shattered, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged out. The green brilliance was gone, and the broken golden arrow had already passed through the green brilliance and landed in front of the Kunlun mirror. A powerful force came from the Kunlun mirror, shaking Xiaohua's arm. Go! Xiaohua didn't hesitate and urged his magic power once more. At this time, not only was there a green brilliance, but also a blue and earthen yellow brilliance, forcefully stopping the broken golden arrow. Oh my! How do you have such magical power? Sikongyu was surprised. He knew how powerful the broken golden arrow was. Even a swordsman as strong as Qin Jian was defeated by it. According to Sikongyu, even if Xiaohua was a cultivator in the late Jindan stage, his sword was enough to break a magic weapon. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror should be broken. The worst thing was that Xiaohua couldn't easily block such a heavy blow with the Kunlun mirror in his hand. This guy is a body cultivator. Sikongyu was suddenly enlightened. Only a pair of arms that had the strength of 10,000 caddies could compete with his broken golden arrow. However, just as Sikongyu was about to form his sword again, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and two green and red sword lights rushed out, flying straight at Sikongyu's neck. Oh, flying sword? You know about flying swords? Looking at this authentic sword domain flying sword, Sikongyu was dumbfounded. Of course, on Xiaohua's body, sword lights appeared, and a heart-shaped sword intent formed in the sword lights. Illusory sword 3rd grade. Sikongyu was shocked. However, at the same time, the green and red sword lights had already stabbed in front of him. The real sword chi and sword lights were like a biting cold autumn wind, scraping against his skin. Sikongyu opened his mouth, and the small life sword flew out, stabbing at the dream executioner. He didn't dare to recklessly condense the sword energy in his hand anymore, but his whole body flashed violently, and his whole body gradually revealed a golden color. Obviously, Sikongyu was about to transform into a sword. A huge sword like a broken golden arrow gradually formed in the air. Xiaohua's dream executioner was blocked by Sikongyu's small life sword, and the mountain splitter couldn't do anything under Sikongyu's sword transformation. Whoosh! Xiaohua also didn't hesitate and withdrew his two flying swords. Terrifying Phoenix. I didn't expect you to have the cultivation of a sword cultivator. I'm afraid no one knew about this. Sikongyu's voice was like the cry of a sword. However, even if you're a 3rd grade illusory sword, you can't transform into a sword like this old man. Today I'll let you see the power of my sword domain transformation. As he spoke, the broken golden arrow that was held by the Kunlun mirror suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was actually beside the huge sword that Sikongyu transformed into. The huge sword let out a sword cry, and the broken arrow returned to the huge sword like a swallow returning to its nest. The huge sword that was originally shaped like a broken golden arrow suddenly increased in golden color, almost illuminating half of the sky. When Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, the sword light once again shrunk, and a huge broken golden arrow appeared in the air. Suddenly, an irresistible sharpness came out from the broken arrow. Even the cold wind within 100 zhang radius was cut by this sharpness. The broken golden arrow just appeared, and then it dimmed as if it was about to disappear. Not good. At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know that the broken arrow that Sikongyu transformed into wanted to hide in the air and kill him? He hurriedly waved his Taoist robe, and the two green and red lights from the yin-yang sword gourd rushed out again, and stabbed at Si Kongyu just like the Dream Slayer and the Mountain Splitter. The Slaying Dream and the Mountain Slaying Sword were two beams of sword light. Each beam of sword light was green and red. The Yin-Yang Sword Gourd's Slaying Spirit Vital Light was also two beams of sword light. However, one was green and the other was red. The two beams combined were very similar to the Slaying Dream and the Mountain Slaying Sword. In this great battle, who could see clearly between life and death? Who could tell? Seeing the Spirit Slayer Vital Light fly out, Si Kongyu didn't increase his power at all, and the entire sword body suddenly disappeared. Alas, Xiaohua was somewhat regretting that he didn't use the Spirit Slayer Vital Light earlier. Now that Si Kongyu had disappeared, how could the Spirit Slayer Vital Light find him? However, just as Xiaohua was about to use the wind escape technique to fly away and take back the Spirit Slayer Vital Light, the Spirit Slayer Vital Light pierced into the void several meters away from Xiaohua, and the void was not between Xiaohua and Si Kongyu. It was even very far away. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly surprised, but then he was overjoyed. He saw a wave of fluctuation in the void, and in an instant, a golden brilliance pierced through the void. The broken arrow that Si Kongyu transformed into was actually forced out of its invisibility by the Spirit Slayer Vital Light. Not only that, Si Kongyu's sword body could no longer maintain its sword shape under the two green and red sword lights, and an incredulous and shocked face appeared in the huge broken arrow. However, when this astonishment changed, the green and red Spirit Slayer Vital Light wrapped around the broken arrow, and with a loud poof, a surge of blood spurted out. Si Kongyu's head flew out of the broken arrow, and the astonishment on his face would never change in this life. Buzz, then with a mournful sound, the light of the broken arrow quickly disappeared, and Si Kongyu's headless body fell from the sky. Fighting with this young master. Your cultivation is still a bit lacking. Xiaohua waved his hand, and Si Kongyu's storage bag fell into his hand, and the 1-foot-long broken arrow also flew in front of his eyes. What is this? It doesn't seem to be a flying sword. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the broken arrow floating in the air. It was still shining with an unusually tragic golden brilliance, and it was extremely dazzling. Big brother. Xiao Mao urged the flowing cloud-flying ship to fly over, and the shock in his eyes was needless to say. He had seen Xiaohua kill Qin Jian before. At that time, Xiaohua had spent a tremendous amount of effort to kill Qin Jian. And now, facing Si Kongyu, who was also at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword, and had defeated Qin Jian before, Xiaohua actually killed him without any effort. It had only been a few short years. Xiaohua's strength had actually undergone an earth-shattering change. It was simply unbelievable to Xiao Mao. Xiaohua stretched out his index finger and placed it on his lips, indicating for Xiao Mao to be quiet. He said softly, "Big brother has always been low profile. Although he claims that he knows nothing other than giving birth, but big brother still does not want others to know." Yes, little brother understands. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, who were still unconscious on the flying ship. He chuckled and said, "Little brother will definitely not tell sister-in-law about this." As he spoke, his gaze actually landed on the broken golden arrow. Oh! Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. "You brat, you actually dare to threaten big brother." "How so?" Xiao Mao shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is the first time little brother called sister-in-law. It is very awkward." "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed and pointed at the broken golden arrow and said, "Just because you called her sister-in-law, she also has to give you a greeting gift. But her skin has always been thin, so big brother will give it to you first." "Many thanks, big brother." Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He just wanted to take a look at it, but Xiaohua actually gave it to him. It could be seen how important he was in Xiaohua's heart. He saw that Si Kongyu used this broken arrow and was not even afraid of Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror. This object's origin was definitely not ordinary. As for the method to control it, wait until big brother takes a look at Si Kongyu's storage bag, then I will give you the jade slip. Xiaohua said casually. "Little brother understands, I will follow big brother's instructions." Xiao Mao nodded obediently. Nonsense, since the object was given, how could he not give the method to use it? "Dispose of this guy's corpse, don't let others see that he was killed by a flying sword." Xiaohua coldly pointed at Si Kongyu's corpse. Xiao Mao was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he immediately understood that Xiaohua was demonstrating his power. Little brother understands. Thus, Xiao Mao no longer asked and flew down from the flying ship. He flew towards the corpse. Xiaohua could easily kill a 3rd-grade illusory sword expert. In this Hun country besides Huashan sword, who else could he be afraid of? The three of them were suddenly full of confidence. Chapter 2773. Xiao Hua boarded the airship and looked at Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. These two were the best of the Dao Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators, but their cultivation was too low. Their illusory sword was too much, so it was normal for them to be injured by Xikong Yu. On the other hand, Xiao Mao seemed abnormal. Xiao Hua had already seen Xiao Mao's abnormality, so he was not surprised. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not know how to wake them up, so he could only stay at the side. Looking at Xiao Mao skillfully handling the corpses, Xiao Hua sighed. Sigh, as expected of a disciple of a famous sect. You know everything. Although I'm also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but what the Imperial Thunder sect gave me is really too little? Sigh, I'll just cultivate by myself. Xiao Hua sighed and ordered the primordial spirit in the space to stop working and checked the jade slips to see if there were any secret techniques or cultivation techniques. Not long after, Xiao Mao returned to the airship and saw Xiao Hua standing at the side. Fairy Hongxia and the rest were still unconscious, so he knew that Xiao Hua could not do anything. After all, Xikong Yu used sound to attack, so who knew how he knocked them out? Although Xiao Hua's strength was enough to kill Xikong Yu, how could he dare to casually deal with them? Hence, Xiao Mao stood beside Xiao Hua with his hands hanging by his side. The airship was quiet, with only the cold wind blowing. Looking at Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua whispered, Xiao Mao, don't you think? Senior Li fainted. Why didn't you faint? That's strange? I know. Xiao Mao nodded. When I heard that sound, I also felt extremely uncomfortable. My mind felt like it was turning upside down, but then the sound disappeared. I also don't know what happened. Actually, it's not just that. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, and whispered the situation in the Brahma Pagoda array, and then smiled. Looks like your background is not simple. Maybe you have an extremely deep background. What background? I don't know. Xiao Mao said sincerely, but I know that Big Brother is my Big Brother. I know very well how Big Brother treats me. My background is Big Brother's background. Xiao Hua did not comment. He had never thought of borrowing the background of others. Furthermore, both of my parents are dead. In this world, Big Brother is my only family. What other background did he have? It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Mao continued, as for what kind of background he has, he's just a tool for me to take revenge and also a tool for you, Big Brother. Haha, don't be so heartless. Xiao Hua laughed. What kind of blood relatives can you have in this world? Big Brother is also happy. If you have a good background, it will be good for your future cultivation. This is a good thing. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao was also happy, but soon after he said with some sadness, actually, little brother is the same as senior Marshal Brother Li. He hopes to find the opportunity to bring his lover back to life. Little brother also wants to see if the mysterious millions of Meng Mountains has. Don't even think about it. Xiao Hua resolutely waved his hand and said, I know that you miss your parents and senior Marshal Brother Li, and you miss Kai Zhuoxia. However, they had already fallen just like Tu Hong and Yu Meng. How could they possibly come back to life? It's better to let them rest in peace. This time, Xiao Mao didn't say, yes, little brother understands, but rather agreed in a low voice with some unwillingness. Xiao Hua still wanted to say something, but he raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then both of his hands began to form a spell. Under Xiao Mao's surprised gaze, Xiao Hua used a strange spell to wake up Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia one after another. Strange. Xiao Mao thought to himself, if Big Brother knew this spell, he would have already woken them up. Oh, I understand, Big Brother wants to talk to me alone. Putting aside Xiao Mao, who was thinking about Xiao Hua's strange behavior, after Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia woke up, they still had a splitting headache and were rubbing their temples in anger. However, when they saw Xikong Yu's corpse that was cut in half, they still looked at Xiao Hua with a strange expression. Li Zongbao even whispered, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, you killed this third-grade illusory swordsman. Why did you make it so bloody? Aren't you afraid that people will know that you killed him? You killed Qingjian once and we can still take it as a fluke. If you kill this Xikong Yu, your strength, won't it be exposed? Although I don't know why you're hiding your cultivation level, but since you want to hide it, then hide it until the end. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't blame him for being cruel, but wanted him to destroy Xikong Yu's corpse, Xiao Hua smiled, waved his hand in the air and said, I've fallen into Qi Qingyi's trap. The news that I have the Divine Sword secret manual has already spread throughout Huan country. This Sikongyu is only the first. After that, I don't know how many swordsmen will come. My Divine Sword Mystic Manual is bait. However, Qingyi used it as bait for me, but I want to use it as bait for the sword cultivators of Huan Nation. Let them come. If one comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. Sigh, that's right. There's still a long way to go before we reach Million Miles Mountain. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get rid of the sword cultivators. If that's the case, we might as well kill to stop the killing. Fairy Hongxia sighed as she endured her headache. Alright. Then we'll go now. Li Zongbao was helpless and was about to activate the flying ship. Don't be hasty. Senior Brother Li. Xiaohua smiled and said, you and Fairy Hongxia have to leave a mark on Sikongyu. Otherwise I'll be famous in Huan country. That's right, Senior Brother Li. We're now heroes of the Great War of Dao Cultivators. Our names are famous in the war. Xiao Mao smiled and said, now that we're deep in Huan country, it's time for us to spread the name of Dao Cultivators. The previous 3 made sword cultivators tremble in fear. Now, the 4 of us are enough to make the sword cultivators of Huan country flee. Good. That's how it should be. Li Zongbao thought for a while, then stretched out his hand and said, give me the Immortal Piercing Whip. Xiaohua smiled and took out the Immortal Piercing Whip for Li Zongbao. Fairy Hongxia also took out her innate primordial water and asked Li Zongbao to hit Sikongyu's corpse. After a while, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia activated the flying ship and rushed into the clouds. Xiaohua pulled Li Zongbao to the side and said, Senior Brother Li, take out 9 drops of your blood essence. What? 9 drops? Li Zongbao hesitated. He understood that Xiaohua was preparing to repair the Immortal Piercing Whip. However, normal magic treasures only needed 1 drop of blood essence to repair. How could he use 9 drops? Furthermore, 1 drop of blood essence had an effect on a cultivator. 9 drops would be even more exhausting. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua shrugged and said, how can 9 drops be enough? I need 9 by 9, 81 drops of blood essence. And it must be the blood of the heart. However, these 81 drops of blood essence can be divided into 9 days for me. Also, the time must be different. Blood of the heart. Although Li Zongbao's cultivation was as stable as a rock, he could not help but be moved by Xiaohua's words. What Xiaohua wanted was really too shocking. You can choose not to give it. Xiaohua smiled and said, if you use my blood essence to refine it, it will be my spiritual weapon. All right. If it were anyone else, Li Zongbao would have flatly refused. But looking at Xiaohua's smiling face, although he didn't promise anything, Li Zongbao believed that if Xiaohua didn't have a 70% chance of success, Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't be like this. Then Li Zongbao really took out 9 drops of blood essence from the heart. Looking at Li Zongbao's slightly pale face, even Fairy Hongxia frowned. Xiaohua's actions were really strange. However, this was far from being strange. What everyone saw next was what was truly strange. Xiaohua spat out a ball of red flame from his mouth. This flame was as calm as flowing water. There were no flames soaring into the sky and there was no heat. Even Xiao Mao inadvertently used his divine thought to sweep it and found that his divine thought could not see this flame at all. This flame was indeed strange, but compared with Xiaohua's sacrificial refining technique, this flame was not strange at all. Xiaohua's hand seals were cast one after another, but the place where the seals landed was not the 9 drops of blood essence from Li Zongbao's heart, but the flame. Under Xiaohua's control, the flame shuttled between the 9 drops of blood essence like a needle. Not long after, smoke and dust flew out from the blood essence. This is using the flame to refine the blood essence? Xiao Mao was stunned and almost forgot to control the flying boat. Big Brother's technique is really perfect. However, after waiting for another half an hour, Xiao Mao realized that what he thought before was really too far away. Xiaohua was not only using the flame to refine the blood essence. Xiaohua was simply using the flame as his own hand, and there was a faint fluctuation of a spell between the flames shuttling. This doesn't seem to be much. When a small shadow condensed from the 9 drops of blood essence, it emitted a bloody brilliance and stood up from the blood essence. Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were really stunned. Isn't this the legendary Demon Realm's blood coagulation technique? Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao were extremely shocked, and they passed it to Li Zongbao who was sitting next to them. At this time, Li Zongbao had gradually recovered. He had seen the blood shadow at 1,000 Feet Mountain. He could not understand Xiaohua's spell, but from the blood essence, isn't it a blood shadow? Li Zongbao opened his mouth, but seeing Xiaohua's concentration and the faint sweat on his temples, he did not say a word in the end. After a while, Xiaohua waved his hand and the immortal perishing whip flew out of the space. Quick! Xiaohua chanted and the soul silk flew out from between his eyebrows, grabbed the blood shadow, and threw it into the immortal perishing whip. Then he took out a few elixirs and put them into his mouth, closed his eyes and cultivated. Chapter 2774. The immortal piercing whip was floating in front of his eyes. Yes, what Hongxia Fairy, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao saw was true. Xiaohua was using the blood fusion method of the demon realm to help Li Zongbao refine the spiritual weapon. In fact, when Li Zongbao mentioned it before, he had already reminded Xiaohua. Although the Seven Spirit Mountains artifact spirit forging technique was incomplete, the only thing missing was the most basic blood fusion technique. And who in this world could understand the blood fusion method better than the demons of the demon realm? Moreover, the refining of the Seven Spirit Mountains spirit required a blood sacrifice and thousands of souls. But didn't the blood shadow technique of the demon realm extract the soul from the blood essence? Using the blood fusion method to condense Li Zongbao's 81 drops of blood essence, then using the blood shadow technique to extract the soul from it, then using the blood shadow technique to send the soul into the immortal piercing whip, and then using the Seven Spirit Mountains tempering method to refine the soul and then awaken it. Wasn't this the method of refining the spirit of the Seven Spirit Mountain? But the most difficult thing was that the blood fusion method of the demon realm couldn't use spiritual power. There was no magic art, only demonic fire, demonic blood, and even heavenly thunder. Xiaohua used the power of heavenly thunder to temper the wishful staff and the ancient silver chain in the myriad thunder valley. At this time he couldn't arrogantly use the heavenly thunder, so the wisp of spiritual fire in the Buddha's relic was just right. It was just that controlling the spiritual fire consumed too much true essence. Xiaohua was already at the early gold core stage, comparable to the early nascent soul stage, but after refining the 9 drops of blood essence he couldn't bear it. When he saw his immortal piercing whip floating in the air, a faint connection appeared in Li Zongbao's heart. This connection had been cut off by the spirit-devouring insects in the spirit-devouring array. Even if Li Zongbao had refined the immortal piercing whip in the early years, he couldn't stop the spirit-devouring insects from wreaking havoc. Now, under Xiaohua's attempt, just a sacrificial refining made him feel something. Li Zongbao felt that as long as he had a thought, the immortal piercing whip could return to his hand. But he held it in. Without Xiaohua's permission he wouldn't even think about it. The flowing cloud-flying boat traveled through the first glimmer of dawn. The dawn of Huan country was just like the night from before. It was also extremely long. The deathly white sun hung in the east and did not rise in the slightest. It had already been 2 hours. Xiaohuakai opened his eyes. A trace of joy flashed across his eyes. Previously, when he was in the flame forest swamp, he used the spiritual fire to break the blood-colored seal to save Xiangyang. He discovered that controlling the spiritual fire could improve his cultivation, but he had not used it for a long time. Today, when he used it, it was actually effective. Not only did it consume all of his true essence, even his unstable gold core stage had improved. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Xiaohua thought to himself. Junior brother Xiao, how is it? Li Zongbao had 1,000 words to say, but he didn't know where to start. He could only ask in a low voice. It's fine. Xiaohua waves his hand and says, little brother has underestimated this artifact spirit tempering technique. I'm afraid I won't be able to refine it again in a short period of time. And it's fine. Li Zongbao also waves his hand. The immortal piercing whip is an inanimate object. Junior brother is a living person. Junior brother's cultivation cannot be delayed because of this inanimate object. Big brother, with your cultivation, you actually still need to rest. Xiao Mao had seen Xiaohua's strength and is somewhat astonished. It's irrelevant. Xiaohua knows that he is unable to explain and says with a smile, helping senior brother Li to refine the spirit artifact, big brother's cultivation can improve. However, the second time will be after 9 days. A few days is fine. Li Zongbao does not care at all. Fairy Hongxia also looks at Xiaohua with heartache. Her previous anger has already disappeared. The 4 of them all thought that they would be able to refine it a second time after 9 days. Unfortunately, the flying boat only flew for 5 days before 2/3 grade illusory swordsman caught up with them. 2 third-grade illusory swordsmen? Naturally, Xiaohua does not put them in his eyes. Even 3 third-grade illusory swordsmen are not below him. However, what about 4 or 5? Furthermore, not all the sword cultivators of Huan country have the bearing to not attack Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia. Facing 5 third-grade illusory swordsmen, Xiaohua is somewhat tired of dealing with them. Xiaohua is currently only at the early nascent soul stage and the attack power of third-grade illusory swordsmen is close to the early nascent soul stage. Xiaohua being able to kill 3 third-grade illusory swordsmen at the same time is already not bad. If there are 2 more, he really can't do it. Not to mention 5 of them. At this moment, above the blue waves, the 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen have already transformed into swords. 4 huge swords of gold, orange, light green and grayish-black, each guarding a corner, trapping Xiaohua in the center of the 4-symbol sword formation. Moreover, 4 sword forces rush out from the tip of the sword and directly press down on Xiaohua's head and all around him. The 4 sword forces are like a palm that firmly grasps Xiaohua. Xiaohua's early gold core stage cultivator pressure is simply not enough to resist. Feeling that his surroundings are as solid as an iron bucket, Xiaohua's face shows a bitter smile. Looking at the flying boat that has already landed on the waves, he secretly complains in his heart. He has already been fighting for dozens of days. The number of 2nd-grade and 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen that died in his hands is already more than 10. The corpses of these swordsmen. Xiaohua simply didn't collect them. Like Si Kongyu, they were thrown to the side as a deterrent. However, the development of the situation and the temptation of the Divine Sword Secret Manual has already exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Almost every 2 or 3 days, there will be a swordsman chasing after him. And these swordsmen chasing after him are all 2nd or 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen. It can be said that the number of illusory swordsmen that Xiaohua killed here is almost catching up with the number of illusory swordsmen that fell in the Great Dao Sword War. Although there are many swordsmen in the Huan country, they are after all 2nd and 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen, which is equivalent to the middle and late gold core stage cultivators of the Cultivation 3 countries. If they fall one by one, how big of a disturbance will it cause? So, suddenly 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen appeared. Without any explanation they surrounded Xiaohua and the others. After one of them sent the flowing cloud flying boat flying, the other 4 surrounded Xiaohua and beat him up. Just like before, they were all forced to reveal their illusory swordsmen by Xiaohua. And before Xiaohua had time to kill any one of them, these 4 people laid out the 4-symbol sword formation. What makes Xiaohua the most angry is that the sword forces of these 4 people are firmly suppressing him. This pressure is his weakest link at this time, and now it is suddenly discovered by others. Buzz, the unknown cultivator, activates the huge golden sword. The huge sword trembles incessantly, and a hurricane suddenly rises. Although the huge sword has not yet flown out, the sword qi has already reached Xiaohua's body, causing the golden light protecting Xiaohua's body to flicker. Seeing the huge golden sword move, the orange-red, light green and gray-black huge swords simultaneously emit a strong sword cry, and each of them flies up. The 4 huge swords cut through the air, and the sharp sword qi and dazzling sword light attack the space around Xiaohua in an incomparably chaotic manner. At this time, not to mention a nascent soul cultivator, even a real illusory swordsman would have to face force with force at this time. Boom, the 4 huge swords chop down at the same time, and an extremely small dot faintly appears above Xiaohua's head. It seems like the void is about to be split open by these 4 huge swords. However, in the instant that Xiaohua is about to be split into 4 pieces, Xiaohua suddenly moves. As if he is using all his strength, he waves his hand. Kachacha. In the sky, the dense dark clouds have already covered the sky at an unknown time. Hundreds of lightning bolts, covering the sky and covering the earth, fall down and densely hit the 4-symbol sword formation. The powerful confinement formed by the 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen loosens, and even the 4 huge swords slightly trembles. At this time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly disappears again. The Demon Realm's concealment technique. Whoosh! The 4 sword lights flashed but unexpectedly hit nothing. Although the 4 illusory swordsmen's figures are slightly exposed, it is clear that the strong sword cries rise and fall one after another, and they are all extremely shocked. However, when the sword cries rise, the sword power has not yet retreated, but at a place about 10 zhang high in the sky, an intense sword light suddenly appears, and a huge heart shape appears from the sword light. Immediately, Xiaohua's illusory sword formation fiercely slashes at the light green and gray-black huge swords. At the same time, a wisp of spiritual fire flies out from Xiaohua's body, which cannot completely transform into a sword. As soon as the spiritual fire comes out, the sword light immediately spreads out like a net and rushes towards the huge golden sword. Even a sword gourd flies out from the side of the spiritual fire, and the two green and red sword lights inside it rush towards the orange-red huge sword. Rumble, the light green and gray-black huge swords quickly rise and collide with Xiaohua's huge sword. The strong sword chi rushed into the sky, and the sword light around Xiaohua's body rapidly flickers, and his whole body is thrown high into the sky. His huge sword is still unable to resist the 2/3 grade illusory swordsman's huge swords, and can no longer maintain the sword shape. Xiaohua's face is abnormally pale, and it is obvious that he was injured by the 2/3 grade illusory swordsman's head-on collision, but his bright eyes reveal an eager expression. Yes, Xiaohua urged all the magic power in his body, and struggled to break free from the shackles of the four-symbol sword formation, but he is still unable to break free from the sword formation. But this strike of his illusory sword formation blocked 2 of the 4 huge swords, and also caused the circulation of the four-symbol sword formation to stagnate a little. What Xiaohua wants is precisely this moment of stagnation. But when the execution spirit vital light bypasses the orange-red huge sword, a beautiful female illusory swordsman with a shocked expression on her face appeared from the huge sword. This female illusory swordsman opens her small cherry mouth without hesitation, and a lotus root-like small life sword rushes out, seemingly wanting to block the 2 sword lights. Unfortunately, the orange-red sword light flashes, and the small cyan sword flashes extremely quickly. Simply not waiting for the female illusory swordsman to make any extra movements, it has already circled around her neck. An intense sword light flashes out from her snow-white neck, but it is annihilated in the blink of an eye, and blood spurts out from her body. As for the huge golden sword caught in the fire net, the sword light is covered with thin flames. This flame is very quiet, but it is also very bone-eroding. A tall and imposing middle-aged illusory swordsman is also forced to reveal his figure. Chapter 2775. He seemed to be at a loss as he looked at the spiritual fire that could even burn the sword light. Then, a heart-wrenching scream came from his mouth. As soon as that scream came out, it was immediately covered by the sound of continuous explosions, only to see Xiaohua's figure disappear again. Dozens of huge fireballs soared into the sky from below his body. Tender green and grayish-black huge swords violently vibrated within the fireballs. A male and female swordsman wearing strange swordsman attire also revealed themselves. They were the ones who activated the sword light, trying their best to block the fireball jade talisman that Xiaohua threw. When Xiaohua's figure flashed again, he was already above the middle-aged swordsman's head. That black and thick mace was already in his hands. Pooh, as if hitting a watermelon, although the sword light above the middle-aged swordsman's head flashed violently, it was still unable to block Xiaohua's strength. Go, the green swordsman was an old woman. Seeing that something was wrong, she immediately wanted to escape. However, before her sword light flashed, a jade spring fell from the sky and wrapped the 2 huge swords in an instant. Come and help me. Xiaohua had already used up a lot of True Yuan to activate the spiritual fire. Although the Buddha Saraira did not use True Yuan, he was still unable to support it. He hurriedly called for Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia was already on the airship, rubbing her hands. However, she did not dare to fly into the battle for fear that Xiaohua would cause trouble. Hearing Xiaohua's call for help, she did not dare to hesitate. She released her Ice Phoenix Dharma body and released a stream of innate primordial water, rushing into the primordial water. Innate primordial water? Seeing that Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia both had innate primordial water, the 2 grade 3 illusory swordsmen were stunned. At this time they did not care about anything else. The sword light around them shone brightly, and the sword energy in their bodies also surged. A mountain-like grayish-black sword intent and a grass-like sword intent rushed towards one direction, wanting to break through the innate primordial water. Poo-pew, a burst of sword light rushed into the primordial water, and the primordial water was actually split open. But right at this moment, 2 streaks of green-red spirit-slaying Yuan light seeped into the primordial water once again. The old woman was scared out of her wits when she saw the murderous Yuan light approaching. The yuan light was too sharp. The swordsman with the golden sword didn't have any power to fight back and died under the yuan light. This was all seen by the old woman. With a loud bang, a string of pitch-black pearls on the old woman's neck broke, and a thick black smoke poured out from the pearls. As soon as the smoke surged out, it immediately spread out. The wisps of smoke were like tentacles that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They intertwined with each other and seemed to want to form a strange shape. Even the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard coming from the black fog. However, when the spirit extermination yuan light streaked across the thick fog, the green-red light flashed and sliced the thick fog into two halves. All the sounds died down, and the thick fog from before began to dissipate, gradually fading away. The moment it faded away, the old woman's blood sprayed onto it, adding to the desolation. Fairy Wuxia didn't stay idle either. She did her best to control the primordial water. Even though she couldn't control it as well as Xiaohua, she was still able to create small waves. The mysterious green-colored primordial water trapped the swordsman within it. Even in the turbulent primordial water, the swordsman's eyes were a little blurred. Of course, this blurriness only lasted for a moment. But just as the swordsman's eyes cleared up, a loud "wung" rang out from above the swordsman's head. Trembling, the swordsman felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. The swordsman turned pale with fright and hurriedly urged his secret technique to resist the attack of Xiaohua's soul tool. Xiaohua's figure suddenly flashed out from midair. It was the demon realm's concealment technique. Without hesitation, the wishful staff smashed into the head of the swordsman, who was barely able to resist the attack of the soul tool toad. The last third-grade illusory swordsman was killed by Xiaohua. Xiaohua let out a long sigh. His figure directly fell from midair. Fairy Wuxia was so scared that she didn't even have time to retract her ice phoenix body. She hurriedly flew to Xiaohua's body and let him sit in her arms. "Ai, so good." Xiaohua smelled the fragrance of Fairy Wuxia's hair and closed his eyes in enjoyment. To be able to kill 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen in succession, Xiaohua had truly exhausted all of his true essence, and also exhausted all of his mental strength. "Big brother." Xiao Mao's voice sounded at an extremely inappropriate time. "Granny, can't you speak a little later?" Xiaohua almost cursed it out loud. Without any other choice, Xiaohua opened his eyes and tried his best to make his slender eyes round. An extremely bitter expression flowed in his eyes as he replied, "I'm fine, it's just that my whole body is weak, I don't have a trace of cultivation." "Good." Xiao Mao was frightened by Xiaohua's eyes. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and continued to do what he was best at for the past 10 days. Xiao Mao skillfully collected the corpses of several sword cultivators that were scattered in different places, several hundred feet apart from each other. He took their flying swords in their storage pouches. Then he picked up his broken golden arrow and poked them several times before flying back to where he came from. Okay, at this time Xiaohua could already stand firm. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Mao. "This is the method to control the shooting sun arrows. There is a sacrificial refining technique inside. It is a secret technique passed down by Big Brother. Remember, without Big Brother's permission, you can't pass it to others. Hurry up and refine it. In the future, don't use the shooting sun arrows as small swords and randomly poke them. You're really embarrassing the shooting sun arrows." Big Brother really has a way. Xiao Mao took the jade slip and casually stuffed the flying swords and storage bags into Xiaohua's hands. He chuckled and extended his divine sense. Li Zongbao looked at the shooting sun arrows in Xiao Mao's hands, and a trace of envy appeared on his face. He already knew the process of Sikong Yu's death from Xiao Mao, and also knew the origin of the broken golden arrow from Xiaohua. It was actually a legendary artifact, the shooting sun arrows. "Junior brother Xiao," Li Zongbao opened his mouth and said, "This sword cultivator should be cultivating flying swords. How can he control our Dao sect's artifacts? Especially the shooting sun arrows?" It's not that special." Xiaohua stretched and explained, "Actually, in the records of the Huan Kingdom, sword cultivators don't use flying swords but swords. Bows, flying swords, treasured swords, etc. can all be made into swords. Weapon cultivators are a branch of sword cultivators. It's just that sword cultivators nowadays are competing with our Dao sect. Using flying swords is the orthodox way of sword cultivators, and using other swords is like a wild fox. The Flat Mountain Sword Sect can be considered one of the more famous sword sects in the Huan Kingdom. They have both weapon cultivators and sword cultivators in their sect. And this Sikong you can be considered a sword cultivator, and he can also be considered a weapon cultivator. Oh, I understand. Li Zongbao nodded. So sword cultivators also have so many strange things. Not only that, Xiao Hua said again, I also saw the inscription armor in a sword cultivator's jade slip. Inscription armor? What's that? Li Zongbao was slightly stunned. You don't know? Xiao Hua was even more stunned. Li Zongbao shook his head. I don't know. So it's like that. Since you don't know, just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Hua didn't explain further. The Utopia faction was a famous Dao sect in the Meng Kingdom. It was better to let Li Zongbao know less about Confucian cultivators. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Li Zongbao didn't ask any more. He looked at the corpses on the ground and felt bitter. He had never felt that, he was so incompetent. These third-grade illusory swordsmen were all killed by Xiao Hua personally. Fairy Hong Xia's innate primordial water could also help from the side. He and Xiao Mao were purely spectators. What should we do next? Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua helplessly. Sword cultivators seem to be very interested in your divine sword secret manual. No matter how many you kill, they will still find you. I'm afraid the four of us are now famous in the Huan Kingdom. Xiao Hua sneered. Even if there are people who aren't interested in the so-called divine sword secret manual, they will be interested in the four of us. Fine. I don't want to play with them anymore. If they come, we'll leave. Can't we just hide? How do we hide? Fairy Hong Xia kept her ice phoenix body and frowned. We're already in the depths of the Huan Kingdom. No matter where we go, there will be sword cultivators from the Huan Kingdom. There's nowhere to run. Why do we have to run? Xiao Hua curled his lips and pointed to a place not far away. There seem to be many caves in the mountain peak over there. We'll just go there. There? Fairy Hong Xia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know that saying. The most dangerous place is the safest place. But there's no place to hide. Sword cultivators can see us with a sweep of their divine sense. Let's go. How can we be discovered by others if we follow this Xiao? Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew up. Where was the slightest bit of depleted true essence? Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao and Fairy Hong Xia didn't know what Xiao Hua was up to. But the current Xiao Hua was the absolute master of the four of them. What else could they say? Xiao Hua very naturally brought the three of them and flew for several li. There were a few mountain ranges here and there were a few blue waves rippling in the ice and snow. Xiao Hua only paused in midair for a moment before flying to the bottom of one of the mountain ranges. Beside an unremarkable mountain rock, there was a cave as tall as a person. Senior Brother Li, please wait a moment. After Xiao Hua landed, he said calmly. With a clap of his hand, several puppets came out from the space and rushed into the cave one by one. These are puppets? Li Zongbao's eyeballs fell out again. He knew better than anyone else how rare these puppets were. And some fortuitous encounters in the early years. Xiao Hua's cultivation was getting higher and higher. There were fewer places where he used puppets. Naturally, he gradually forgot about that cultivator called Mo Qingyuan. Chapter 2778. Li Zongbao smacked his lips and didn't know how to continue the conversation. Well, it's an opportunity from the early years. With the strength of the utmost happiness faction, even his master, Heng Heng, didn't have any puppets. Even among the nascent soul stage masters that Li Zongbao knew, there were only a few who had puppets. But Xiao Hua took out a few puppets at once. Although Li Zongbao had told himself countless times that he wasn't surprised, he still couldn't help but mutter a few words. After an hour, a few more puppets jumped out from the cave. Xiao Hua put them away and said with a smile, "Everyone please. The rest of the matter will be handled by the famous Xiao Hua personally." Fairy Hong Xia and the others didn't understand what Xiao Hua was doing, so they could only follow his instructions and enter the cave. The cave wasn't big, but after passing through the cave entrance, there was a huge space below. It was the work of the puppets just now. Xiao Hua stayed outside the cave and covered up the traces left behind by the four people. Only then did he carefully fly into the cave and cast out the capital star array spirit talismans one by one, covering the entire space. When Xiao Hua formed a seal with his hands, the entire space disappeared. Even the entrance of the small cave turned into the same as the surrounding stone walls. Sensing the fluctuations of the array, Li Zongbao and the others released their divine senses. Seeing that the array was so tight that their divine senses couldn't penetrate, the three of them sighed again. At this time no one spoke. The Xiaohua, except for giving birth, he knew everything. If the three of them hadn't followed Xiaohua on this trip to the Huan Kingdom, they wouldn't have known that Xiaohua, in addition to his cultivation level, could also transform into a sword, had the soul-slaying vital light to kill people, spiritual fire, jade talismans, demonic weapons, soul tools. Any one of these secret techniques was already shocking enough, but Xiaohua actually took them out in an orderly manner. Every secret technique he took out could reap the life of a grade 3 illusory swordsman. Li Zongbao finally understood why Xiaohua didn't dare to let others discover his true cultivation level, and why he didn't make a move. Once he made a move he would kill them all. Just in time. Xiaohua looked at the stunned three people and smiled. Taking advantage of this leisure time, I'll refine Senior Brother Li's spiritual tool. Senior Martial Brother Li is so powerful, it's really a pity that you don't have a magic treasure. Even though Li Zongbao's heart was as calm as an ancient well, he still blushed a little when he heard those words. Of course, Li Zongbao also believed that Xiaohua was purely speaking without any intention of ridicule. However, before the great battle of Dao and Sword, Li Zongbao's notion of being number one below core formation had long since transformed into smoke. A kind of thought of, there's always someone better than you, spontaneously arose in his mind. Thank you for your trouble, junior brother Xiao. Li Zongbao casually said a few words and found a place to sit down. He took a pill and closed his eyes to meditate. Fairy Hongxia and Xiaomao also looked at Xiaohua. They knew that there was nothing they could do to help. One of them took out God's guidance, while the other took out the sun shooting arrows jade strips. Both of them started to meditate. The shock they received was actually no less than Li Zongbao's. This was especially true for Fairy Hongxia. The pressure she felt was not just from Xiaohua alone. Xiaohua had previously helped Li Zongbao refine the immortal poking whip twice. Later, due to the increasing number of sword cultivators chasing after them, he did not dare to waste his true essence to control the spiritual fire. While avoiding the sword cultivators, Xiaohua refined the whip 7 times one by one. Of course, Xiaohua spent nearly 100 days refining the whip 7 times. Outside the cave, there were still some fearless illusory swordsmen chasing after them. However, when they saw the corpses of the 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen, most of them gave up the idea of killing them. Only 5 or 6 of them did not give up their evil intentions and continued to chase after them. However, at this time they did not dare to act alone. Even if there were 4 of them together, they were still worried. In the end, the 5 or 6 of them gathered together. Of course, behind them, there were many second-grade and first-grade illusory swordsmen following them from afar. These swordsmen did not dare to come close. They seemed to be the disciples of the third-grade illusory swordsmen or other disciples of the Sword Gate who wanted to take advantage of the situation. These swordsmen ignored the cave where Xiaohua and the others were hiding. Even if some sword cultivators used their divine sense to scan the area, they would not be able to find the 3 people inside the capital star array. On this day, after Xiaohua sacrificed the last 9 drops of blood essence to produce a thin blood shadow, Xiaohua once again muttered and pointed his finger at the immortal piercing whip that was floating in the air. A blood-red little person scuttled out from the immortal piercing whip. This little person had a nose and eyes, and it somewhat resembled Li Zongbao. Quick! Xiaohua pointed at the thin blood shadow again. The blood shadow rushed into the little person with a whoosh. Suddenly, the little person emitted a thick blood-red light. Big brother Li, sit down. Don't resist. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, who was beside him, and said in a low voice, "Oh, okay." Li Zongbao thought that everything was done. He did not expect that Xiaohua still had other instructions. Therefore, he did not dare to neglect and sat cross-legged beside Xiaohua. After Li Zongbao sat down, Xiaohua extended his left thumb and slowly pressed it between Li Zongbao's eyebrows. Whoosh! A sound like flowing water came from the place where the thumb touched. A sapphire blue light blossomed along with Xiaohua's thumb. Looking at Li Zongbao's expression again, the moment the light blossomed, it slightly stagnated and then returned to normal. Xiaohua's hand drew an arc in the air. That sapphire blue light fell like a meteor into the blood-red little person in the air. Pooh! As if a candle was lit, a sapphire blue flame appeared in the blood-red little person's body. Following the burning of the flame, wisps of faint smoke rushed into the air. The blood-red color of the little person's body dimmed along with the faint smoke. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the little person had become transparent. However, the more transparent the little person was, the more obvious the outline of the human figure was. Go! Finally, Xiaohua released his soul thread again and sent the little person into the immortal poking whip. Whoosh! The moment the little person entered the immortal poking whip, a sapphire blue light like a clear spring appeared at the tip of the immortal poking whip and quickly flowed towards the entire immortal poking whip. Pow 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 pow. It sounded like beans being fried. Runes began to peel off the surface of the immortal piercing whip. As the rune disappeared, more and more runes appeared one after another, layer after layer, like bamboo shoots sprouting from the ground. Immediately, a sapphire blue light filled the entire space. When the runes reached the end of the immortal piercing whip, a loud buzzing sound was emitted from the immortal piercing whip. The sapphire blue light abruptly retracted from one end of the immortal piercing whip and rapidly surged to the other end. Whoosh! Without waiting for the light to flow to the other end, the light at the tip of the whip suddenly rushed out of the immortal poking whip and rushed into the stone walls of the space. It pierced through the capital star formation's defense and rushed into the sky outside the cave. Spiritual. Heavenly omen? Xiaohua's body tensed up. He felt the sword origin in his body rapidly circulating. The Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter were about to come out of his body. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. The sapphire blue brilliance shot several hundred feet high before falling back down. After the brilliance of the immortal piercing whip flashed 9 times, the entire brilliance was suddenly restrained within the immortal piercing whip. There was no longer any movement. However, Li Zongbao, who had already opened his eyes, already felt that the immortal poking whip had an indescribable connection with him. He seemed to be the immortal poking whip and the immortal poking whip seemed to be him. Although he didn't make any hand seals as long as he willed it, the immortal poking whip would definitely attack according to his will. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "The spirit tool is done. Senior Marshal Brotherly, as long as you nourish it with your primordial spirit, the spirit inside the spirit tool will sprout and gradually grow. In the future, my hard work will all depend on Senior Marshal Brotherly." Then Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense again and said with a bitter smile, "This spirit tool has only just been refined, but it can actually break my formation. If Senior Marshal Brotherly successfully nourishes it in the future, what kind of power will it have? Little brother is looking forward to it." Hee hee, Li Zongbao let out a rare laugh. "This is all thanks to Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. My immortal poking whip has seen the light of day again." As he spoke, Li Zongbao held the immortal poking whip in his hand. However, seeing that it was already completely different from the previous immortal poking whip, he laughed again and said, "This immortal poking whip is no longer the immortal poking whip. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, what do you think this spirit tool should be called?" Previously it was a magic tool that could kill one person with poke. Now that it is a spirit tool, one whip can kill several people, dozens of people, or even hundreds of people. Why don't we call it the Immortal Killing Whip? Xiaohua said after thinking for a while. Okay, let's do as Junior Marshal Brother Xiao says. Li Zongbao said happily, "This thing will be called the Immortal Killing Whip in the future." "I can, but don't tell Senior Marshal Uncle Heng Ming that this is little brother's work." Xiaohua nodded. "Of course." Li Zongbao wanted to say something, but Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. Without waiting for him to say anything, Xiaohua said to Fairy Hongxia, "Hurry up and leave. There are swords chasing after us." "What? Swords?" Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao turned pale with fright. They knew that they were definitely not a match for swords. If they stayed here they would only be a burden to Xiaohua. They immediately flew up from the ground and rushed out of the space. Fairy Hongxia was still transmitting her voice to Xiaohua, telling him the location of the meeting. "Senior Marshal Brother Li, you should go too." Seeing that Li Zongbao was hesitating, Xiaohua urged, "The weapon spirit of the Immortal Killing Whip is not formed yet, you can't help me much. Why don't you go and protect Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia? I'll leave the 2 of them to you." "Okay. Even if I have to give up my life, I will ensure their safety." Li Zongbao knew that this was not the time to hesitate. He swung the Immortal Killing Whip and chased after Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao without looking back. Chapter 2779. Fairy Hongxia was still reluctant to leave. She watched as Xiaohua calmly kept the capital star array spiritual talisman. Only then did she turn around and release her spiritual sense, which circled around Xiaohua. At this moment, a furious spiritual sense came crashing towards her like a tidal wave. At the same time, a sharp sword will rush towards her like 10,000 swords, forcing Fairy Hongxia to retract her spiritual will. Xiaohua looked coldly at the origin of the divine sense. He did not panic and flew into the sky. After identifying the direction, he flew in a different direction from Fairy Hongxia. Facing a swordsman with a sword illusion, Xiaohua was confident no matter how many of them there were. He did not ask Fairy Hongxia and the rest to hide. However, facing a swordsman with a sword illusion, Xiaohua did not have the slightest confidence. Especially since this swordsman was willing to disregard his status and come looking for Xiaohua. Then, the safety of Fairy Hongxia and the rest would be a problem. Therefore Xiaohua had to make a choice. He was alert in his heart. When he sensed a swordsman approaching, he immediately asked Fairy Hongxia and the rest to leave. He stayed behind to hold back the swordsman. Fairy Hongxia's heart was really like a ball of ice, melted by Xiaohua's courage and care. If not for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao by her side, she would have stuck to Xiaohua's body and become one with him. Fairy Hongxia even wanted to stay behind and face the furious swordsman with Xiaohua. However, she knew that her cultivation was far inferior to Xiaohua's. She would only be a burden if she stayed behind. What she wanted to do was to grasp the opportunity of this trip to Meng Mountains and increase her cultivation base. She wanted to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaohua as soon as possible, and be able to laugh proudly together with him. Xiaohua flew up into the sky. He didn't use the Imperial Thunder transformation. Instead, he used a simple wind evasion technique and flew towards the direction where the sunlight was rising. The orange sunlight shone on his face. His phoenix eyes were slightly opened. His eyes were filled with spirit, showing off a boundless elegance. That infuriated spirit consciousness swept over from all directions. The moment it came into contact with Xiaohua, it came to a stop. It no longer swept towards the direction of Fairy Hongxia and the others. Evidently, Xiaohua was the target of this sword. Seeing that the swordsman's divine sense had locked onto him and did not chase after Fairy Hongxia, Xiaohua was relieved. But then he was a little surprised. After all, when he, Li Zongbao, and the other two barged into the Huan Kingdom and killed those second and third grade illusory swordsmen, they left behind traces of their magical weapons. Just from these clues alone, it was impossible to separate Xiaohua from the four of them. There was no reason for him to only chase after Xiaohua and not look for Fairy Hongxia and the others. After all, there were three of them. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua sneered. It must be Qi Qingyi from the Seven Spirit Mountain. Since he used the Celestial Sword Secret Manual as a cover to lure the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom to come and kill Yi Zichen would not be able to do anything about it. And when I was breaking the Brahma Pagoda's array, I was also breaking the array by myself. How could he not know yours truly's bottom line? This young master was still kind at that time. I shouldn't have let such a scheming person off that day. But this is good too. Xiaohua thought to himself again. I will transform into a sword, and even attract the attention of other illusory swords. Senior Brother Li and the others will be able to safely pass through the Huan state. Let's meet again after I escape from this sword transformation sword. However, when he thought of escaping from the sword, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was an impulse in his heart. Hey, I am now in the Jindan realm and my strength should be comparable to Yuanying realm. If I only think about escaping from this inexplicable sword, wouldn't it be a waste of more than 700 Lingli pills? Xiaohua slightly released his divine thoughts. When it touched the divine thoughts of the sword, he immediately retracted it, and the flying speed was slightly accelerated. After flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua once again released his Buddha's consciousness. After taking a quick look, he suddenly accelerated his flying speed again. His figure actually turned in another direction. Immediately, in the next half-day, Xiaohua kept changing his direction, and the flying speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Speaking of the experience of escaping, Xiaohua was absolutely first class. He always kept a certain distance from the sword. Finally, there was an endless ice lake in front of him. There was a thick layer of ice on the ice lake and sometimes there was some broken ice. The blue waves rippled, and there were many huge icebergs between the ice layer and the blue waves. Xiaohua took a deep breath, flew into the ice lake, and landed on an iceberg of hundreds of feet. He put his hands behind his back, turned around and looked at the distant sky with an extremely calm face. The divine thoughts of the sword were locked on Xiaohua from the beginning to the end, and through the divine thoughts, an undisguised shame and anger was transmitted. It was obvious that the sword was irritated by Xiao Hua's almost provocative escape. Although the figure of the sword had not yet appeared, the threatening sword essence was getting closer and closer. The sword origin in Xiao Hua's body was stimulated, and Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter couldn't help but make a sword sound. Xiao Hua's body also emitted a faint sword light. The sword really can't be mentioned in the same breath with the illusory sword. Xiao Hua slightly sighed in his heart, but at the same time he had some expectations. A light purple sword brilliance was born in the distant sky, like an extremely gorgeous meteor across the sky. The purple reflected the orange-red sunlight, giving out a sparkling brilliance. This brilliance was like a blooming camellia, and the petals swaying in the wind were the flickering sword energy. At this time the sky was dotted with white clouds, like sheep leisurely scattered on the grassland, and it was quiet. When the sword energy of the sword appeared, it actually split the whole sky into two halves. The white clouds were smashed by the sword energy and turned into cotton wadding. What killing intent! Feeling the threatening sword essence become colder and colder, like the winter wind wrapping around him, even the power of imprisonment and the desolate killing intent became denser and denser. Not only did the surface of his body feel heavy, even the true essence and sword origin in his body gradually solidified. Xiao Hua sneered, and with a clap of his hand the seal of the ocean appeared. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the seal floated above Xiao Hua's head, and an earthen yellow brilliance sprinkled down, protecting Xiao Hua within. Buzz! That purple camellia flower flew several li away. That intense sword humming sound resounded through the entire frozen lake. Fine lines began to appear on the thick layer of ice. Waves began to rise on the water surface that had yet to condense. Swoosh, countless sword lights sprinkled down, and actually covered the sky above the ice lake. Small camellia flowers actually bloomed all over the sky. However, when the sword howl came to an abrupt end, the camellia flowers had also stopped at a height of 300 m above Xiao Hua. The camellia flowers that covered the entire sky flickered and converged towards Xiao Hua's location before descending. Strands of fierce sword energy pierced through the camellia flowers and pierced towards Xiao Hua. When they were less than 300 m away from Xiao Hua, the camellia flowers actually transformed into thousands of rays of sword energy that surged towards Xiao Hua's head like a myriad of streams returning to their source. Go! Xiao Hua sneered and pointed his finger. The seal of the ocean that had been accumulating power immediately shone brightly, and suddenly expanded. The coiling dragon on the seal roared and met the sword lights head-on. Rumble, a violent roar resounded, and at the same time, an intense brilliance was emitted. Waves of energy were emitted from where the magic treasure and sword energy collided, and huge waves of several zhang formed above the ice lake. The thick ice that originally had some cracks had long been shattered, and pieces of ice that were several feet large and several inches small were lifted into the air, then fell into the ice water and rippled along with the waves. Not bad. As expected of a terrifying phoenix. As expected of Nameless, who shocked Lu Ruochang. This cultivation is worthy of this sword making a move. A thin voice came from the camellia flowers in the sky. Immediately after, the sword intent of the camellia flowers gradually converged, and a beautiful woman wearing a purple sword robe appeared from the sword brilliance. Xiao Hua originally had a smile on his face, but when he heard the woman's last sentence, he unconsciously frowned, and his gaze fell on the woman. This woman was in her 20s, but the facial features on her face were somewhat rough, and she had a kind of thick eyebrows and big eyes. Although she looked very pretty, she was far from the kind of little bird that relied on others. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call her a tomboy. Moreover, this woman's skin was also rough, and the sword brilliance that had converged into her body did not completely enter her body. There were still several strands of sword energy that were as thick as a child's arm coiled around her body like pythons, and they were even slowly swimming around. This Xiao doesn't know what you are talking about. Xiao Hua sneered. This Xiao only came to Huan country with a few senior brothers to gain experience. I don't know why, but not only were there illusory swordsmen intercepting us, there are even transforming sword seniors coming to stop us. Could it be that in this Huan country there is no such thing as status? Any high-level swordsman can attack and kill a low-level swordsman? If a Foundation establishment cultivator attacks and kills a third-grade illusory swordsman in a great battle. This sword can relate this matter to sneak attacks, carelessness, and encirclement. The woman smiled faintly, revealing some yellow and white teeth. Those teeth were actually a bit bigger than others. However, this Foundation establishment cultivator killed second-grade and third-grade illusory swordsmen one after another. Do you think this sword will still treat this Foundation establishment cultivator as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, right now is a great battle between Dao cultivators. This cultivator actually crossed the battle line and infiltrated into the depths of my Huan country, causing a storm of blood. Do you know what he is plotting? How can this sword not come? What kind of status can this sword have to worry about? At this point, the woman looked at Xiao Hua with interest and lightly pointed with her finger. Moreover, this cultivator actually has my sword cultivation's ultimate technique, and there is even sword origin in his body. He even obtained my Huan country's divine sword secret manual. Tell me, how can this sword not be curious and come to take a look? Hiss, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had revealed his illusory sword cultivation in Huan country, but every time he used it, it was a one-hit kill, never leaving anyone alive. Moreover, when he broke the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation, he did not use a flying sword at all. He did not know how this sword woman knew that he had sword origin in his body. Chapter 2780. Senior, you're wrong. Xiao Hua said in astonishment. Junior is indeed a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and I'm also the so-called terrifying Phoenix. Junior doesn't intend to hide this. Furthermore, when this Junior was passing through the sword tomb, I once said this to a senior who transformed into a sword. How could Junior be a sword cultivator? Moreover, the so-called divine sword secret technique is nothing more than a false accusation by Qi Qingyi of the Seven Spirit Mountain. He wanted to borrow the hands of a group of illusory sword sect disciples to kill Junior. How could he carelessly give such an important secret technique to Junior? If he didn't give it to Junior, can't you snatch it? If Junior really did snatch it, how could he survive? Can he still return alive? Xiao Hua proudly retorted. Yes, yes. The woman nodded vigorously. Qi Qingyi is an illusory sword sect swordsman, and there are many Seven Spirit Mountain swordsmen following him. They even have their Brahma Pagoda formation. Even that can't stop you. And from your tone, you can even kill them all. Tell me, how could this sword not come? This. Xiao Hua didn't expect that he would still leave a bad impression and let this illusory sword sect swordsman feel that something was wrong. If Senior doesn't care about your reputation as a sword transformation senior and wants to deal with Junior, then, there's nothing I can do. As long as Senior doesn't spread the news and doesn't damage Senior's reputation, then it's fine. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Haha, didn't you just say it? If you were willing, you wouldn't have let Qi Qingyi spread the news about the divine sword secret technique. The woman laughed. Why can't this sword say that? Senior is indeed qualified to say that. Xiao Hua's voice was still calm. However, does Senior have the confidence to keep Junior here? Why can't this sword keep you here? The woman coldly said, even if you have the ability to kill a third-stage illusory sword sect swordsman, can you escape from this sword's hands? Junior has no grievances with Senior. If Senior wants to bully the weak, Junior has nothing to say. The true essence around Xiao Hua's body slightly flowed, and his eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. No grievances? The woman sneered. This sword is Shui Mingcha of the Void Heaven Sword School. Let's not talk about the Dao sword competition, just the fact that you killed my Void Heaven Sword School's Qingjian is enough reason for me to kill you. I see. Hearing this woman call herself a swordsman of the Void Heaven Sword School, Xiao Hua immediately extinguished the hope in his heart. He pointed at the overturned the sea seal and created several hurricanes to suck in the surrounding spiritual energy. Ah, you're really bold. Seeing this, Shui Mingcha laughed and said, in the face of this sword you actually didn't run away nor did you surrender. You even want to put up a desperate struggle. If you don't have a nascent soul cultivation, who would dare to have such a plan? At this moment Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He activated the seal of overturning sea and smashed it towards Shui Mingcha. Shui Mingcha put his index finger and middle finger together and pointed at the air. With a shing sound, like a sharp sword being unsheathed, a ray of sword light flew out from his fingers and hit the seal of ocean. With a crack sound, the ray of sword light was shattered into pieces. The seal of ocean only rolled slightly in the air and came down again. Not bad, not bad. Shui Mingcha nodded as if he was praising Xiao Hua. He looked at the seal of ocean surging with a strong imprisoning force. It set off several gusts of wind and shrouded the space around him. When Xiaohua was still in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, the Seal of Ocean was already very powerful. Now that Xiaohua was in the Gold Core realm, the spiritual energy in his body was as vast as the ice lake under his feet. The power of the Seal of Ocean had reached another level. The space around Xuemingcha gradually solidified from top to bottom. Not even the slightest breeze could penetrate it. In fact, when the seal of overturning the sea was about 10 feet away from Xuemingcha's head, the coiling dragon that had been coiling around the seal suddenly charged out. It roared as it charged toward Xuemingcha with the seal in its mouth at lightning speed. Its great strength and indescribable power were so great that even a mountain would be smashed into pieces by it. However, Xuemingcha, who hadn't moved all this time, revealed a mocking smile. Then, sword light shot out from her body in all directions. Every ray of sword light was a sharp flying sword. In an instant, they shattered the confinement of the Seal of Ocean. Moreover, Xuemingcha stretched out both hands. 10 rays of sword light flew out from the 5 fingers of both hands and attacked the Seal of Ocean. With a crack sound, several of the 10 rays of sword light blocked the Seal of Ocean. The Seal of Ocean rolled several times and couldn't fall down. The other rays of sword light were even more powerful. With a shwa 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 sound, they actually cut the roaring coiling dragon in half. The shadows flashed in the air and turned back into the shape of a dragon and landed on the seal. The attack of a sword is indeed powerful. Seeing that Xuemingcha didn't turn into a sword and blocked the Seal of Ocean, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. The thought of using the Kunlun mirror was also extinguished. However, his body suddenly moved. He flew towards the distance. Where do you think you're going? Xuemingcha naturally paid attention. Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to escape, she hurriedly waved her hand. Several rays of sword light appeared and surrounded Xiaohua from several directions. Hehe, Xiaohua sneered. His body suddenly disappeared. Oh. Xuemingcha frowned slightly. Her divine sense swept over like a waterfall. However, the area within 100 feet was empty. She didn't see Xiaohua at all. Humph, Xuemingcha snorted coldly. The sword light around her body shone brightly. Her entire body gradually revealed the outline of a huge sword. Rays of flying swords flew out from the huge sword. It was as if 10,000 arrows had been shot at the same time. Kacha kachat. A series of crisp sounds came from several feet above Xuemingcha's head. Then 2 rays of sword light, one green and one red, flew out from the place where the crisp sounds came from. They flew toward Xuemingcha's neck from top to bottom. The sword light was extremely fast, far faster than the sword light that Xuemingcha sent out. The 2 rays of sword light even dodged the flying swords. Just as Xuemingcha's gaze swept across the sky and saw Xiaohua's figure appear there, the green and red rays of sword light pierced between Xuemingcha's neck. Xiaohua actually didn't escape far away. Instead, he closed in on Xuemingcha in a moment. When he used the Devil Realm concealment technique, he sent out the spirit-slaying vital light. Kacha. The green and red rays of sword light flashed. However, the blood light that Xiaohua expected didn't appear with the flash of sword light. Instead, a light purple sword light appeared on Xuemingcha's neck, blocking the spirit-slaying vital light outside of the sword light. Not good. This spirit-slaying vital light can't kill a sword. When Xiaohua saw that the spirit-slaying vital light couldn't do anything, his heart went cold. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to withdraw the spirit-slaying vital light. How dare you! Although the spirit-slaying vital light didn't hurt Xuemingcha, it really gave Xuemingcha a fright. In addition to being frightened, Xuemingcha was also angry. His figure flew up, and his hands that had not yet transformed into swords suddenly stretched out. 2 thick sword lights were like pillars as they pierced straight towards Xiaohua's abdomen. At the same time, the sword light on her body flourished. A suction force was born from the sword light, and it actually sucked in the spirit-slaying vital light. Withdraw, Xiaohua was shocked. The golden core in his body suddenly surged and rushed into the sword gourd. A layer of silver appeared on the sword gourd, and even the golden threads that never appeared before were faintly discernible. Whoosh! The suction force inside the sword gourd increased greatly under Xiaohua's urging. Finally, the spirit-slaying vital light was absorbed into the sword gourd. Who's afraid of you? Seeing that the spirit-slaying vital light was withdrawn, Xiaohua's heart was a little relieved. With a flick of his sleeve, the sword gourd was absorbed into the space. He roared again and his eyes flashed with fanaticism. He raised the wishful steel staff, and his figure suddenly accelerated towards the sword light. Rumble, a loud noise sounded. Xuemingcha's eyes showed obvious surprise. Xiaohua's figure was not blown away by the sword pillar as she imagined. Instead, the thick sword pillar was actually defeated by the wishful steel staff. Xuemingcha's surprise was only a flash, and then she waved her hands again. The pillar-shaped sword light disappeared, and a wave of sword light rushed towards Xiaohua like a tide beating the shore. "Come on!" Xiaohua roared, and the wishful steel staff also rolled, and like a countercurrent, it flew towards Xuemingcha. A ray of sword light was shattered, and a piece of sword chi was scattered. "Oh, you really have some skills. Although the yin-yang sword gourd was refined by you just now." Xuemingcha's gaze fell on Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, and her thin voice now had a hint of a sword cry. "But this demonic weapon is very powerful. I'm afraid that the disciples of the illusory sword sect have suffered a lot because of this demonic weapon. It's more than suffering a loss." Xiaohua sneered. "This demonic weapon of this young master is stained with the blood of many swordsmen. Now, I'm going to taste the blood of the illusory sword sect." "Ha ha ha, arrogant. It's simply arrogant to the extreme. This sword has never heard of a Dao sect cultivator actually using my sword gourd to kill the illusory sword sect." Xuemingcha's voice was sharp, and wave after wave of sword flow rushed towards Xiaohua. The sword flow followed Xuemingcha's voice and also showed a wave, smashing towards Xiaohua like a mountain. This mountain and this wave were composed of sword light, and it was somewhat similar to the sword condensing the world in the Golden Destruction Array. However, these sword shapes could only flow and could not be condensed. Obviously, Xuemingcha's sword cultivation was advancing towards the sword condensing the world. "Fight!" Xiaohua was not afraid at all. He waved his arms and rose up in the sword flow. In this way, the two people confronted each other for half a cup of tea's time. Xiaohua was unable to get close to Xuemingcha, and Xuemingcha was also unable to injure Xiaohua. Seeing that this move was futile, Xiaohua waved his hand and collected the seal of turning the sea in midair. While one hand was still waving the wishful steel staff, the other hand displayed the thunder attraction technique. Kacha, in the sky, the sound of thunder was faintly heard, and a large number of dark clouds pressed down. As expected of the terrifying phoenix. "Where is your Dharma body?" Xuemingcha's eyes revealed a trace of dignity as she coldly said. "Why would I need to use the phoenix Dharma body to deal with a first-grade illusory swordsman like you?" Xiaohua pulled his hand, and several thumb-sized heavenly thunder attraction techniques struck the sword flow rushing towards him. Chapter 2781. With a loud rumble, a large area of sword light was destroyed by the heavenly thunder. Xiaohua took the opportunity to fly closer to Xuemingcha. "You want to fight with this sword with just this demonic weapon of yours?" Xuemingcha understood Xiaohua's intention and unconsciously laughed. "This sword will let you know the ability of a first-grade sword transformation." Buzz, a fierce sword cry resounded. Xuemingcha's figure gradually disappeared, and a huge sword finally appeared in midair. "Fight!" The sword essence in Xiaohua's body suddenly accelerated as Xuemingcha transformed into a sword. Just like how the soul execution vital light was sucked away by the sword essence, the sword essence felt like it was coming out of his body. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He tried his best to stabilize the sword essence. He didn't use the wishful staff anymore. His hands formed seals, and the thunderbolts and heavenly thunder fell like rain. Rumble, the continuous sound of thunder and the rising and falling lightning struck the huge sword and the surrounding sword light. However, no matter how rampant the lightning was, no matter how the heavenly thunder struck, the sword light of the huge sword was still bright, and even had a feeling of becoming more and more glorious. Is sword transformation so powerful? Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. At this moment, he already understood that a swordsman who had entered the sword transformation realm not only had an attack power that surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, even the body that had transformed into a sword also had an extremely strong defense. Not to mention that he was not a true nascent soul cultivator. Even if he was, without a sharp magic treasure and attack method, it would be difficult for him to take advantage of this huge sword. Buzz, along with the sword cry, the huge sword transformed by Xuemingcha moved. The movement of sword transformation was different from the movement of an illusory sword that used a secret technique to forcibly enter sword transformation. An extremely smooth sword arc flashed, and the huge sword had already crossed the sky. Then, like an antelope hanging its horn, A strong confinement and indescribable sharpness crossed the space of more than 10 zhang and fell in front of Xiaohua. Even a feeling of being torn apart was born from Xiaohua's skin. Xiaohua had already seen this kind of sword transformation attack at Chicken Crow Mountain. Although Shui Mingqia's sword transformation was no match for the old man's sword transformation, the power behind this strike was definitely not simple. Xiaohua felt that even if there was a mountain here, this strike would be able to flatten it. However, this power and this confinement were not what made Xiaohua feel the most uncomfortable. What made Xiaohua feel the most was the sword essence around him. It was like a moth flying into a flame. This sword essence was in tune with this sword light, and it was trying to force its way forward. Forget it, Xiaohua understood in his heart that Shui Mingqia had somehow found out that he had sword origin in his body. This sword transformation attack had already taken into account his sword origin. The sword origin that he had forcefully cultivated in the sword catacomb had now become his burden. I'm going for broke. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. Wung. At the same time, a sword hum was emitted from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua no longer suppressed his sword origin. His entire body emitted an intense brilliance, and a heart-shaped greatsword formed around Xiaohua's body. As Xiaohua forcefully transformed into a sword, the suction force of the giant sword was greatly reduced. However, Shui Mingqia's sword light was in front of him again. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his entire sword light and went forward to meet it. However, just as the sword light flew out, the great sword that Shui Mingqia had transformed into suddenly crossed the space of several tens of feet and appeared within the sword light. Not good. How could Xiaohua not know that this was definitely a sword transformation divine ability? At the same time that his figure hurriedly flew over, all the sword origin in his body surged out, and he was prepared to meet the great sword that Shui Mingqia had transformed into. Boom! An earth-shattering tremor resounded. The two soaring sword lights really did collide. Not only did the air wave sweep up the surroundings, even all the layers of ice on the ground were shattered by the air wave and the remnant sword light. Several tens of feet of real water waves were lifted up. Not only that, just as the two sword lights collided, Shui Mingqia's great sword suddenly flashed. The great sword grew by several feet, and the great sword that Xiaohua had transformed into was completely destroyed. Xiaohua's figure was like a huge rock that was forcefully smashed into the ice lake by Shui Mingqia. Furthermore, the remnant sword qi even went past Xiaohua and slashed at the iceberg that Xiaohua was previously standing on. That huge iceberg was like a piece of condensed tofu, and was split into two halves. That powerful force even pressed down the iceberg by more than 2 feet, and then it floated up from the water. As for Xiaohua, his figure fell into the ice-cold lake water. His Taoist robe had long been torn to shreds, and his body that was as hard as gold and stone had many bloody scars. These bloody scars were like the mouth of a baby. Some were an inch long and some were a foot long. All of them were filled with flesh and blood. However, although these bloody scars looked extremely serious, not a single drop of blood seeped out. The bloody light only left on the skin, and there was a faint brilliance that wrapped around it. Moreover, these wounds were also slowly shrinking and slowly recovering. However, compared to the injuries on the surface of Xiaohua's body, it seemed that the injuries on Xiaohua's body were even more serious. Xiaohua's body gently floated in the icy water, as if he was a walking corpse without feeling. In fact, it was indeed similar. Right now, his mind was violently shaking, and a kind of invisible sword cry was constantly flashing in his mind. Just now, Shui Mingqia's sword strike not only hit his sword body, but also hit his sword intent and the sword heart that had yet to take shape. The damage from the sword heart directly entered his primordial spirit. Although Xiaohua's primordial spirit was already separated and independent, his body was still affected. In particular, the sword essence that was originally flowing in his body like mercury was now on the verge of being torn apart. The connection between the sword essence was faintly discernible, and even when it flowed, it was intermittent. Hugh, as if letting out a long breath, Xiaohua's tightly closed eyes moved slightly. He was not unconscious, but the feeling of being hit by the sword was really uncomfortable. It was as if the whole world had been turned upside down. His whole body involuntarily turned over and over, but unfortunately his body did not move. This feeling was really unbearable. Sword transformation. It's really extraordinary. This young master still underestimated sword transformation. Xiaohua resisted the tearing pain of his body and the nauseating discomfort in his mind, and secretly thought, the reason why sword transformation is because she is a sword. How arrogant was that soul-slaying primary light, but when it touched Xuemingcha's neck, it was actually unable to cut it. If I were to fight with her with the wishful staff, it would be considered as meeting force with force. But I'm also using my own unformed sword to fight with her. Isn't this like hitting a stone with an egg? In the future, I have to remember that using my own strength to overcome the enemy's weakness is the best strategy. Today's competitive spirit and hot-blooded desire to compete with the blue sky should be used less in the future. At this time, the eagerness in Xiaohua's eyes had completely disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of regret. However, this regret had just flashed by, and that sharp sword intent was once again born from the surface of the lake. This guy is going to take my life today. Xiaohua sensed the sword intent and hurriedly shook his incomparably heavy head. He urged his magic power and formed a water-repelling seal, and his figure flew away. That is, just as the magic power in his body surged, a strong confining force passed through the dozens of feet of ice water and directly enveloped him. Not to mention Xiaohua, even within this dozens of feet range, the extremely fluctuating water ripples from before also calmed down. Although this area of water was not frozen, that kind of solidity was comparable to ice. Weng, the sword origin within Xiaohua's body let out a mournful wail. Outside the ice lake, a sword hum resounded once again. Following that sword hum, a seemingly illusory yet seemingly corporeal sword chi swayed as it descended. Shwa! Almost ignoring the dozens of feet of ice water, that sword chi directly fell on the top of Xiaohua's head. Seeing the sword chi chopping towards him, Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. He did not expect the sword transformation's attack to be so fierce and its speed to be so fast. Even the water-repelling seal could not avoid the confinement of this attack. Even the meridians in his body and the golden core in his lower dantian were firmly suppressed by the confining force, and not a trace of magic power could be used. Moreover, this Xuemingcha was not like those third-grade illusory swordsmen that Xiaohua had met before. When she chopped down with her huge sword, the sword transformation sword force was already contained within it. Xiaohua was not a true nascent soul cultivator. Not to mention not releasing his pressure. Even if he released it, how could he block this huge sword attack? Thinking about the various methods that Xiaohua currently had, although there were many types and abnormal, if he really wanted to use them to fight against a sword transformation swordsman, it seemed that it would be difficult to use any of them. None of them could be compared to Xuemingcha's sword transformation's attack. Xiaohua, who could simultaneously kill 4 third-grade illusory swordsmen, was still somewhat delicate in front of Xuemingcha. Therefore at this time Xiaohua could no longer care about hiding anything. Weng, the dragon transformation art within Xiaohua's body was madly activated, and a kacha sound was heard. Within Xiaohua's lower dantian, the 2 lightning cores within the silver-white golden core emitted violent lightning. These lightning bolts struck Xiaohua's golden core, causing the entire golden core to rapidly revolve. A huge amount of true essence gushed out from the golden core, and even caused the extremely condensed heaven and earth spiritual chi near the golden core to rush out. Like a torrential flood in a mountain valley, it poured into Xiaohua's meridians. As soon as this true essence entered Xiaohua's meridians, it was transformed into magic power. The golden light around Xiaohua's body flourished, and within this golden light, there were traces of lightning. Wu, a strange sound was emitted from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua, who had already been confined by the sword transformation's power and was unable to move, was suddenly surrounded by lightning bolts. With a raise of his hand, he defeated the confining force, and his figure flashed a string of afterimages along with the lightning bolts, flying towards the surface of the water. Oh! Xuemingcha's sword was already less than 2 zhang away from Xiaohua. Under these circumstances, even if he was an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Xuemingcha was still confident that she could kill him. However, at this crucial moment, Xiaohua actually used the lightning evasion technique and forcibly escaped from her sword light. How could this not shock Xuemingcha? Chapter 2782. Boom! Just as Xiaohua flew out of the confinement, it was as if a mountain ridge had fallen into an ice lake, or as if countless fireball talismans had exploded inside the ice lake. The sword shadow flashed, and a wave of several dozen feet high was raised. A space of half a mu in size appeared inside the ice lake, and in this space Xuemingcha's camellia-like sword quietly floated. It was as if she had always been there and would still be there in the future. The existence of her sword pushed away all the splashes of water. So close. Xiaohua did not have the time to comprehend the incomparable sword force of the sword transformation. After all, to push away the water of half a mu in size of the ice lake did not only rely on sword origin and sword force, but also the comprehension of the way of the sword. It was far from what Xiaohua, who had just touched the edge of the sword transformation, could compare with. If he could stay in this sword force for a long time, it would have a crucial effect on him stepping into the sword transformation realm. Unfortunately, compared to his life, this effect was as light as a feather. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief in his heart. His figure strangely followed Shuemingcha's waves and airflow, rushing out of the water at an incomparably fast speed. With a series of thunderous rumbles, Xiaohua had already rushed out more than 100 feet. "Where do you think you're going?" A sharp sword cry sounded behind Xiaohua, and after a series of sword shadows flashed, a 5-feet-long flying sword soared into the sky. It chased after Xiaohua like a stream of light. The speed of that sword shadow was extremely fast, and it did not seem to be inferior to Xiaohua's Imperial Thunder transformation in the slightest. "I'm going to die." Xiaohua saw that Shuemingcha was actually chasing after him with one in front and one behind. His Imperial Thunder transformation was actually unable to gain the slightest advantage, and he unconsciously felt his soul fly out of his body. How could he dare to think about anything else? He recklessly activated the Dragon Transformation Art and the Celestial Body Empowerment Technique, while absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while stimulating the true essence in his gold core, and using the Lightning Escape Technique, he rushed forward. Just as mentioned before, when it came to escaping, Xiaohua was really experienced. Before he had even condensed his gold core, he had already fought with Taoist Jianghu, who was a nascent soul cultivator. However, at that time, Xiaohua simply didn't dare to let Jianghu get close to him. He could only keep a distance of a few dozen kilometers. But this time, when he faced Shuemingcha, who was at the first-grade transformation sword stage, Xiaohua was able to retreat unscathed after a head-on collision. He should be proud of himself. What was special was that after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua did not hesitate to change direction. The strange angle and sudden change of direction threw Shuemingcha more than 100 zhang away. When Shuemingcha changed direction again to pursue, Xiaohua had already flown several hundred zhang away. In the following half a day, Xiaohua made countless turns, rushed into the sky, rushed into the ground, and even plunged into the water, all in an attempt to shake off Shuemingcha. Unfortunately, Shuemingcha was different from Taoist Jingxi. She only maintained her sword form. Regardless of whether it was in the air, on the ground, or in the water, she was not affected by the environment at all. Damn it, this swordsman is indeed powerful. After tossing and turning for half a day, the shaking in Xiaohua's mind gradually disappeared. That nauseating feeling also disappeared. Although he couldn't escape from Shuemingcha's pursuit, Shuemingcha didn't attack, so his life wasn't in danger for the time being. His brain began to ponder again. This young master's thunder evasion technique can already catch up to my Imperial Thunder sect master, but I still can't shake her off. What about the nascent soul cultivators of other sects? Don't even mention them. If I really encountered this guy, wouldn't I end up dead? But then again, this young master is only several hundred zhang away from this guy. If she really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid this young master still wouldn't be able to take that sword strike from before, right? While Xiaohua was secretly astonished, Shuemingcha's heart became even more depressed. In fact, Xiaohua's thoughts weren't completely correct. Although the flying sword of a sword cultivator was extremely fast, far faster than cultivators of the same level, compared to the thunder evasion technique of the Imperial Thunder sect, there was still a gap. An ordinary second-grade sword transformation stage swordsman might not necessarily be able to catch up to Xiaohua. Because this Shuemingcha's flying sword was somewhat special, her flying speed was also much faster than ordinary swordsmen. This was also one of the reasons why she chased after Xiaohua from so far away. But she didn't expect Xiaohua's thunder evasion technique to be so powerful. Even if she used all of her sword origin, she still couldn't catch up to him. Now that she thought about it, Xiaohua landed on the ice mountain not because he couldn't escape, but because he was waiting for her. This kind of waiting was either to give the other 3 Foundation Establishment stage swordsmen a chance to escape, or it was consistent with Xiaohua's actions. Xiaohua wanted to kill her. Thinking that Xiaohua wanted to kill a first-grade sword transformation stage swordsman like her, Shuemingcha sneered in her heart. If it wasn't for the cultivation of a middle nascent soul stage swordsman, it would be impossible to break through her sword transformation stage defense. Otherwise, it would be impossible to talk about injuries. And in the short fight just now, Xue Mingcha had already ascertained Xiao Hua's strength. He was only at the early nascent soul stage, far from being her opponent. However, even if Xiao Hua wasn't Xue Mingcha's opponent, Xue Mingcha wanting to kill Xiao Hua was the same as Xiao Hua wanting to kill Xue Mingcha. It could only be an idea, but it couldn't be realized. Of course, Xiao Hua wanted to kill Xue Mingcha, but he didn't have the strength. But if Xue Mingcha wanted to kill Xiao Hua, she had the will and the strength to do so, but the timing wasn't right. Yes, Xue Mingcha was following behind Xiao Hua, and her divine sense had also locked onto Xiao Hua. However, her sword origin had been completely activated, and nearly 80% of it had been invested into the flight of the flying sword. Even if the remaining sword origin could be used to launch an attack, Xue Mingcha understood in her heart that as long as she launched an attack, her flying speed would definitely be slowed down. And in the process of slowing down, Xiao Hua would have to fly extremely far away again. Moreover, whether Xue Mingcha's attack would be effective or not, she herself wasn't sure. Didn't she see how Xiao Hua had dodged the previous head-on attack and the attack that Xue Mingcha was extremely confident in? At this time, Xue Mingcha was relying on the fact that the sword origin in her body was far superior to Xiao Hua's. She was waiting for the true essence in Xiao Hua's body to be exhausted. Once the true essence was exhausted, the golden core wouldn't be able to provide any magic power. Xiao Hua's flying speed would slow down, and that would be the moment Xiao Hua would die. This idea was naturally a wise move for a high-level swordsman like Xue Mingcha, and it was the same for Taoist Jianghu in the past. However, the early nascent soul stage Taoist Jianghu couldn't catch Xiao Hua decades ago. Could the current Xue Mingcha do it? After flying like a headless fly for several days, Xiao Hua gradually had a plan in his heart. He also understood Xue Mingcha's difficulties. As for himself, he had the heavenly infusion technique to draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the outside world, and the dragon transformation art to refine the spiritual qi. He didn't even need to activate the golden core in his dantian. Instead, he could rely on medicinal pills and spiritual herbs to support the lightning evasion technique. Moreover, this kind of crazy activation of the technique was also a kind of test for Xiao Hua's newly created technique. It was also a kind of tempering for Xiao Hua's other set of meridians that hadn't fully matured yet. Xiao Hua even thought of chasing after Xue Mingcha like this until his golden core realm was completely stabilized before escaping. However, when he thought of Fairy Hongxia's concern, Xiao Hua decided to take a risk. He would first shake off Xue Mingcha, then head to the place where he had agreed to meet Fairy Hongxia in advance. After flying for another half a day, another ice lake appeared in front of him. This ice lake was very similar to the ice lake from before. Moreover, there were ripples on the surface of the lake and there were very few icebergs. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he suddenly plunged into the ripples. Xiao Hua had used this kind of trick many times in the past few days. When Xue Mingcha's divine sense moved, she didn't even think about it. Her flying sword also turned around and chased down the ice lake. With a loud boom, Xiao Hua rushed into the blue water, and in an instant the icy water rose several zhang. The waves rushed into the air and a string of water droplets appeared. These water droplets reflected a colorful brilliance under the clear sun. However, Xue Mingcha didn't care about this moment of beauty. Her sword flashed, and in an instant she rushed into the blue water. However, just as she entered the water and before the waves even fell, the divine sense that Xue Mingcha released was suddenly blocked. The divine sense mark that locked onto Xiao Hua also disappeared. It was as if Xiao Hua had never appeared. Xue Mingcha was greatly alarmed, and she hurriedly released her divine sense to search again. However, just as her divine sense swept out 10 zhang, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Because in her divine sense, there wasn't only icy water nearby, but there were many inexplicable things, whether it was foothills or scenery or indescribable cultivators or countless swordsmen. Not good. When Xue Mingcha saw this, how could she not know that she had fallen into Xiao Hua's trap? She hurriedly retracted her divine sense. However, when she retracted her divine sense, countless scenes flashed before her eyes. It was as if her divine sense had extended forward again. It wasn't retracting as she thought. Break, Xue Mingcha didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and hurriedly used a secret technique. However, she felt a sharp pain in her mind, and the divine sense that swept out was cut off by her. At this time, the several zhang of blue water that Xiaohua stirred up had already fallen, but the space within several zhang of shui mingcha was enveloped by a layer of innate primordial water that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Wong. Shui mingcha didn't reveal her physical body, and her entire sword let out a buzzing sound. Clearly she was extremely angry. The sword light flashed, and a sword ray mixed with angry sword chi rushed into the innate primordial water. Shui mingcha actually wanted to destroy the innate primordial water at the risk of her sword being damaged. Boom. The innate primordial water was indeed broken by Shui mingcha, and when the innate primordial water landed on the sword, it quickly corroded the sword light like thorns, and in an instant, some parts of the sword light were annihilated. However, that wasn't all. In the gaps between the innate primordial water droplets, wisps of spiritual fire also appeared, and landed on the sword light. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound was also extremely soft, and the sword light was actually ignited by the spiritual fire. Damn it! Shui mingcha urged her sword origin, and tried her best to resist the corrosion of the innate primordial water. Her divine sense swept out again, and she already saw that Xiaohua had already flown several li away. Chapter 2783. I must kill this bastard. Shui mingcha was enraged at the thought of being injured in front of a cultivator. She cursed Xiaohua in her heart. Just as she was about to activate her sword origin and soar into the sky again, she suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain from her back. When she scanned her back with her divine perception, she found that a thumb-sized flame had already ignited the sword light on her back. Moreover, the fire seemed to be spreading. Is this the innate true fire? Shui mingcha was scared out of her wits. She didn't expect Xiaohua to have innate true fire in the innate true water. Moreover, this true fire could actually ignite her sword light. Since this true fire could ignite the sword light, then the sword origin must be able to ignite it as well. And could she not be ignited as well? The most important thing was that when the flame burned the sword light, there was a bone-eroding pain. This pain forced Shui mingcha to escape from the sword transformation realm. This was something Shui mingcha didn't dare to imagine. However, how could Shui mingcha dare to escape from the sword transformation realm? She could only activate her sword origin. Her body glowed brightly, and the sword light pierced the bottom of the flame, stopping it from spreading further. However, the sword light was only stopped for a moment. The sword light was ignited by the flame again, and the fire grew even stronger. Shui mingcha suddenly thought of the innate true water that trapped her just now. Without hesitation, she rushed over again, wanting to use the innate true water to extinguish the spirit fire. Unfortunately, when the innate true water landed on the spirit fire seemed to be nothing. It even ignited the innate true water. This isn't the innate true fire. Shui mingcha was shocked. When she realized that this strange flame wasn't the innate true fire, she panicked even more. This was something that could ignite the innate true water. How could she let it wreak havoc on her body? Shui mingcha gritted his teeth. The sword light around his body flashed again, and the huge sword appeared again. However, this huge sword only appeared for a brief moment before it quickly shrunk. A slender camellia flower emerged from the light of the huge sword. The camellia flower fell into the air, and gradually revealed the figure of a naked woman. When the sword light faded away, Shui mingcha, who had changed into another set of purple sword equipment, appeared with an ashen face. Shui mingcha didn't have time to check the situation at the scene and immediately released her divine perception. As expected, there was no trace of Xiaohua within 100 miles. If it wasn't that Xiaohua was flying too fast, then it was that Xiaohua had used a concealment technique. But no matter what, with Shui mingcha's ability, it was already no different from ascending to the heavens if he wanted to discover and catch up to Xiaohua now. This bastard is too cunning. Shui mingcha unwillingly used her divine sense to scan the area in front of her again and again. Only when she felt that she had really lost track of Xiaohua did she fiercely retract her divine sense. At this moment, her divine sense was still somewhat painful. This fire. The sword light that Shui mingcha shed should have disappeared a long time ago because it didn't have sword origin. However, under the attachment of the spiritual fire, it continued to burn for a while. At this moment, Shui mingcha looked again. Not only did the sword light disappear, even the spiritual fire had turned into a tiny wisp. This wisp of spiritual fire could only be seen with the naked eye, and Shui mingcha's divine sense couldn't detect it. This fire doesn't seem to be as powerful as I imagined. Shui Mingcha suddenly realized something, and her heart was somewhat ashamed and angry. This bastard Xiaohua is really cunning. He actually set up this thing after using the innate true water. So it was to set up a maze. And this sword actually used the golden cicada shell shedding secret technique and damaged the sword origin. But if this sword didn't use the secret technique, how could it escape from this mysterious fire? Seeing the spiritual fire slowly fall down like a thin feather, Shui Mingcha's heart moved. She clapped her hands and took out a sword-shaped container from her chest. She pointed her finger, and the small sword flew under the spiritual fire. The tip of the small sword was an entrance, and she quietly waited for the spiritual fire to enter the container. However, something strange happened. That wisp of spiritual fire didn't seem to be material at all. It actually escaped from the small sword and slowly fell into the blue waves below the small sword. What kind of fire is this? Shui Mingcha was somewhat dumbfounded. She naturally knew that there were many strange things in the Dao sect, but she was still a sword. What kind of things hadn't she seen before? However, this was the first time she saw a spiritual fire that looked even stranger than the innate true fire. After using several methods to collect the spiritual fire, Shui Mingcha completely gave up. She really didn't understand how Xiaohua kept and used this item. However, when she glanced at the innate primordial water that had shrunk into a few drops in midair, a smile appeared on Shui Mingcha's face. Fortunately, I didn't make a wasted trip this time. This sword needs innate true water to refine the sword body, and this Xiaohua actually sent a few drops. Speaking of innate true water, the matter of the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain was definitely caused by this bastard Xiaohua. Not only does this bastard have the Yin-Yang sword gourd, he also has innate true water. Where did he get it from? Sword Master Chong is really too much. He left a good innate true water and didn't let this sword take it. Now it's a mess because of that bastard. At this point, Shui Mingcha pointed her finger and several sword lights flew out. They nimbly caught the few drops of innate true water and slowly sent them into the small sword-like container. Shui Mingcha frowned. However, what kind of elixir is Sword Master selling in his gourd? Not only did he not chase after Xiaohua, he even revealed this matter. It's as if the matter of the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain never happened. This is really troublesome. Why should this sword think about these troublesome matters? How many things are done by Sword Master's group of third-grade transformation Sword Masters? This sword doesn't need to go to the battlefield of the Great Sword War. The corner of Shui Mingcha's mouth curled up. She waved her hand and caught the small sword-like container. After carefully putting it away, she released her divine sense again and scanned the surroundings several times. Only then did her body release sword lights and soar into the sky in a certain direction, quickly disappearing. After several days, Xiaohua's figure strangely appeared in a place dozens of li away. This position was not only the direction Xiaohua had fled in, but the place was also very obvious. It was an ice mountain in the middle of an ice lake. In fact, after Xiaohua released the innate primordial water and spiritual fire, his Buddhist consciousness had been left in the ice lake. Seeing that Shui Mingcha had fallen into the innate primordial water, he immediately urged the true origin in his gold core to increase his speed. When Shui Mingcha's divine sense swept over again, he had already crossed the ice mountain. When Shui Mingcha discovered the spiritual fire, she didn't have time to follow Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately withdrew his Buddhist consciousness and quickly flew back, hiding in the ice mountain. Xiaohua's concealment technique, the capital star array, and the maze he had set up, allowed Shui Mingcha to release her divine sense between dozens of li and hundreds of li. She simply didn't sweep this ice mountain. Alas, what a pity for those few drops of innate primordial water. Xiaohua flew above the ice lake and collected the spiritual fire that had fallen into it. He whispered with some regret, however, this young master's cultivation is still a bit lacking. I originally thought that with gold core I would be able to fight Reverend Jingxi. Looking at it now, it's better to be careful. If I can avoid that guy, it's better not to. If I really see him, it's better to run away as soon as possible. Following which, Xiaohua raised his head to look at the position of the sun. After identifying the direction slightly, he flew towards another direction. The astronomical phenomenon in the extreme north of Huan country was rather strange. In the beginning, the alternation of the sun and moon was normal. However, as one went deeper, the day and night gradually lengthened. In the end, the night and day would often not alternate for dozens of days. Now it was daytime. After Xiao Hua parted ways with Fairy Hongxia and the rest, the pale white sun had been hanging in the east without any movement. Xiao Hua was originally a directionally challenged person. At this moment, it was already not easy for him to identify the direction by looking at the position of the sun. However, Xiao Hua was still wrong. Although the sun had been hanging in the east and didn't seem to have moved, how could it not have moved for dozens of days? If it was a sword cultivator, they would definitely calculate and see which direction the sun was in. Then they would fly towards the place they wanted to go. Furthermore, the other party would have other methods to determine the direction better. They would definitely not use the direction of the sun from dozens of days ago as the direction of today. Therefore, Xiao Hua's flight was naturally different from the direction Fairy Hongxia and the rest were heading towards. Xiao Hua flew for several days and didn't see any trace of Fairy Hongxia and the rest. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was fighting with Shui Mingcha and flew extremely far away. Fairy Hongxia and the rest shouldn't be flying too close. However, after flying for dozens of days, seeing that the sun in the east was gradually setting, Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. Could it be? I was wrong again? Even if the three of them were rushing non-stop with eyes escape technique, I should have found them long ago. Xiao Hua originally wanted to find a swordsman to ask about the location Fairy Hongxia mentioned before they left. However, in these dozens of days he actually didn't meet a single person. I've really seen a ghost. Xiao Hua thought helplessly. Previously, I didn't want to meet any sword cultivators. However, there were dozens of them. They were dozens of illusory sword grade 3 swordsmen who didn't care about their lives and sent themselves to death. They even sent an old woman who was a grade 1 swordsman. They almost took this young master's life. Now there's no need for any illusory sword cultivators. Can't any of them come out? Xiao Hua helplessly flew in midair and released his spiritual will and Buddhist awareness, hoping to find one or two figures so that he could find traces of Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Back then, when Fairy Hongxia and the rest were forced to part ways with Xiao Hua, they fled into the distance. Especially when Fairy Hongxia's spiritual will was near Xiao Hua and was forced back by Shui Mingcha's spiritual will. Although she didn't suffer any injuries, that sharp sword-like spiritual will left a deep impression on Fairy Hongxia. Chapter 2784. Furthermore, after Fairy Hongxia and the rest had flown more than 10 li away, Shui Mingcha's spiritual sense still chased after them. That spiritual sense scanned the three of them coldly, and even scanned Li Zongbao many times. However, after Xiao Hua flew far away, Shui Mingcha did not dare to stay for long, and only then did he retract his spiritual sense. Seeing this, Li Zongbao understood that Shui Mingcha's intentions were different from those illusory swordsmen. He was not here to snatch the Divine Sword Secret Manual, but to find trouble with them. Li Zongbao thought of this, so did Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao. Fairy Hongxia was even more worried about Xiao Hua. Although she knew that he already had the strength of an early nascent soul stage, but he was facing an illusory sword after all. Unknowingly, Fairy Hongxia's flying speed slowed down. Seeing this, Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, whose face was as cold as ice, and could only fly to Fairy Hongxia and whisper, "Senior sister. Big brother's cultivation. I don't know, but how could senior sister not know? He could easily kill 4 illusory sword grade 3 swordsmen. If he really met an illusory sword, he might not be at a disadvantage." Sigh. Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Mao's words were reasonable, but she was still worried. She sighed and did not say anything, and turned back to look in the direction that Xiao Hua disappeared. Xiao Mao wanted to say something, but seeing Fairy Hongxia's absent-minded look, he did not know how to comfort her. "Junior sister." Li Zongbao's voice entered their ears. "Even if you look back a million times, you still can't see Xiao Hua. Even if you think about it a million times, you still can't help Xiao Hua. What you need to do now is to raise your cultivation. Only when you are pregnant and become a grandmaster, can you be Xiao Hua's assistant. Only then can you be qualified to worry about Xiao Hua." Saying this, Li Zongbao clapped his hands and took out his beloved immortal slaughtering whip. He said in a calm and even somewhat jealous voice, "Look at this spiritual weapon, immortal slaughtering whip. Although I have never seen a spiritual weapon before, I can clearly feel that this item is mine, and mine is this item. This feeling is many times stronger than the immortal piercing whip. If this item is not a spiritual weapon, then what kind of treasure is it? Xiao Hua, who can even refine such a spiritual weapon? If you don't raise your cultivation, how can you stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Don't you see that Imperial Thunder Sect disciple called Shui? Although she has something to do with Xiaohua, she has only been cultivating in seclusion. Even when Xiaohua went to Sky Patrol City to fight, she didn't come out to send him off. Do you think she doesn't want to? She did that for the sake of the future, for the sake of being together with Xiaohua better. Junior sister's current cultivation can't even be compared to me. Even if you can fly to Xiaohua's side, what can you help her with? The reason why you came all the way to Meng Mountains is to look for an opportunity. Xiaohua lured away the transformation sword. Didn't he also want you to fulfill your wish? Now that you've lost your soul and are worried about Xiaohua, what should you do? If you were Shui of the converted Thunder Palace, I'm afraid you would have already accompanied Xiaohualai in his Dao sword battle, right? Not only are you unable to cultivate in seclusion by yourself, you're even being protected by Xiaohua. Moreover, there's an even greater possibility that you'll perish in the great battle between Dao cultivators. How could you still have the carefree life of Xiaohua? Sometimes when you lose something, you know how precious it is, Li Zongbao sighed. His words were obviously meant to provoke her, and Fairy Hongxia understood it when she heard it. However, when Shui was mentioned, Fairy Hongxia's competitive spirit was uncontrollably born. She cupped her fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother. I understand now. I'll definitely keep senior brother's words in my heart." Actually, with Xiaohua's cultivation base, he'll definitely be the brightest star in the great battle between Dao cultivators. However, he's been hiding it all this time. He must have his own secrets and difficulties. Therefore, in the future, in my opinion, the two of you will spend less time together and more time apart. If the two of you are of the same mind, then you should have the mentality of seeing the world as close as a stone's throw away. Junior sister's mentality right now is not good. Yes, junior sister understands. Fairy Hongxia nodded again. Moreover, Xiaohua. In my opinion, his other divine abilities might not be able to catch the eyes of sword transformation. However, his ability to escape is definitely at the level of a mid-late nascent soul cultivator. Sword transformation may not be able to catch up with him. You don't have to worry today, and you don't have to worry in the future as well. We just have to hurry to mount millions of Meng Mountains. I'm sure it won't be long before he catches up with us. Yes, junior sister understands. After hearing Li Zongbao's words, Fairy Hongxia was still a little worried. However, she also understood that Li Zongbao's words were true. She was simply worried about Xiaohua, and that was the inferior choice. Only by increasing her own cultivation base and not worrying Xiaohua, and being able to help him, that would be the superior choice. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. I'm afraid this is what it means. Fairy Hongxia suddenly thought to herself. Seeing Fairy Hongxia's thoughtful expression, Li Zongbao did not say much. This kind of thing would have to depend on Fairy Hongxia's own understanding. The only thing he could do was to remind her. After flying for another 10 days, Xiaohua still did not appear. As a result, Fairy Hongxia was not the only one feeling uneasy. Even Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were surprised. Unfortunately, before they could stop and wait, a third-grade illusory sword divine sense swept over from the front. As soon as it discovered them, it immediately locked onto them. Without Xiao Mao, the highest cultivation base among the three was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, Li Zongbao's immortal slaying whip was still being nourished and could not be used. The three of them were no match for any illusory swordsman, let alone a third-grade illusory swordsman. Sensing this divine sense, Li Zongbao's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly pointed behind and said, "Quick, we don't have to go forward anymore. Let's turn back quickly. If we can meet Xiaohua, it's fine. If not." Without waiting for Li Zongbao to finish his words, Xiao Mao immediately turned the flowing cloud airship around, activated all the spiritual power in his body, and flew in the direction where the three of them came from. Li Zongbao was right, but he forgot that Xiaohua was the best at getting lost. Even if they flew to the place where the four of them separated, how could they find Xiaohua again? Moreover, would the third-grade illusory swordsman give them a chance to meet up with Xiaohua? The flowing cloud airship had only flown for half a day when Li Zongbao's divine sense discovered the dark-faced sword cultivator chasing after the airship. Not only that, when Li Zongbao sensed that the swordsman was approaching him, another 5 strands of divine thoughts swept over from the direction where the swordsman came from. After discovering the airboat, the 5 strands of divine thoughts disappeared again. When the divine thoughts swept over the airboat again, Li Zongbao found that the 6 swordsmen of grade 3 illusory sword had surrounded the airboat and were closing in on it in a fan-shaped formation. Maybe we really can't fly back. Li Zongbao retracted his divine sense, and his face was extremely ugly. He pointed at the 6 third-grade illusory sword swordsmen and said, "These 6 illusory sword swordsmen are obviously afraid of junior brother Xiao. They also saw our intention to fly back, and now they have surrounded us, blocking our way from the side. The 3 swordsmen who are flying side by side with the airship are obviously flying very fast. They are chasing after the airship and outflanking us from the side. It seems that they are trying to stop us from flying back." Xiao Mao's divine sense was far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. At this time he also realized that something was wrong, and his face was also pale. Fairy Hongxia knew that her divine sense was not as good as Li Zongbao's, so she did not release her divine sense. Instead she said calmly, "Since we can't fly back, then we can only fly in the direction away from them. As long as we can keep a distance from them, let's go." Li Zongbao's body flashed brilliantly, and he poured his magic power into the flowing cloud airship. The flowing cloud airship accelerated again, and flew in another direction. Although Li Zongbao and the others tried their best, and the airship kept changing its direction, the 3 of them were, after all, just cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. Under the pursuit of 6 third-grade illusory swordsmen, they were still unable to catch up. In just a few days, the 6 swordsmen's figures were already in sight. In fact, according to the speed of the 6 swordsmen, they could have caught up with the airship 2 or 3 days ago. But for some reason, perhaps they thought that the 3 of them were like turtles in a jar, so they slowed down their speed. Seeing that the 6 swordsmen were only 2 or 3 miles away, Li Zongbao sighed softly in his heart. The 3 of them were really insignificant without Xiaohua. He looked up at the direction where Xiaohua should have come from, clapped his hands, and took out the immortal slaying whip. He whispered, "Junior sister, let's meet the enemy." Okay. Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment, and then withdrew her hand from the control of the airship. She said, "Senior brother, it's better not to use the immortal slaying whip now." What? Li Zongbao frowned slightly. This item, although it's a spiritual weapon, it's currently being cultivated, so it can't be used as a spiritual weapon. Moreover, if senior brother rashly uses it, the illusory swordsman might notice that something is wrong and covet it. Even if they won't really kill us now and maybe take us as hostages with this item, we might not be able to keep our lives. Oh, Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He didn't have any suitable magic weapons, so the first thing he thought of was the immortal slaying whip. Hearing Fairy Hongxia's words, he knew that she was right. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and kept the immortal slaying whip, and took out the yin-yang ring. He turned to Xiao Mao and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you guard this airship. There's no need to fight. We won't leave this airship either. Our main goal is to escape." "Yes, junior brother understands." Xiao Mao had originally stood up, but now he could only sit down. "Kaka. There are only 3 little kids here. Where's the horrifying phoenix?" A fierce voice came from the horizon. It was the grade 3 illusory swordsman who had first discovered the airship. Following that, a voice that was neither loud nor soft said coldly, "Left sword. Who cares where the horrifying phoenix went? Capture these 3 kids. Aren't you afraid that the horrifying phoenix won't show up?" Chapter 2785. Li Zongbao looked around and saw that the voice belonged to the only female swordsman among the 6 swordsmen. She was also the fastest and was less than a mile away from the flying boat. "Huang Ping. We've already searched the surrounding several hundred miles, but we didn't find any trace of the terrifying phoenix. Furthermore, these 3 brats are actually behind us on the flying boat. Could it be that we have already caught up to it? That terrifying phoenix escaped somewhere else?" "Why are you asking me?" Huang Ping said calmly, "Let's capture these 3 and interrogate them carefully. Leave the interrogation to this old man." Another valiant sword cultivator approached and sneered, "My High Wind Sword sect has a grudge with this Dao sect cultivator. The reason why I interrogated the 3 Dao cultivator disciples who fought in the battle was to vent the anger of the fallen disciples of the sword region." "Wang Jingqiang, your methods are too ruthless. Let me do it." On the other side, a scholarly-looking swordsman said eerily, This chick won't be able to withstand your vicious attacks. It would be a pity if she were to fall. Fairy Hongxia's expression changed when she heard that, even though she knew that they were just trying to scare her. Attack. Li Zongbao had been holding back for a long time. When he saw the 4 swordsmen approaching while the other 2 were still some distance away, he shouted and threw out the Yin-Yang hoop. The Yin-Yang hoop was a Dharma treasure used by Heng Zhao in his early years, so it was quite powerful. As the Yin-Yang hoop flew out, 2 rays of red and green light flew out from the hoop, transforming into 2 rings that shot towards Wujian, who was closest to the flying boat. Hee, I haven't made a move all this time because I feel like I'm bullying the younger generation. But now you dare to provoke me first. Then I won't hold back. As Wujian laughed, he waved his hand and a silver-white sword light shot out from his left hand. The moment the sword light entered the air, it immediately turned into specks of stars. Each speck was a dazzling sword light, and these specks of stars descended on the green and red rings. Clap, 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 like cold water falling into a hot pot, every bit of sword light that fell on the ring emitted a strong brilliance and sword chi. That huge impact force shattered the ring. When the green and red rings disappeared, the remaining starry sword essence suddenly gathered together with the sword technique of the left sword, turning into a full moon that rushed straight toward the yin and yang ring in midair. Oh no! The genuine essence around Li Zongbao trembled violently, apparently affected by the backlash of the yin-yang hoop. As he cried out involuntarily, he hurriedly activated the yin-yang hoop. With a loud boom, the moon-like sword essence hit the center of the yin-yang hoop. The yin-yang hoop flashed with a strong green-red brilliance to resist, but the green-red brilliance was too inferior to the full moon sword essence and almost collapsed upon contact. The brilliance of the yin-yang hoop faded, and it was sent flying into the air by the fierce sword chi. The sharp sword essence once again transformed into a meteor and shot towards the flying boat. The gap between the late Foundation establishment stage and the 3rd grade illusory sword was so huge. Fairy Hongxia was helpless. She raised her shoulders and an ice phoenix celestial body flew out. A phoenix cry resounded in the air. Hee, this is a female phoenix. When Zhujian saw Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body, his eyes narrowed into slits. If we capture her, we won't have to worry about the terrifying phoenix handing over the divine sword's secret manual obediently. Wu, the ice phoenix spread its wings, and a hurricane blew out from between its wings. The wind blades that could blow boulders into the air were a joke in the eyes of the 3rd grade illusory swordsmen. Sword radiance of different colors flashed around them, and they easily blocked the wind blades. Even the sword essence that flew close to them was not affected by the wind blades. Whoosh, the ice phoenix celestial body opened its mouth, and a thin layer of primordial water was spat out, blocking the sword essence. Tut tut tut, with a muffled sound, the sword essence rushed into the thin layer of primordial water, and disappeared after a slight ripple. Primordial water? As soon as Wujian's divine will came into contact with the primordial water, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He quickly retracted his divine will and was overjoyed. Fellow swordsmen, I was the first to discover this primordial water. I have the right to claim it first. As he spoke, Zhujian pointed his finger again, and a sword essence that looked like fireworks flew out again, turning into a nebula and rushing towards the primordial water. Everyone who saw it has a share. Wang Jingqiang and the others had covetous looks in their eyes. One of them had a sword essence that looked like a mountain, while the other had a sword essence that looked like a mountain flower. Both of them flew out first and attacked the ice phoenix celestial body. Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body was huge, and it covered the space around her for hundreds of feet. However, her celestial body was not like Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body. It had the ability to control lightning and could attack freely. It could only provide some benefits to Fairy Hongxia in terms of controlling her skill. If she released it, it would naturally be a target for the others. She was also indebted to the 2 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen for thinking highly of her and attacking her together. Rumble. 2 loud sounds rang out, and the ice phoenix celestial body flashed violently under the attack of the 2 sword essences. Although Fairy Hongxia controlled her celestial body to dodge, and the 2 illusory swords did not attack too deliberately, she could not help but cry out in pain. More than half of her ice phoenix celestial body was torn apart by the sword essence. And this was very different from the injuries she suffered in the Battle of the Sword Tomb. In the illusory sword essence, each sword essence was an individual flying sword. Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body was hit by thousands of flying swords, and every detail of her celestial body was destroyed. It was not something that could be recovered with simple recuperation. Fairy Hongxia could not hold on any longer. She fell onto the flying boat, and the Ice Phoenix celestial body was absorbed back into her body. Fortunately, although the Ice Phoenix celestial body was absorbed, the primordial water was still outside the flying boat. Of course, the primordial water was not in a good state. The sword essence from Zhujian had rushed into the primordial water, and it was riddled with holes. It seemed like the primordial water would be destroyed with just a few more sword essences. Sigh, if my dear Xiao was here, the primordial water would not be in such a sorry state. Fairy Hongxia tried her best to control the primordial water and thought to herself, although the primordial water is powerful, my cultivation is too weak, and I can't unleash the full power of the primordial water. Forget it. Success or failure depends on this battle. With that thought, Fairy Hongxia clenched her teeth, and a stream of water flew out. It was the primordial water from the tidal bead. This primordial water merged with the primordial water from before, and covered the entire flying boat. Aha, so there is so much primordial water. This old man and the rest will not be left empty-handed. At this moment, the other two illusory swords had also flown close. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia had taken out so much primordial water, they laughed. Since they knew that each of them would get a share of the primordial water, Zhujian and the rest naturally weakened their attacks. But at this moment, a loud roar came from the flying boat from the primordial water. Shameless scoundrels. 6 illusory swords besieging 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Even if you want the primordial water, you have to ask for my immortal slaying whip. Then, from the gap of the primordial water, a row of yellow whip shadows flew out. This row of whip shadows formed 6, and each of them smashed towards the 6 illusory swordsmen. Haha, isn't this Li Zongbao who was extremely famous in the Taoist sword war? How can the immortal piercing whip of the Utopia faction be a match for me? Wang Jingqiang was a swordsman from the Ling Feng sword sect. Naturally, he knew the situation of the Taoist sword war very well. Seeing the whip shadows approaching him, he laughed and pointed his finger casually. A sword light turned into a mountain peak, blocking the whip shadows. Unexpectedly, the moment the whip shadow came into contact with the mountain peak sword intent, the whip shadow suddenly twisted like a spirit snake and penetrated the gap between the mountain peak sword intent. It suddenly penetrated the sword intent and struck directly in front of Wang Jingqiang's eyes. Ouch! Every day Wang Jingqiang saw the sound of magic weapons colliding with the sword will. When he saw the whip shadows forcibly bypassing the sword will, he was even more surprised. However, at the same time, he shrugged his shoulders casually. The sword light on his body turned into dozens of sword lights, blocking the whip shadows. This time Wang Jingqiang was naturally careful. He didn't dare to be careless. The whip shadow actually lingered in front of the sword light for a moment, as if it was pondering. Although the yellow light on the whip shadow shone brightly, it suddenly struck towards a certain part of the sword light. Oh no! Wang Jingqiang did not care about it at first. However, when the whip shadows fell on the sword lights, an unstoppable force was generated, and the sword lights collapsed. Wang Jingqiang turned pale with fright, not only because of the power of the whip shadows, but also because the place where the whip shadows hit was a flaw in the sword lights. When the whip shadows hit that spot, the sword lights were all destroyed. Boom! The sword lights around Wang Jingqiang shone brightly. His figure flashed, but the whip shadows still hit him before they dissipated. Although the whip shadows did not have much power on him, but Wang Jingqiang's face turned red. Not to mention that Li Zongbao was fighting against 6 people. Even if he was fighting against Wang Jingqiang alone, it would be a fierce slap to Wang Jingqiang's face if the whip hit him. Wang Jingqiang was a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman whose cultivation was higher than Li Zongbao's master. There's something wrong with the immortal piercing whip. Instantly, Wang Jingqiang understood that Li Zongbao's cultivation could not have increased so much in such a short time. Looking at Zhujian and the others, the 5 3rd-grade illusory swordsmen were all hit by the whip, and they all looked extremely embarrassed. At the same time, there was a trace of fanaticism in their eyes. However, the whole scene was somewhat stagnant. Even when Xiao Mao urged the flowing cloud airship, which was wrapped in innate primordial water, to escape through the gap between the 6 people, the 6 people did not stop him. It was as if they did not see him at all. Zhujian's idea was not inferior to Wang Jingqiang's. He saw that everyone was a little afraid of each other. Some of the previous agreements had changed because of the appearance of the innate primordial water and the immortal piercing whip. Moreover, for some reason no one wanted to be the first to face Li Zongbao. He could only wave his hand and fly up first, chasing after the flowing cloud airship at a speed that was not too fast. Chapter 2786. Yes, Li Zongbao was able to hit each of the 6 illusory swords. If he really used the immortal piercing whip on one of the illusory swords, then, what would happen? If there was only one illusory sword it would be fine. But now there were 6 of them. Who could guarantee that the others would not spread the news? If that happened, the one who was hit by the immortal piercing whip would lose a lot of face. Although the illusory swordsmen were criticizing the Taoist sect cultivators for being sanctimonious, when it came to their face, they had to be mindful of it. After all, they were illusory sword grade 3 swordsmen. Seeing Zhu Jian flying away, Wang Jingqiang and the rest looked at each other and did not dare to delay. Like before, they fanned out and chased after him. While they were chasing, they were also communicating with each other, as if they were discussing something. Unfortunately, after chasing for half a day, the 6 of them did not increase their speed. Even though the flowing cloud airship did not hide like Xiaohua, they still maintained a certain distance from the airship. After all, the immortal piercing whip was not comparable to the innate primordial water or the divine sword mystic technique. There was only one of it. Whoever made the first move would get it. But who would make the first move? This was a bigger problem than the immortal piercing whip. Furthermore, the flowing cloud flying ship could not escape from their grasp. Even if they chased after Xiaohua like this, they could still fish him out. They could only focus on maintaining the current situation. The flowing cloud airship was covered by the innate primordial water, so the 6 illusory swordsmen could not see the situation on the airship. Among the 3 of them, besides Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were both injured. Not to mention Fairy Hongxia, her phoenix celestial body was destroyed by the 2 illusory swords and her bloodline was severely damaged. Not to mention using her dermic powers to cast spells, it was not easy for her to even sit cross-legged on the airship. Looking at Li Zongbao, he was also sitting there listlessly. His face was pale and his dermic powers were exhausted. Senior brother? Fairy Hongxia tried her best to activate her dermic body and maintain the innate primordial water to defend against the attacks of the illusory swords. She said weakly, "Your immortal slaying whip is not complete yet. Why do you have to use it? If I don't use it today, when will I?" Li Zongbao replied indifferently. "Do you want me to fall before you use it?" Then he looked at the immortal slaying whip in his hand and smirked, "But this thing is really impressive. With my magic power I can only use it once. If these illusory swords knew about this, I wonder what they would think. It's a spiritual weapon after all. How can an ordinary magic treasure compare to the amount of magic power it requires?" Xiao Mao also sighed and said, "Moreover, senior brother Li is forcefully activating an incomplete spirit artifact. I'm afraid that it will cause some damage to this spirit artifact, right?" Li Zongbao's mind was connected to the spiritual artifact, so he could naturally sense the wild and violent nature of the spiritual artifact that had not been completely nurtured. However, he glanced at Xiao Mao and did not answer directly. Instead he asked, "Where are those illusory swords? Why haven't they attacked after such a long time?" "They are only following outside the flying ship. They did not attack. They did not even close the distance," Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice. "A bunch of greedy old farts." Li Zongbao understood immediately. He snorted and said, "They must be thinking of a way to take away my immortal slaying whip." Fairy Hongxia was stunned for a moment. Then she understood and smiled bitterly in her heart. She did not expect that Li Zongbao's rash use of the immortal slaying whip would cause the 6 illusory swords to be suspicious of each other, resulting in a stalemate. It saved the 3 of them from dying on the spot. "This stalemate will not last long," Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice. Let's hold on for as long as we can." Li Zongbao said calmly, "As for our countermeasure, I'm afraid we can only rely on Xiao Mao to activate the flying ship." That's true. Fairy Hongxia had already predicted this trip to Mount Million Meng. However, she did not expect that they would end up like this before they could even reach the border of Mount Million Meng. Therefore, she also understood why no one from the Kai family of Qingyang had been able to go to Mount Million Meng and find the ancestral shrine of the Kai family. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. Xiao Mao, who had been controlling the flying ship, could not hold on any longer. On the other hand, Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao's injuries had recovered somewhat. This was because with the protection of the innate primordial water, Fairy Hong Xia's empty fort strategy had not changed. Zhujian and the rest had seen through it. However, Zhujian and the rest were patient. The six of them discussed for a while and had come to a temporary conclusion. Xiang Mufeng of the Drifting Cloud Sword Manor activated his sword radiance and caught up with the flying ship. With a wave of his hand, a cloud-like sword will rushed out and entered the innate primordial water. With a loud bang, a series of ripples appeared on the innate primordial water that was flowing peacefully. Then a crack appeared on the primordial water, and a yellow shadow of a whip flew out. Xiang Mufeng's face lit up with joy. The sword radiance around him shone brightly. Thousands of small swords shimmering in white light surrounded him like wisps of smoke. With a muffled sound, the shadow of the immortal slaying whip landed on the sword shadow. It was very faint and did not make any special sound. Oh! Xiang Mufeng was a little stunned. He thought to himself, could it be, just as Zhujian said, that the Dharma power consumed by this magic treasure is not something that a foundation-building cultivator can support? Is Li Zongbao only strong on the outside but weak on the inside? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, there was a loud roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. The shadow of the whip that landed on the sword radiance suddenly seemed to have come to life. The shadow of the whip suddenly expanded and even twisted like a yellow python and plunged into the shadow of the sword. The head of the shadow of the whip directly hit Xiang Mufeng's sword armor. The tail of the shadow of the whip even smashed the shadow of the sword into pieces. Oh no! When Xiang Mufeng saw that the shadow of the whip was close to him, he did not dare to hesitate anymore. The sword origin in his body quickly flowed out. His entire body gradually became transparent, and a giant sword appeared. Boom! As soon as the giant sword appeared, the shadow of the immortal slaying whip hit the giant sword. The sword radiance on the giant sword flickered slightly, and the shadow of the whip was smashed into pieces and fell into the air. Buzz! The giant sword made a slight sound, and Xiang Mufeng slowly returned to his human form. However, there was a hint of seriousness on his face. He was not as happy as he was when he blocked the immortal slaying whip. Fellow swordsman Xiang, how is it? The power of this immortal slaying whip. Zhujian flew over from behind and asked loudly. That's right. It is indeed a supreme-grade magic treasure. Xiang Mufeng nodded and said, it even has the meaning of a legendary spiritual artifact. The shadow of the immortal slaying whip can actually identify the flaws in my sword will. If this magic treasure does not have a spirit, then Li Zongbao would be able to see through it. This Li Zongbao is also quite a character. Zhujian said calmly as he raised his head and looked at the flying ship that was escaping in a panic. That's right. After all, the three of them were heroes in the Great War of Dao and Sword. If they did not have some tricks up their sleeves, how would they dare to come to my sword realm to train? Wang Jingqiang said coldly. Moreover, that terrifying phoenix, which is even more powerful, actually colluded with the three of them to attack my sword realm illusory sword. If we don't kill them here, where will our dignity go? But it's been so many days and that terrifying phoenix still hasn't shown up. Pu Qingfeng of the Flat Mountain Sword School also said somewhat anxiously, Junior brother Sikong Yu of my humble sect died at his hands. If I don't kill Xiao Hua, I'm afraid I won't have the face to return to the mountains and become a senior of the Flat Mountain Sword School. Since things have come to this, there's no need for us to say anything more. Zhou Zhou of the Thousand Leaves Sword Sect gritted his teeth and said, let's just kill him. As for who will take the immortal slaying whip, it won't be too late to decide after Li Zongbao dies. Looks like that's the only way. Zhujian smiled bitterly. The six of them had discussed this matter many times, but no one was satisfied with the result. If other sword friends come, it'll be even harder to deal with them. We'll do as you say, sword friend Zhua. Huang Ping of the Lunar Sun Sword Sect raised her eyes and looked at the towering and dangerous peak several dozen li away from the flying boat. She said, this sword will head to the sword peak and intercept the flying boat from the front. Let's settle this matter there. Good, we'll do as you say, sword friend Huang. Zhujian looked at everyone. Wang Jingqiang and the others nodded, so he clapped his hands and said, As for who the immortal slaying whip belongs to, we can discuss it after these three die. Since everyone had come to an agreement, they all stepped on their flying swords and flew towards the flowing cloud-flying ship, not showing any mercy. It seemed like they wanted to kill the three of them here, not to mention that Fairy Wuxia had already fallen into a dangerous situation and was about to be killed by 6 grade 3 illusory swordsmen on the sword arrowhead peak. The lost Xiaohua was like a headless fly, flying in all directions trying to find a sword cultivator to ask for directions. However, after flying for a long time, Xiaohua did not notice that the scenery around him had already changed. The ice field that was everywhere had gradually become less and more ripples appeared. The icebergs above the ripples had also become much smaller. Although there was no green vegetation, gray nameless thorns appeared in his field of vision. Although there were not many of these thorns, they still changed the pure white color of the ice field. Damn it, can someone come out? Xiaohua scratched his ears and cheeks, constantly releasing his divine sense to search. At the same time he thought anxiously, hasn't my luck always been excellent? Today. But just as this thought appeared in his mind, he was dumbfounded. He could not help but be dumbfounded. About 100 kilometers in front of him, he scanned with his divine sense and saw a swordsman. However, it was not just one swordsman but many. So many that when Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, he could not see how many there were. Are these sword cultivators here to kill me? This was the first thought that came to Xiaohua's mind. However, when Xiaohua switched to using his Buddhist sense and secretly peeked, he found that these swordsmen had their backs facing him. Moreover, there was a faint fluctuation of sword light in front of the swordsmen, like a sword array. It seemed like they were hiding their tracks. There was no sign of them chasing after him. Chapter 2787. Moreover, most of these swordsmen were disciples of the drawing sword sect. Only a small portion of them were disciples of the first or second grade of the illusory sword sect. How could they be here to kill him? This is strange. What are these swordsmen doing? Since I have to find someone to ask, I might as well go and take a look. Xiaohua thought. His eyes turned, and he withdrew the Imperial Thunder Transformation's lightning escape technique. He quietly changed it to wind escape technique, and used the Devil Realm's concealment technique to stealthily approach those ambushing sword cultivators. However, before he could get close to those swordsmen, he saw that the swordsmen's bodies suddenly flashed with sword light. They all flew out from their hiding places and flew up into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Damn it, I'm afraid, there are tens of thousands of people. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. They are fighting against my Dao sect cultivators? My Dao sect cultivators, when did they advance to this place? When Xiaohua sensed the scene, he unconsciously stood in the air. His eyes stared straight ahead and he muttered, my goodness, why are there so many people? Who should I ask for directions? Of course, right in front of Xiaohua there was a large plain. Although the plain was covered in snow, it was already different from the rest of Huan country. The snow was not frozen solid. Instead, it was similar to the snow that Xiaohua had seen before. It was somewhat like cotton wool, fluffy and piled up on the ground. When one stepped on it, mud and snow would definitely splash up. It was no longer the solid ice of Huan country. Looking at the snowy plain again, there were actually two groups of people preparing to fight to the death. The ones closest to Xiaohua, needless to say, were the tens of thousands of swordsmen who were lying in ambush just now. However, the ones confronting these tens of thousands of swordsmen were not the Dao sect cultivators that Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, it was a group of people who not only dressed strangely, but also had a somewhat different appearance. These people who made Xiaohua dumbfounded, there were probably tens of thousands of them. These people were all dark, thin and short. Every one of them had strange patterns engraved on their bodies. Some of these patterns were like beasts, some were like birds, and some were like ferocious ghost faces and white ghastly holes. Looking at the attire of these people, it could be said that there were all kinds of strange things. Some only used some leaves to wrap around their waist, some used vines to wrap around their necks, and some even used something that looked like leaves to wrap around their heads. In short, none of them were wearing proper clothes and none of them were wearing a complete robe. Looking at the hands of these people, they didn't have any flying swords, nor did they have any artifacts or treasures that Xiaohua was familiar with. However, they weren't empty-handed either. Some of them were holding long white bones that had been polished until they were shiny and sharp. Some of them were holding several human skulls that were strung together. Each skull was painted with a strange color. There were even some people who were holding pieces of wood that had been carved. Some looked like snakes, while others looked like toads. These dark, thin people holding strange weapons were not standing on the ground, nor were they floating in the air. Instead, they were riding on the backs of strange spirit beasts. These spirit beasts were of different sizes. The small ones were about half a zhang in size with jagged bones and flesh, and the big ones were several zhang in size with huge bodies. However, no matter the size of the spirit beasts, each and every one of them was abnormally fierce. Each and every one of them roared with all their strength in place. If not for the restraints of the masters on their backs, they would have already rushed out. At this time, the sword cultivator had already flown into the air. With a flash of sword light, he had already launched an attack. But these dark, thin people did not seem to care at all, coldly watching. When they were about 100 zhang away from them, a strange sound came from somewhere among them. This sound was like the cry of cicadas, but also like the hiss of beasts, piercing straight into the horizon. Boom, boom. As soon as the sound was heard, all the spirit beasts began to run. The loud noise immediately drowned out the sound of the command. The entire ground began to shake. The snow and mud mixed together and splashed high into the air. Wah wah wah. A similarly strange sound came from the mouths of the people on the spirit beasts. This sound had a strange rhythm. These people, are they stupid? Xiao Hua stood blankly in the air, still muttering in a low voice as if he had not woken up from the shock just now. They don't have any magic tools or flying swords. How can they fight against the sword cultivators who are attacking that side? But obviously, these dark, thin people were not idiots. Even the several tens of thousands of sword cultivators were somewhat afraid of these strange people riding on the backs of spirit beasts. The swordsmen did not want to form a sword formation like the cultivators, but rather arrange themselves in a neat formation, attacking from three sides. Not a single swordsman stepped out of the formation. Buzz buzz, the flying swords of the several tens of thousands of swordsmen could not be underestimated. The sword lights were almost connected into one, like the rising tide of the sea, slowly and courageously rushing toward the tide of spirit beasts. Whoa, wait, whoa, whoa. A strange sound with an obscure rhythm rang out. In the tide of spirit beasts, the several tens of thousands of dark, thin people opened their mouths at the same time. This sound was noisy at first, like the buzzing of bees, but then it gradually echoed as if the same person was singing. Finally, just before the swordsman came into contact with them, layers of faint green brilliance emerged from the tide of spirit beasts. Soul cultivators. These are soul cultivators. Seeing this scene, how could Xiao Hua, who practiced soul cultivation techniques, not see it? These several tens of thousands of dark, thin people were none other than the mysterious soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. Why did they run into the Hung country? To fight against sword cultivators? Although Xiao Hua had made countless guesses about the appearance of soul cultivators, and even imagined many scenarios of meeting soul cultivators, he did not expect this kind of soul cultivator to be like this. How could he ever have guessed that soul cultivators would be like this? Furthermore, he had encountered soul cultivators much earlier than he had expected. While Xiao Hua was still in shock, the beast tide of soul cultivators had already collided with the sword cultivators. The faint green brilliance caused by the chanting of soul cultivators grew thicker and thicker. Like strands of tentacles, it penetrated deep into the sword formation of the sword cultivators. When the sword cultivators touched the faint green brilliance, the sword lights on their bodies were annihilated, and they fell from the sky with their eyes closed. When their corpses fell to the ground, many of them were trampled by the spirit beasts of soul cultivators. Some of them had their bones and flesh broken, and some of them had their blood splattered everywhere. For a moment they were mixed with the snow and mud. Looking again, many of the swordsmen's sword lights had also pierced into the faint green brilliance, and the sword lights around these swordsmen had also blocked the corrosion of the faint green brilliance. All of the sword lights were aimed precisely at the soul cultivator's forehead, right in between his eyebrows. But as soon as the sword lights got close to the soul cultivator, a roar could be heard coming from the spirit beasts beneath the soul cultivator. From their mouths, noses, and feet, different colored lights could be seen shooting out from their mouths, noses, and feet to block the sword lights with a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. Just like that, the incomparably sharp flying sword of the soul cultivator was blocked by the spirit beasts. Wah! While chanting, the soul cultivator swung the sword in his hand. A strange wave of energy came out from the soul armament to attack the sword cultivator. Bzz, some of the swordsmen were able to defend against the Soul Cultivator's attack, while others were unable to defend against the Soul Cultivator's attack. Some of the swordsmen were forced to retreat, while others fell from the sky as if they had lost consciousness. Of course, there were also powerful sword cultivators who managed to break through the Soul Cultivator's defense. Their sword lights were like lightning, and their sword lights were like rainbows as they pierced through the Soul Cultivator's forehead and killed him on top of his spirit beast. But strangely enough, the spirit beasts didn't break free from the Soul Cultivator's control because of the Soul Cultivator's death. Instead, they let out mournful howls, withered to the ground, and slowly lost their life force. Then they launched their final attack and died under the Sword Cultivator's sword. Not a single one of them survived. The entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle, and the chanting of the Soul Cultivator grew louder and louder. Even though Xiaohua was hidden in the distance, his forehead was still slightly swollen and trembling. It was even a little hot. So this is how Soul Cultivators fight. Xiaohua was afraid of being discovered by the Soul Cultivators and Sword Cultivators, so he didn't dare to release his divine will and Buddhist awareness. Instead, he used the Demon Realm's concealment technique to hide in midair. As he observed carefully, he couldn't help but think to himself, this Soul Cultivator's technique is really mysterious. Even though this young master has cultivated the art of soul cultivation to the level of pure spirit heaven, I'm still confused. I don't know if this Soul Cultivator is using soul threads, or just relying on soul items. However, from now on, this young master somewhat understood that the physique of a Soul Cultivator is not as strong as that of a Sword Cultivator, and they don't have as many offensive techniques as the cultivators of my Dao sect. They also need to rely on the strength of spirit beasts to defend themselves. In fact, the life and death of these spirit beasts are tied together with the life and death of the Soul Cultivator. But why don't these swordsmen form a powerful sword formation? Aren't the yin-yang sword formation and the 5 elements splitting edge sword formation extremely powerful? Also, these sword cultivators, aren't they too ostentatious? The battle between them and my Dao sect hasn't ended yet, and they've provoked the Soul Cultivators here. How many swordsmen do they have in Huan Kingdom? Can they resist the pincer attack of the Dao sect in millions of Meng Mountains? While Xiaohua was lost in thought, the battle raged on. Swordsmen fell one after another, and the dark and skinny Soul Cultivators fell as well. Sword Cultivators and Soul Cultivators were tangled up in a melee, and corpses were being tossed to the ground one after another. However, the dark green aura didn't decline. Instead, as the number of vengeful souls increased, it became even redder. Of course, the Sword Cultivators who could fight until now all had some tricks up their sleeves. The ordinary tricks of Soul Cultivators were useless and couldn't hurt their souls. Comparatively speaking, how could the Soul Cultivators be ordinary? They also had defensive techniques that could block the flying swords of the Sword Cultivators. Roughly 4 hours later, more than half of the tens of thousands of Sword Cultivators and Soul Cultivators had perished. The entire battle seemed to be in a stalemate. Coo-coo, the ear-piercing cry of a bird pierced Xiaohua's ears like a sharp sword. It was a very strange sound. Xiaohua's body trembled, and he nearly broke free from his concealment technique. When he turned his head to look at the source of the sound, he was even more shocked. Chapter 2788. Behind the Soul Cultivator, there was a dense swarm of spirit fowl flying through the air. These spirit fowl were vastly different from the spirit fowl of the Dao school. Not only were their feathers not as bright and colorful, their bodies weren't as light either. The spirit fowl in front was roughly 30 meters long. The 80-meter-long body was as thick as a mountain and covered in dense patterns. Some of the patterns looked like eyes, some looked like skeletons, and there were even some that looked like corpses dripping with blood. The front of the spirit fowl had a small head that was flat and a tail that was about 20 meters long. The wings on the back of the spirit fowl were several meters long and shone with a grayish-black light. On top of the spirit fowl was a skinny soul warrior. He wore simple black armor and held a trident in his hand that was about a meter long. The soul warrior's eyes shone brightly. Even though the armor covered his face, Xiaohua could still see the sharpness in his eyes. Behind the soul warrior were 100 or so other soul warriors. Their spirit fowl couldn't compare to the spirit fowl of the soul warrior in front, but they were still several meters long and had different patterns on them. Outside of the soul warrior's armor, his bare skin was covered in strange black and white patterns, just like the previous soul warriors. Behind them were several tens of thousands of soul warriors. They weren't wearing any armor. Aside from the spirit fowl they rode, they were all similar to the soul warriors fighting on the ground. That ear-piercing shriek came from the spirit bird at the front. The spirit bird's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, and it let out a few goo-goo sounds. In an instant, the entire group of spirit birds became noisy. They did not even need the leader at the front to give the order, and they all swooped down. Whiz-whiz. The sword cultivators on the ground were terrified by the approach of the soul cultivators. Their swords let out a mournful wail as they flew up into the air, circled around in midair, and then charged in the opposite direction of the soul cultivators, disregarding everything else. As for the soul cultivators' spirit beasts, they were enormous in size, but also incredibly fast. Hundreds of spirit beasts led the charge, causing the air to tremble as they flew across the battlefield in pursuit of the soul cultivators. More and more swordsmen fell to the soul warriors' soul armaments and spirit beasts. The entire army of swordsmen was completely defeated, and the remaining tens of thousands of swordsmen fled in panic. All the soul warriors, regardless of whether they were on the ground or in the air, had to chase after them. Woo-woo, an extremely cheerful cry came out from the spirit warrior's mouth. All of the soul cultivators stopped what they were doing, and all of the soul warriors began to cheer. Then all of the soul warriors landed on the ground and began to dance. It was almost as if they were celebrating. Xiaohua was very familiar with the way they danced. Wasn't it similar to the way the primordial spirit danced in the mysterious dark clouds? As for those spirit beasts, they were either dancing on the ground or dancing in the air. All of them were familiar with each other, and all of them cooperated harmoniously. Motherfucker, this is possible? Xiaohua watched in disbelief as the limbs of these spirit warriors began to perform unimaginable movements. As the spirit warriors danced, their previously pale faces and even their shriveled bodies regained their vigor and vitality. Their bodies were also somewhat plump. I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized. These soul cultivators need to use soul techniques in battle, and these soul warriors must have damaged their bodies. These soul cultivators are actually using the primordial spirit cultivation method on their bodies. This is a way to make up for the injuries they've suffered before. As expected, the green light that filled the battlefield had already dimmed. It seemed to have been absorbed by the soul cultivators and spirit beasts. The soul warriors rejoiced for at least an hour. Then they cheered as they rushed into the mud and blood. They lifted up the bodies of the sword cultivators and swiftly cut off the heads. Then they took the vines from their waists and strapped them to their chests. As for the bodies and storage bags, they placed them on the backs of the spirit beasts. For a moment, blood flowed out and dripped onto the bodies of the soul cultivators and spirit beasts. However, they simply turned a blind eye to it. Looking at their skillful selection and searching everywhere, Xiaohua understood that these bodies were killed by the soul cultivators themselves. When everyone found the bodies of the swordsmen they had killed, they quietly looked at the soul cultivator in front of them. When the soul cultivator made a strange sound and raised his hand, everyone became even more frenzied. They were no longer as orderly as before. Instead, they began to snatch the bodies of the swordsmen. This time, not only were they snatching the bodies of the swordsmen, but they were also snatching the bodies of the soul cultivators and spirit beasts that had fallen. Alas, uncivilized people. A land of barbarians, Xiaohua shook his head and sighed. No wonder the cultivators of my Dao sect and even the swordsmen don't put these millions of soul cultivators in their eyes. After the time it took to eat a meal, they saw that there was nothing but broken limbs, mud and blood on the battlefield. Only then did all the soul cultivators regroup and slowly return to where they came from. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to show himself. Instead, he waited for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before he used the Devil World's concealment technique to fly towards the battlefield. He had just flown to a place a few dozen meters away from the battlefield when the smell of blood that soared to the sky filled his mouth and nose. Within this smell of blood that didn't disperse for a long time, there was even an incomparably vicious aura. Although Xiaohua didn't release the Buddha Saraira, he could still deeply feel the anguished wails of the fallen souls on the battlefield. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to reveal himself and release the Buddha Saraira, he suddenly frowned and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Not far from where he was, he saw a woman with a slim figure flying toward him on a cloud. If he saw this woman anywhere else, Xiaohua might not have paid attention to her. But this place had just experienced a great battle between sword cultivators and soul cultivators, and the smell of blood had yet to dissipate. How could he not be astonished when this woman appeared? However, when the woman flew closer, Xiaohua unconsciously became a little absent-minded. The woman was in her early teens. Her delicate face was rosy and cute, and her eyes were as thin as the moon. Her two faint eyebrows hung above the crescent moon like a wisp of smoke. Coupled with her light red lips and small upturned nose, she was as elegant as an ink painting. Coupled with her two little braids, she was even prettier than the girls who walked out of the New Year's painting. If the woman's appearance was like this, then there was no need to talk about her figure. Her waist was as thin as a willow branch, and her upper body was dressed in a thin green robe. The slight bulge in front of her chest was a clear indication of her youthful beauty. As for the woman's lower body, she was dressed in a red dress. Under the dress, her snow-white calves were straight and delicate, and her bare ankles and feet were round and delicate. This woman was actually so alluring. Although she was still young and there was still some immaturity between her eyebrows and Xiaohua's eyes, his heart couldn't help but be stirred. Seeing this woman is a little strange. Xiaohua was absent-minded for a moment, then he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly shifted his gaze away from the woman's body. However, the woman's slim figure and white feet were still swaying in front of his eyes. It's still a little strange. Xiaohua regained his senses and suddenly came to a realization. After looking at her for a while, I only felt that this woman's eyes were full of spirit. But I actually didn't look carefully at her eyes? Sure enough, when Xiaohua carefully looked at the woman's eyes again, those moon-like eyes were really like smoke. The eyes in her eyes seemed to be there but not there. For a moment, it was an ordinary pitch-black color, and for a moment, it was like a misty deep pool, and as Xiaohua focused his gaze seemed to be about to sink into the woman's eyes. Xiaohua's mind was slightly blurred and God's guidance operated vigilantly. Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and hurriedly retracted his gaze, then sucked in a breath of cold air again. Strange. Where did this woman come from? Xiaohua secretly shouted, his heart was filled with doubts. This woman didn't realize that she was being spied on by Xiaohua, and while jumping, she flew onto the battlefield. When she saw the cruelty of the battlefield, the woman's brows slightly wrinkled. She hesitated for a moment in midair, then she actually descended a bit, slowly flying on the battlefield. As she flew, her lips slightly moved, and her gaze scanned the surroundings as if she was looking for something. About the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the woman roughly looked over the battlefield once, then flew up again with some disappointment, looking around. It should be here. I can't be wrong. But there's nothing here? The woman's voice was like a silver bell, and even more so like a clear spring gurgling out of a mountain rock, cool and refreshing to the ear. What is this girl looking for? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel anxious for her, wishing that he could help her find it. Come out. I can see you. The woman shouted towards a certain place as if she was playing hide-and-seek with someone else. Xiaohua hid there and couldn't help but smile. He had always been here but he had never seen anyone else hiding there. How could he not know that this was the woman's bluff? If it was somewhere else, Xiaohua might have flown out and said a few words to this woman. But this place was Huan country and a great battle had just happened. This woman suddenly appeared, although she didn't have an inch of armor, and he couldn't see any special cultivation. Who knew what this woman's background was? Of course, Xiaohua was almost certain that this woman was definitely not a sword cultivator, nor was she a cultivator of the Dao sect, but was she a soul cultivator? Thinking about that ugly and barbaric soul cultivator just now, Xiaohua himself denied it. Were soul cultivators such beautiful people? Chapter 2789. How could this girl, who was still a budding flower but was already so attractive, be an unenlightened person like Wanshan in Meng Mountain? But this girl wasn't a swordsman, nor was she a cultivator or a soul warrior. Who could she be? If she was an ordinary woman, no one would believe that she would be able to wear thin clothes in the cold weather of the Huan Kingdom, not to mention that she would be able to come here on a cloud. Since he couldn't see her cultivation level, then, it could be said that she was unfathomable. Even though Xiaohua didn't have any warning signs and didn't feel that this girl was a threat to him, he still didn't want to show himself. If worst comes to worst, I'll let her search here for half a day. If she doesn't see anyone, won't she leave? Although Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, he didn't dare to act rashly. He was really afraid that if he moved, he would be discovered by this strange girl. Unexpectedly, the girl circled around to the left and unexpectedly landed. She calmly sat down on a pile of snow and casually grabbed a clump of snow in her hand. Using a bit of strength, she squeezed it into a snowball. Looking left and right, she swung her arm and threw it out. Pa. It smashed into some gray vegetation on the snow. Immediately, the girl used her hand to support her cheek and lowered her head to look at the snow and mud. She seemed somewhat absent-minded. Seeing that the girl had actually sat there for half a day, Xiaohua somewhat couldn't bear it. He had no reason to accompany this girl who seemed to be playing here and wasting time for no reason. Since he couldn't ask for directions here, he might as well go somewhere else to look. Thinking, Xiaohua slightly moved and was about to use a concealment technique to leave. But just as he moved, the girl raised her head and looked at Xiaohua's location. She playfully said, "I see you, quickly come out." The girl raised her face and smiled like a flower. It was a kind of smile that came from the heart. "I've been waiting for you for so long, you actually didn't come out to see me? Are you willing to let me wait for you in this world of ice and snow?" Xiaohua sighed, knowing that he was still discovered by this girl. His figure flashed in midair, and he touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Little girl, the person you're looking for isn't here. I've already stopped here for half a day. Besides the sole cultivator and swordsman who were fighting just now, no one else has come. If you want to find someone, you should go somewhere else." "How did you know that I was looking for someone else?" The girl stood up, tilted her head and looked at Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Why am I not looking for you?" "Are you looking for me?" Xiaohua was greatly surprised. "You and I have never met before. Why are you looking for me?" "Don't ask me why I'm looking for you." The girl chuckled. "Let me ask you first, are you looking for someone?" That's right. How do you know I'm looking for someone?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "But aren't you looking for someone too?" Don't ask me how I know you're looking for someone. I only know that I know you're looking for someone, just like how I know I'm looking for you. Moreover, I can only find you here." Although these words were extremely difficult to pronounce, this girl's words were very catchy and pleasant to listen to. "Well, since you know I'm looking for someone, then tell me where the person I'm looking for is." Xiaohua said helplessly, "Then tell me why you're looking for me." The girl tilted her head slightly and said with a smile, "My name is Wuxia, what's your name?" "My name is Xiaohua." Xiaohua did not hide anything and replied, "Xiaohua. Strange. Why are you called Xiaohua?" Hearing Xiaohua's name, Wuxia was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Other than Xiaohua, do you have any other names?" "Oh." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and asked curiously, "What do you think my name should be?" "He looks like you're really called Xiaohua." Wuxia giggled and said, "But why did you, a Dao Sex Jindan stage cultivator, run to the sword domain? At this time, isn't the battle between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators going on in the Sky Patrol City?" "Aren't I looking for someone?" Xiaohua also smiled slightly. "Nothing is more important than looking for someone. Don't you think so?" Right, looking for someone is the most important thing," Wuxia said with a smile. "Although I am Xiaohua and don't have any other names, but can you tell me where the person I'm looking for is?" Xiaohua asked. Unfortunately, Wuxia shook her head slightly. "Where is the person you're looking for?" "I don't know. But I know where you should go." "Where to?" Xiaohua asked. "Sword Peak." Wuxia replied without hesitation. "Sword Peak? Where is that?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked, "Is it near the Flowing Cloud Lake?" Flowing Cloud Lake. Wuxia thought for a moment, then shook her head. The Flowing Cloud Lake is a place at the border between the Million Meng Mountains and the Sword Domain, but the Sword Peak is within the Sword Domain, and the two are in different directions. "In which direction is the Flowing Cloud Lake?" Xiaohua asked. Unfortunately, at this point, Wuxia did not answer and instead asked, "Don't you want to know why I'm looking for you?" "Yes." Xiaohua answered without hesitation, "But I want to know where the Flowing Cloud Lake is even more. Actually, I want to ask you for a favor." Wuxia hesitated slightly. "However, I know that if I say it now, you will definitely refuse, so I can't tell you right now." "Strange, you didn't say that I know if I can help you? If you want me to help you, you must tell me first." Xiaohua was even more puzzled. But Jiuxia still shook her head. You don't have to ask this, I naturally know that you will refuse once I say it. Forget it, tell me where the Flowing Cloud Lake is. Xiaohua said helplessly. You don't have to go to the Flowing Cloud Lake, you can go directly to the Sword Peak. Jiuxia did not tell Xiaohua the location of the Flowing Cloud Lake. Why should I listen to you? Xiaohua looked up and down at Jiuxia. If you don't tell me the direction of the Flowing Cloud Lake, I can go to other places to ask. This is the battlefield of sword cultivators and soul cultivators. Jiuxia said with a smile. I'm afraid you can't understand the words of soul cultivators. And sword cultivators are all in groups. You, a cultivator of the Dao sect, want to ask for directions. I'm afraid it won't be easy, right? Don't worry about that. Xiaohua snorted coldly. And you should have a way to ask. Jiuxia was not angry and said indifferently, but if you go to the Flowing Cloud Lake, then your beloved will lose her life. Only if you go to the Sword Peak and bring me along will your beloved be able to live. Do you believe it? Are you willing to bet? Why would I bet with you for no reason? Xiaohua was happy. Since you know everything, what else do you want to bet with me? Jiuxia smiled slightly with a face full of pride and said, Actually, I only know that I can find someone here, he can help me a lot. And I also know where to go next. As for the rest, it's all my own guesses. You guessed it yourself? Xiaohua was stunned. You said it so well I thought you knew. But, how did you know? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Jiuxia interrupted him and said, You, a cultivator of the Dao sect, actually took the risk of a great sword battle to accompany this person to the sword domain, and even went so deep. I'm afraid everyone knows about the dangers involved, right? Tell me, if it was just a normal friendship, would you take such a huge risk? This. Xiaohua laughed bitterly again and couldn't help but rub his nose again. He was somewhat at a loss for words, and his previous abnormal vigilance had also relaxed a little. Although the true essence around his body was circulating from time to time, guarding against Jiuxia's sneak attack at any time, Xiaohua really believed that she didn't have any ill intentions. You don't have to let your guard down like this. It's better to circulate the true essence protecting your body. Jiuxia said mischievously. Who knows if I have any ulterior motives towards you? Xiaohua's mind moved, and his true essence slightly slackened. Jiuxia sensed it and said with a sharp mind. You. Xiaohua was helpless. This Jiuxia was indeed very sensitive, as if she knew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and even the movements of other people like the back of her hand. However, this sensitivity, when compared to her exquisite heart aperture, was extremely inferior. It was as if she could completely guess his thoughts with just a single sentence. However, don't worry, I still need to ask you for help, so how could I attack you? Jiuxia said again. Moreover, I can't see through your cultivation. If you want to escape, I definitely won't be able to catch up to you. Xiaohua saw that Jiuxia was so confident, and just as he was about to say something, she didn't give him the time or opportunity to do so and continued, Moreover, when you saw me, you were only slightly absent-minded, and your mind wasn't lost at all. Either you practiced a secret technique, or you have a beloved Tao companion in your heart. For a young cultivator like you with a profound cultivation, the female cultivators chasing after you are like moths to a flame. Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Shu. Jiuxia stretched out her index finger and placed it on her lips. This action caused Xiaohua's heart to jump, and he couldn't help but stop talking, as if he was afraid of destroying the beauty within. Wait for me to finish speaking. That kind of coquettishness was very natural, but it was also extremely seductive and infectious. Xiaohua looked at her in a daze and didn't say anything else. Jiuxia was very satisfied and said again, Rather than believe that you practiced a secret technique, it's better to believe that you already have a beloved Tao companion in your heart. Moreover, you wanted to ask me for directions as soon as we met, so naturally, you're burning with impatience to find her. If it wasn't for your beloved, would you prepare to leave this place in such a hurry? You don't even want to say a few more words to me? Ordinary people have an old saying, as long as there are 3 reasons to do something, then it should be done. I can find so many reasons for this matter, so do you think I'm still not sure? Chapter 2790. You are really too smart. Xiaohua helplessly nodded his head. He shifted his gaze away from Jiuxia's beautiful face, which was inferior to her intelligence. He muttered, although what you said is not correct, but your guess is correct. Where did I guess wrong? Wuxia asked in disbelief. No need. You don't know everything. Being able to guess the result is already very good. Xiaohua was powerless to argue with her. He waved his hand and said, since you already know that I am going to find my lover, then quickly tell me what I can help you with so that I can go to Flowing Cloud Lake. Wuxia shook her head and said, you are wrong. Didn't I just say it? If I say it now, you definitely won't help me. Why should I say it? Secondly, you definitely can't go to Flowing Cloud Lake. You are going to Sword Edge Peak. Moreover, when you go to Sword Edge Peak, you should also bring me along. Bring you along? Xiaohua was really puzzled. He looked at the exceptionally intelligent and mysterious Wuxia and said, I don't even know who you are, let alone where you came from. Why should I bring you along? My name is Wuxia. Didn't I just say it? Wuxia mischievously said, as for where I come from, is that important? Moreover, I am only following you to see what you can help me with. When I am able to ask you for help, I will ask you for help. So, you still don't know what you need my help with? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Yes. Wuxia slyly replied. I didn't promise to help you. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. What a joke. Even this mysterious Wuxia couldn't do it. How could he do it? He definitely couldn't agree to such a difficult task. You will definitely agree. Wuxia confidently replied. Impossible. Xiaohua shook his head like a rattledrum. Unexpectedly, Wuxia didn't argue with him like before. Instead, she smiled and said, it's okay. If you are not willing to help when I ask you for help, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Just pretend that you've never seen me alone. Xiaohua had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Hearing this girl's pitiful words, he hesitated and wanted to say something. Wuxia flew up first and said, let's go. Just now we could dawdle for a while to dispel your suspicions. But now we have to go. If you don't go now, your lover will be in trouble. You're going too? Xiaohua helplessly asked. You just need to point in the direction of Flowing Cloud Lake. Not only me but the place we're going to isn't Flowing Cloud Lake either. Wuxia corrected him again, but this time he spat out, the Sword Edge Peak is a part of the Sword Domain, and it only takes a few days to reach there. The Flowing Cloud Lake is far, and you won't be able to reach there in less than 10 days. Could it be that you want to give up what's close at hand and seek what's far away? Alright. Hearing that the Sword Edge Peak wasn't far, Xiaohua agreed. If he didn't meet Fairy Hongxia and the others at the Sword Edge Peak, he could still speed up and reach the Flowing Cloud Lake. Looking at Wuxia's mysterious appearance, if Fairy Hongxia really went to the Sword Edge Peak because of some accident and he didn't go to rescue her, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? However, seeing that Wuxia didn't turn back, it was as if she already knew that he had to go with her. Forget it. Xiaohua didn't have any countermeasures to deal with this seemingly harmless girl. He sighed and followed her. Is this the lightning evasion technique? It's actually so powerful. Seeing Xiaohua using the lightning evasion technique to chase after her, Wuxia was somewhat astonished. And I am a disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect in the country of Shi. Naturally, I know the lightning evasion technique. This wasn't considered a secret, so Xiaohua didn't hesitate to answer. That is really strange. Wuxia didn't feel relieved because of Xiaohua's answer. Instead, she was somewhat puzzled and slightly frowned. This frown of Wuxia's seemed to be a casual action, but it was filled with endless charm. It actually made Xiaohua's heart ache slightly. I finally understand. Xiaohua hurriedly shifted his gaze away and sighed, this Wuxia isn't too beautiful. It's just that her aura is truly superhuman. Moreover, there's a natural charm on top of her aura. This charm seeps into her bones and makes people involuntarily feel pity for her. After flying for a few days, seeing Wuxia constantly changing directions and not flying directly towards the sun, Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you flying directly towards the Sword Edge Peak? Why do you keep changing directions? Change directions? Wuxia was somewhat stunned. When did I change directions? I've always been flying towards the Sword Edge Peak. Xiaohua pointed at the sun and said, in these few days, you've already deviated from the sun several times. The sun's direction? Wuxia was even more shocked. She raised her head to look at the sun and then looked at the direction she was flying in. She was very puzzled. It seems that even with Jiuxia's intelligence, she still couldn't understand Xiaohua's poor sense of direction. You tell me the direction, I'll lead the way. Xiaohua said, somewhat unconvinced. Naturally, it's in front. Jiuxia chuckled as she looked at Xiaohua and pointed. Aye, that's right. Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Facing Jiuxia, he seemed to have really become an idiot. Immediately after, Xiaohua flew forward. However, because Jiuxia was behind him, Xiaohua was afraid that he would fly in the wrong direction. After flying for a while, he peeked at the sun and then flew again. However, not long after flying, Jiuxia flew up with a smile like a flower and said, "Don't fly, you've already flown in the wrong direction." How is that possible? Xiaohua looked at the sun in the sky in disbelief. The position didn't change at all. Although Jiuxia had a smile on her face, she didn't have any intention of ridicule. She pointed at the sun in the sky and explained, "You're using the sun as the indicator, so naturally it's not wrong. However, the sun of the sword domain is different from the sun of the cultivation 3 nations. Don't look at how it's always hanging there motionlessly. In fact, it has long changed its position. It's just that the sky is really big, so you didn't notice it." The sun is also changing its position? Xiaohua was instantly exposed by Jiuxia, but he didn't find it strange. He asked curiously, "The Huan nation isn't that far from the cultivation 3 nations. Why is there such a big difference in the astronomical phenomena? As the secular people say, people in the same village have different sounds. Isn't that the case?" Jiuxia said very patiently, "Don't look at how the sword domain is close to the Shi nation and the Huan nation. The sword domain is a long and narrow territory like a curved canyon. It's also located in the extreme north. That sun, oh, there's no need to say more. Isn't the alternation of the sun and moon greatly different from the Shi nation?" "This is true." Xiaohua nodded helplessly. "This kind of phenomenon is common in the Dawn Rain continent. Perhaps you'll naturally know in the future." Jiuxia didn't seem to like to explain, but she really needed Xiaohua's help, so she patiently explained. However, she didn't want to say more, so she changed the topic. "Besides, just now, didn't you feel that you were flying straight? Although you occasionally looked at the sun, the direction didn't change? How did you know I was going to say it?" Xiaohua was astonished. These words were exactly what he wanted to refute Jiuxia, but after hearing Jiuxia's explanation, he felt a little guilty and didn't dare to say anything. "Don't tell me you know everything? This is also my guess." Jiuxia seemed to like to show off her cleverness, and she was happy to explain this kind of extremely accurate guess. "Actually, everyone's feeling is based on the things around them as a reference. Just now, you felt that you were flying straight, but in fact, you've been using the sun as a reference. The real you has already deviated from the real direction. Of course, even if there's no reference, when people are flying, 99% of them will deviate from their own direction. Believing in feelings is actually not reliable. It's just that there are some places to refer to so you can correct your direction." Isn't that so? Xiaohua thought for a bit. Not to mention that Jiuxia's words were quite profound. Even if it was based on his normal experience of finding his destination, Jiuxia's words were extremely accurate. "But, you came here to find me, isn't it just a feeling?" Xiaohua said rather unconvinced. My feeling is different from others," Jiuxia said with a smile. "I'm the one who's outside of the 99%. Jiuxia was so happy, and in these few days Xiaohua's vigilance had been greatly reduced, almost treating her as the little sister next door. "What else can you guess?" Xiaohua also tilted his head and asked. "I can guess. Next, you'll let me lead the way." Jiuxia covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Yeah, this seems like I can guess it myself." Xiaohua was speechless. "Let's go." Jiuxia waved her hand and flew to the front. Only then was Xiaohua truly convinced and obediently flew behind Jiuxia. However, looking at Jiuxia happily jumping and flying in front of him, and then looking at her graceful waist and smooth lines, cough, it seems like it's not bad. Another 2 days passed, and a perfectly straight mountain peak appeared in front of him. It was like a treasured sword piercing into the sky from the ground. Xiaohua understood that this should be the Sword Edge Peak. The miraculous creation of heaven and earth is nothing more than this. The 3 peaks of Taiqing sect, Tianzhu Peak of Lian country, and the Sword Edge Peak of Huan country are all similar. They are all so majestic. When Xiaohua saw the Sword Edge Peak, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he recalled his encounter at Tianzhu Peak. Legend has it that the sword edge peak of the sword domain was left behind by a sword god. At that time, a devil god from the upper realm escaped to the sword domain for some unknown reason. He ate swordsmen alive and wanted to turn the sword domain into a devil world. This sword god fought with the demonic god of the lower realm for dozens of days before finally defeating and killing the demonic god. However, the sword god himself died from heavy injuries. This sword edge peak is formed from the divine sword in his hand. Wuxia explained with a smile as he flew ahead without turning his head. Chapter 2791. I don't care who created this sword peak. I just want to know where I can. Xiao Hua had already released his divine sense, but he could not find any trace of Fairy Hongxia and the others. Just as he was talking to Jiuxia with a smile, he suddenly stopped. The smile froze on his face and disappeared in an instant. A layer of frost hung on his face. There are 6 third-grade illusory swordsmen over there. I can't guarantee that I can kill all of them at the same time. If you help me, I will definitely help you. Hee, I told you that you would definitely agree to help me. Jiuxia laughed, but then she said, however, this is not my help. You don't have to promise me now. This kind of bullying, even if it was me, I would still take action. So, I won't take this opportunity to blackmail you. Up to you. Xiao Hua's tone had already turned cold. The brilliance around his body flickered. Rumble. Thunder rumbled from under his feet. His entire figure streaked across the sky and flew towards a certain direction at lightning speed. Jiuxia's small mouth opened slightly. She looked at Xiao Hua's imperial thunder transformation with some surprise. Then, a burst of splendor appeared in her eyes. There was even a thoughtful look on her face. Sure enough, my calculation was right. This Xiao Hua is indeed the person who can solve this predicament. But, how can he solve this huge predicament? This really makes me puzzled. Jiuxia whispered and flew away. Although she could not catch up with Xiao Hua, she was not much slower. Senior brother? On the flowing cloud airship, Li Zongbao spat out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer support himself and collapsed on the flowing cloud airship. His face was pale gold, obviously the result of forcefully activating the immortal slaying whip. Fairy Hongxia could not help but cry out, reaching out to support Li Zongbao. Unfortunately, Fairy Hongxia herself was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Even moving her body was difficult. Although Xiao Mao could move at this time, he did not dare to slack off. He also used the dragon transformation art. The true core strength in his body poured into the flowing cloud airship like it was a spirit stone. He tried his best to activate the airship, trying to escape from the siege of the 6th third-grade illusory swordsman. I'm fine. Li Zongbao slumped on the flying boat and struggled to pull out a jade bottle. Senior brother, I still have some pills here. It's from Xiaolongxin. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands hurriedly and took out a jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao coughed and blood gushed out of his mouth as he took the spirit pill and said, ahem, this guy, he actually forgot about his friends for the sake of his lover. It's been so long, yet he still hasn't given me a spirit pill. Seeing Li Zongbao's rare teasing, Fairy Hongxia blushed slightly and whispered, he has always been a careless person. If senior brother wants it, you can ask. He is generous to his own family. I don't want it. I want to see when he'll remember it. Li Zongbao took the pill. His complexion improved a little as he spoke indifferently. Fairy Hongxia's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. If senior brother doesn't mention it, I'm afraid he'll never remember it for the rest of his life. Actually, there are times when this concubine is also puzzled. Darling Xiao is sometimes extremely stingy, but sometimes he is extremely generous. Sometimes he is extremely careless, but sometimes he is extremely meticulous. Sometimes his strength is frighteningly high, but sometimes his cultivation level is so low that it makes one laugh. Li Zongbao continued. Sometimes he is as shrewd as a merchant, but sometimes he is as careless as a child. Xiao Mao could not help but chime in as well. It seemed like the three of them knew that they were in danger and would not be able to escape. Xiao Hua was thousands of miles away. Even if he wanted to rescue them, he would not be able to make it in time. Where did you tell Xiao Hua to meet up? Li Zongbao closed his eyes and asked softly. Drifting Cloud Lake. Fairy Hongxia answered without hesitation. That is the entrance to Million Meng Mountains from Huan Country. It is also a slightly safer passage to Million Meng Mountains. What a pity. Li Zongbao sighed. Xiaohua is the best at getting lost. If he could get lost from Drifting Cloud Lake to here, that would be great. He is a directionally challenged idiot. Fairy Hong Xia said with a smile, unable to hide her love for Xiaohua. Senior brother Li. Xiao Mao could not help but stutter. Senior sister, you guys listen. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao were both injured. How could they be as strong as Xiao Mao? They glanced at each other in bewilderment. Thunder. Xiao Mao suddenly realized and shouted, "This seems to be Big Brother's lightning escape technique." Oh, how is that possible? Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia were both shocked. Drifting Cloud Lake was extremely far away. How could Xiaohua fly here? Quick, fly towards the thunder. Li Zongbao ordered loudly. Perhaps Xiaohua is being chased by the sword. Once they thought of Xiaohua being chased by the sword, Li Zongbao and the rest were shocked. Xiaohua had separated from them in order to avoid the transformation sword. However, after the three of them circled around outside, they ran into this place again and ran into the transformation sword again. Xiao Mao hesitated. Let's go. Now that things have come to this, to die together is also a blessing. Fairy Hong Xia waved her hand and tried to open a small gap in the connate primordial water. Sure enough, in just a short moment, the sound of thunder resounded in the sky. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hong Xia could not help but murmur, her eyes slightly hot. Terrifying phoenix. If Xiao Mao could hear it, how could the 6th grade 3 illusory swordsman not hear it? Xiang Mufeng, who was about to go around the sword edge peak, stopped in midair. His eyes flashed with hesitation. The divine sword mystic technique was what he wanted. Moreover, he had flown in front of everyone. Xiaohua was flying in front of him. If he could get the divine sword mystic technique before everyone else, he might be able to get some other benefits. After all, according to the news that came out from the 7 spiritual mountains, Xiaohua was able to break the Brahma Pagoda array of the 7 spiritual mountains. Naturally, there would be a jade slip inside the array in his storage pouch. Although the Divine Sword Secret Codex had already been discussed and all 6 of them had a share, that storage pouch, there was no discussion. Whoever could get it would get it. Thinking of this, Xiang Mufeng's heart became hot. He urged the sword under his feet to fly towards the direction of the sound of thunder. However, after flying for 100 feet, Xiang Mufeng calmed down and hesitated. Nonsense, it was not like he did not know the expression of the terrifying phoenix when it killed the 4 grade 3 illusory swordsman. Didn't he team up with Wang Jingqiang and the rest for this reason? How could he fly there alone? Wouldn't he be sending himself to death? Thinking of this, Xiang Mufeng hurriedly turned around and flew towards the direction of the flowing cloud flying ship. Chapter 2792. However, what scared Xiang Mufeng the most was that his flying speed was far slower than the rumbling thunder behind him. When he used his divine will to scan the area behind him, he was scared out of his wits. Behind Xiang Mufeng, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. A tall and skinny cultivator was riding on the thunder. He could only see him through his divine will earlier, but now he was already in Xiang Mufeng's field of vision. In fact, the moment Xiang Mufeng turned around, the cultivator with flashes of lightning around him had already caught up with him, as though he was the god of thunder himself. Save me! Xiang Mufeng was practically shouting for help in his heart. The lightning flashing around Xiaohua's body was the anger in his heart. Although he didn't release his aura or divine sense, the boundless anger in his heart had already been displayed through the lightning. Xiang Mufeng had long sensed it in his heart. Xiang Mufeng did not dare to be careless anymore. He activated the sword origin around him with all his might. The sword light trembled rapidly as if Xiang Mufeng was frightened. As the sword light was released, a sword intent that resembled falling maple leaves flashed around him. Then Xiang Mufeng's figure disappeared again, and a huge sword slowly appeared in midair. Of course, this huge sword flew extremely quickly. It left behind a yellow glow in midair, just like the traces of time. However, Xiang Mufeng's time was indeed too short. He had only flown a few hundred feet back, and before he could even get close to the flowing cloud flying ship, he felt a violent aura and an indescribable sense of confinement descend from the sky. Although this restriction was not strong and was far from being able to restrict a third-grade illusory swordsman, once it got close to him, a sense of fear rose from the bottom of Xiang Mufeng's heart. It was as if he was born with it. Xiang Mufeng was a little puzzled. He didn't know what kind of mystical ability Xiaohua used to confine him. However, just as he was puzzled, more than 10 bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, answering his doubts. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb shot out from the dark clouds like a curved sword. It drew a beautiful arc in midair and struck the huge sword that Xiang Mufeng had transformed into. Hiss. An indescribable pain appeared all over Xiang Mufeng's body. Even his heart felt as if it was being pierced by dozens of small swords. Buzz. Xiang Mufeng's sword flashed, and the sound of his sword echoed through the sky. Amidst the lightning, he actually turned his sword around and slashed at Xiaohua. A cold snort came from the heavenly lightning. Even though the sound wasn't loud, the rolling heavenly lightning couldn't stop it. Xiaohua looked at Xiang Mufeng, who was charging towards him with sword qi, but he didn't even look at him. With a cold snort, he grabbed with his hand again. Dozens of heavenly lightning once again poured down like a waterfall. Moreover, with a slap of his hand, the yin-yang sword gourd flew out of the space. 2 green and red spirit-slaying primary rays flew out from the gourd and followed the falling heavenly lightning towards the giant sword. On the other hand, Xiaohua's figure did not stop in front of Xiang Mufeng's huge sword. Instead, he quickly flew towards the flowing cloud airship. This was because when Xiaohua appeared, Wang Jingqiang and the rest's expressions changed. The 5 of them transformed into swords and increased their flying speed, chasing after the flowing cloud airship. On the flowing cloud airship, the Xiantian primordial water that was originally protecting the airship was now gradually fading away. Fairy Hongxia had already held on for so long. When she saw Xiaohua appear, she immediately relaxed. This relaxation was not a big deal. The Xiantian primordial water could no longer hold on, and it was all sucked back into the Ice Phoenix celestial body. As for Xiao Mao, his magic power had long been depleted. He was also desperately holding on by consuming pills to activate the dragon transformation art. Now, just like Fairy Hongxia, his magic power had also collapsed. He could no longer draw out any magic power from his body. Just like that, the flowing cloud airship stopped in midair. Under the 5-sword qi, the 3 of them were like toddlers. They no longer had any strength to resist. "How dare you?" Xiaohua roared angrily. He waved his hands and hundreds of lightning bolts rumbled and fell from midair. It was as if the heavenly river had burst open, carrying Xiaohua's fury as it struck the 5-sword qi. However, Xiaohua was still too far away. Although the lightning bolts fell, the 5 huge swords had already flown to about 100 feet away from the flowing cloud airship. Under the sword light, the 3 of them would be easily killed. The lightning bolts were a little too far away. Go! Xiaohua opened his mouth and the Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter flew out at the same time. The 2 flying swords activated each other, and as fast as lightning, they slashed towards 2 of the swordsmen. Xiaohua clapped his hands and the Tingjiao shears, which he had not used for a long time, also appeared. Similarly, a yellow light flashed and struck towards one of the swordsmen. At this time, Xiaohua ignored Xiang Mufeng. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, it was difficult for him to maintain his sword qi form. The moment he revealed himself, the spirit-punishing vital light had already flown close. Xiang Mufeng only had time to spit out his natal sword before the spirit-punishing vital light chopped off his head. Quick! Xiaohua pointed his finger at the yin-yang sword gourd, and the spirit-punishing vital light flashed in midair again, chasing after the green and red sword light that was extremely close to it. As soon as Xiaohua saw him, he used all of his methods, wanting to save the flowing cloud-flying ship in a short period of time. If it were any other time, Xiaohua's methods could not be described as undeniably powerful, and they could not be described as unbelievably powerful. However, at this critical juncture, even with the Imperial Thunder transformation, Xiaohua's speed was still a little slow. Especially when Wang Jingqiang and the rest saw how easily Xiaohua killed Xiang Mufeng, they had already hardened their hearts. They would rather die here than to kill Fairy Hongxia and the rest on the airship. However, compared to Xiaohua's bloodshot eyes, Fairy Hongxia and the rest on the airship were abnormally calm. Especially Fairy Hongxia. Her eyes stared straight at Xiaohua. She saw her lover covered in heavenly lightning, his feet stepping on lightning bolts. Her gaze saw her lover's might, and even more so, she saw her lover's true love. In an instant all of her fear, and even the murderous sword light in front of her disappeared. She only wanted to look at her lover to her heart's content, and imprint him deeply in her heart. When she had the chance in her next life she would pick him out from the masses and be intimate with him, for the rest of her life. Meng? How could Xiaohua not see through Fairy Hongxia's gaze? His heart ached as he could not help but cry out. However, the strange thing was, this name was not Fairy Hongxia but Meng. Aren't you tired? Why don't you stop and rest for a while and let me tell you a story? Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out from behind Xiaohua. A pretty girl appeared outside the flashing heavenly lightning. And at the place where the voice fell, the huge swords of the 5 sword cultivators stopped abruptly, as if they were restrained by some powerful force. In fact, the sword light slowly dissipated, and the figures of the 5 sword cultivators were revealed. However, their eyes were filled with joy, and they were all looking at Wuxia who appeared behind Xiaohua. They were like children who went to bed late, and when they heard their mother's call, they stopped playing and wanted to go into their mother's arms. Rumble, in that instant dozens of bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, completely dispersing the sword light of the 5 people. At the same time, the joy in their eyes was also dispelled, and what replaced it was fear and confusion. However, their fear and confusion did not last long. The Dream Executor and Mountain Splitter came crashing down, piercing the foreheads of Left Jian of the Yin-Yang Sword Sect and Huang Ping of the Lunar Sun Sword Sect respectively. The Spirit Executor Vital Ray came crashing down, decapitating Wang Jingqiang of the Soaring Wind Sword Sect. The Soaring Dragon Shears also flashed with a golden light, cutting Zhou Zhou of the Thousand Leaves Sword Sect in half. Pu Qingfeng of the Flat Mountain Sword Sect turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to flee, Xiaohua chased after him for hundreds of meters and smashed his spiked club into a pulp. Looking at Pu Qingfeng's corpse falling from the sky, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. That heart-wrenching pain gradually relaxed. Turning his head, he saw Fairy Hongxia staring at him with infatuation. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he flew towards Fairy Hongxia. However, Xiaohua was still bewildered. Dream? Who is this? Wuxia did not fly down but remained in the air. He looked up at the gradually dissipating dark clouds and the hidden lightning. He then looked at the Yin-Yang sword gourd beside the flowing cloud airship, and the Dream Executor and Mountain Splitter flying swords. Finally, his gaze fell on the Soaring Dragon Shears, and a smile appeared on his face. My feelings? Can I be wrong? I'm not 99% of people. Wuxia's heart was filled with pride. Although I don't know how you can help me, but a cultivator with this kind of ability is actually an ordinary person? He will definitely be able to help me. Xiaohua, you're finally here. Fairy Hongxia said happily when she saw Xiaohua fly away. I've made you suffer. Xiaohua landed on the airship. He originally wanted to hug Fairy Hongxia, but seeing Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao with their eyes closed, he could only reach out and hold Fairy Hongxia's soft hands. It's good that you're here. Fairy Hongxia's eyes were still fixed on Xiaohua, unwilling to leave for a long time. These 6 people. I've already killed them. Xiaohua said softly. You don't have to be afraid anymore. With you, I'm not afraid no matter where I am. Good, Xiaohua let go. I'll go see Senior Li. Good, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. But when Xiaohua turned around he heard a dong sound. Fairy Hongxia fell on the airship and fainted. Hongxia. Xiaohua was shocked. He understood that the so-called cultivators were all people who trained their minds, and their minds were all tough. Fairy Hongxia was already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Her chi was restrained and her mind was strong. Even if she was seriously injured, it would not be easy for her to faint. Her fainting was definitely not an ordinary injury. Xiaohua turned around and helped Fairy Hongxia up. He hugged her weak body and placed 2 fingers of his right hand on her meridians very naturally. In just a moment, Xiaohua frowned. Fairy Hongxia's chi and blood were both damaged, and her vitality was greatly damaged. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.